Hello and welcome back to our channel. If you enjoy our content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Now, let's begin. Chapter 16. Battles and Goodbyes. Ash and May looked at each other and nodded, knowing just how to start this battle off. Double Dragon. They shouted together. Garchomp and Altaria created multiple copies of themselves which spread around the field, and they all became shrouded in red and black energy. It was a tactic that May had created for her appeals, by using Double Team and Dragon Dance to make more of a show. She occasionally used it in her battles, but most of the time she only used Altaria for appeals because of the damage to her wings. The appearance of the multiple dragons combined with the glowing energy of Dragon Dance caused Sue and Danielle's points to drop. Delcatty, use Blizzard to clear away the copies. Danielle said. Delcatty took a deep breath and released it as a gale force wind of snow and ice. Dodge it. Ash and May shouted at the same time. Altaria flew high into the air to avoid the super effective attack as Garchomp dove head first underground, doing the same. Once the attack ended, all the copies were gone and the two dragon types returned to their former positions in front of their trainers. Ash and May's points dropped halfway between the full and quarter because of how Blizzard cleared away their copies. Ninetales, Will-O-Wisp. Sue said. The cream fox opened her mouth and blew out a ball of blue fire, which headed directly towards Garchomp. Altaria, protect Garchomp with Safeguard. May called to the humming Pokémon. Altaria trilled as she flew in front of the mock Pokémon and formed a glowing green barrier around the two of them. The blue fireball disintegrated upon contact with the barrier. Thanks, May. Ash said, with a smile. No problem, just returning the favor from before. May replied before they returned their attention to the battlefield. Altaria used Dragon Pulse. A ball of turquoise energy flew from Altaria's mouth towards Ninetales. Counter with Flamethrower. Sue said. Once again the cream fox opened her mouth, but this time instead of a ball of blue fire she let out a swirling pillar of red, yellow and orange flames. The flames made contact with the Dragon Pulse and exploded in a shower of sparkles and dying embers. Ash and May's points fell to the quarter from the display. Delcatty follow with Double Edge. Danielle called to her Pokémon. A golden glow covered the prim Pokémon as she tore across the field, rushing through the curtain of still falling remnants of Flamethrower and Dragon Pulse. The remains of the two attacks became attached to the energy of Double Edge, making Ash and May's points fall further. Garchomp, dig. Ash shouted, and without a second's hesitation the mock Pokémon dove into the ground. Altaria, missed. May called out. Altaria opened her mouth and blew out a cloud of white fog which covered the field. Delcatty stopped her attack and the energy of Double Edge faded. Now use Refresh and Aerial Ace. Delcatty looked around nervously, trying to find where Altaria was hiding in the mist. She saw something out of the corner of her left eye, jumping forward and turning to the left ready to attack as soon as Altaria appeared. Altaria burst out of the mist, but not in front of Delcatty. She came from above. The humming Pokémon crashed into the prim Pokémon, driving her into the ground. Delcatty cried out in pain as Altaria flew back into the mist ready to strike again. By using mist as a defense while attacking combined with the green glow of energy from Refresh that now infused the mist caused Sue and Danielle's points to drop to just above the halfway point. Ninetales use Flamethrower, burn away the mist. Sue shouted. Oh no you don't, Ash said. Garchomp now. He shouted. There were a few seconds of silence before a dull rumbling could be heard. Ninetales, keep moving so he can't find you. Sue shouted desperately. Ninetales started to run around the field, zigzagging her way around the field, and the rumbling stopped. Now use Flamethrower on the mist. Ninetales kept running and was about to launch a flamethrower when the ground in front of her started to crack, and as she moved over it Garchomp surged out of the ground, sending the fire type into the air. In the coordinator's room all eyes were fixed on the screen as they watched the battle. However, there was one person missing, and he was stood in the shadow of the tunnel with a Pokémon hovering by his side. We can't let them win, he said. We need him to mess up so May realizes that he's useless and then she'll come running to me. He turned to the Pokémon next to him. Use Iron Tail on the ground and direct the power towards him. He pointed to Ash's back. Fly, Flygon. The Pokémon said, shaking his head. Do you want to be with Altaria? Flygon nodded, then use Iron Tail. He snapped. Flygon nodded reluctantly as his tail glowed with power and took on the appearance of metal. In the light of the dragon-type's glowing tail the man's identity was revealed. It was Drew, and as if you hadn't worked that out already. Drew's features showed a wicked smile and a bright red mark on the side of his face from his encounter with May earlier, which was slowly fading. Flipping quickly, Flygon slammed his tail onto the ground and tried to focus the power towards Ash, timing the attack with a collision of attacks on the field so it wouldn't be noticed. The tremors traveled towards the field, but the direction wasn't focused enough as they affected the entire trainer's box instead of just Ash's side. Ash managed to keep his balance and stay on his feet, but May was less fortunate as she was wearing high heels. As she started to fall forward, May closed her eyes and waited to hit the ground when she suddenly felt something wrap around her waist as she was pulled back onto her feet and pressed against a hard yet soft surface. Opening her eyes slowly, all she could see was dark blue fabric. She raised her gaze and found herself staring into Ash's eyes. She desperately fought back a blush. Drew cursed under his breath, seeing his plan fail, and returned Flygon before disappearing into the shadows of the tunnel. A few wolf whistles could be heard from the crowd along with shouts of, "Kiss her." Adam sat in his seat, whispering under his breath. "Come on Ash, let her know how you feel." Pikachu and Glacian nodded in agreement. They'd decided that they would do something to get their trainers together. Even though Pikachu didn't understand why they needed to do that when they already traveling together. "Are you alright, May?" he asked. May nodded, unable to speak, and she suppressed a groan as Ash took his arm from around her waist as he returned his focus to the battle. Garchomp, Sand Tomb. Garchomp raised his arms and waved them to one side, kicking up some sand. He then moved his arms to the other side. The cloud of sand turned into a swirling vortex of sand and shot across the field towards Ninetales and Delcatty. As the cyclone of sand closed in on the opposing Pokémon, they tried to dodge, and while Delcatty was successful, Ninetales wasn't as lucky. She was caught in the ground-type attack and lifted into the air. The fire-type struggled against the attack she was trapped in but couldn't manage to escape as she was unable to touch the ground to gain some leverage. Altaria used Sky Attack. May said. Altaria rose high into the air before diving down at Delcatty as flames surrounded her body. Assist! Danielle shouted. A ball of glowing white light formed on Delcatty's tail and a gust of wind flew from it, slowing Altaria down, but it didn't stop the attack as the humming Pokémon slammed into Delcatty, sending her sprawling across the field. Garchomp used Dragon Breath, Ash said, and the mock Pokémon growled lowly and let out a blast of green flames into the sand tomb, making the sand cyclone glow with green and golden light. Sue and Danielle's points fell again. Ninetales used Fire Spin. Sue shouted, hoping her Pokémon could hear her over the rush of the sand surrounding the fire type. For a moment nothing happened, but Ninetales opened her mouth and released a vortex of flames which mingled with the sand and Dragon Breath. An orange light mixed with the green and gold. A bright red light appeared in the middle of the vortex. The light was coming from Ninetales. By using Fire Spin while trapped inside Sand Tomb, the attack had reflected back and activated her Flash Fire ability. Ash and May's points dropped. Each team's points were now between the half and last quarter of the circle. May and Ash's points were slightly ahead, but not by much. Delcatty used Blizzard. Danielle shouted, and the Prim Pokémon answered by once again releasing a blast of chilling air from her open mouth. The Ice-type attack hit Garchomp, who was focusing on keeping the Sand Tomb going. The hit forced him to lose concentration, and Ninetales was released from the Ground-type attack, landing on the ground shakily. Altaria soared above the attack and was ready for when May shouted a counter-attack. Altaria, Cotton Guard by Garchomp. Altaria flew over Garchomp and released a shower of fluffy spores. The spores formed a long low wall in front of Garchomp. Now use a low-power flamethrower on the front of Blizzard. Ash looked at May confused, not knowing what she was planning. Altaria fired a small flamethrower and the leading edge of Blizzard, which melted some of the ice and snow in the attack. The wall of cotton spores started to grow. They were absorbing the moisture of the attack and created a larger wall which not only blocked the ice-type attack, it also used the cold of the attack to strengthen itself. Sue and Danielle's points dropped to just under the final quarter. Delcatty, stop and use assist. Danielle said and crossed her fingers hoping her gamble would work. Delcatty's blizzard stopped and a ball of white light grew from the tip of her tail. A smile formed on Danielle's lips as an enormous column for white-hot flames poured out of the ball of energy. Delcatty's assist was using overheat. Ninetales, use flamethrower. Sue called. Ninetales let a torrent of fire escape from her mouth, aiming it directly at the cotton spore wall. The two fire attacks struck the wall, quickly burning it down. Danielle was about to order another blizzard attack when she saw that Garchomp had disappeared. Dragon Rush! Ash and May shouted at the same time. Altaria dove from the contest hall's rafters, coated in an electric blue energy which took on the form of a dragon as the ground underneath Ninetales and Delcatty cracked. Garchomp burst out of the ground covered in the same type of energy as Altaria, lifting their opponents into the air and directly into a collision course with Altaria. A buzzer rang throughout the contest hall as the time ran out, but it was too late for Garchomp and Altaria to stop their attack. They tried to avoid catching Delcatty and Ninetales in their collision but couldn't move out of the way in time as they crashed into each other, creating a flash of bright light. When the light faded, Altaria and Garchomp were revealed holding their knocked-out opponents. The two dragon types carried Ninetales and Delcatty over to Danielle and Sion, apologizing for not being able to stop in time. Ninetales and Delcatty were knocked out after them time ran out, so this match will be decided on points. Julia said as she turned to face the scoreboard. The points were close, so Julia had to listen closely to her earpiece for the official result. The results are in, and the winners of the first semi-final match are, she paused for dramatic effect, Ash and May. The crowd cheered as the four competitors on the battlefield returned their Pokémon to their Pokeballs and walked towards each other, meeting in the middle of the field. May jumped onto Ash, giving him a hug whilst having a giant smile on her face. Ash returned the hug and smiled back as he felt his heart flutter for reasons that still escaped him. Let's hear from our judges. This was an excellent display of how strong dragon Pokémon can be. Mr. Contesta said. I thought that the use of Cotton Guard as a shield was very creative. Nurse Joy added, smiling, I also thought it was sweet how Altaria was protecting Garchomp. The end of the battle impressed me the most, how Garchomp and Altaria showed good sportsmanship by trying to stop their final attacks and carrying their opponents to their trainers. The mayor said, what do you think, Electros? Electros? Where have you gone now? He sighed and looked around the hall trying to locate the runaway electric type. Electros. Everyone looked up and saw the Elefish Pokémon floating above their heads, still drinking his coffee. They all started laughing as the mayor just shook his head. Electros slowly dropped back to the ground and took his place by the mayor. Well, there you have it. Julia said, sweat dropping, congratulations Ash and May, you are moving on to the finals. Sue and Danielle, thank you for competing and we hope to see you both again. Sue and Danielle shook hands with Ash and May, congratulating them on their win. Ash and May thanked them for a great battle. The four of them then waved to the audience and started to walk back to the coordinator's room. They passed Sion and Donna on their way, wishing them luck in their upcoming battle. Once the battlefield had been repaired, Sion and Donna took their place in the trainer's box opposite Drew and Celia. Now we have our second semi-final match, Drew and Celia against Sion and Donna. Whoever wins this battle will face Ash and May in the finals. Coordinators, are you ready? Julia asked. They all nodded. Release your Pokémon. 4 Pokeballs were thrown onto the field, releasing Flygon, Rapidash, Cubchoo, and Mytiana. The scoreboard is ready and the timer is set, let the battle begin. She shouted, retreating from the field. Rapidash, use bounce please. Celia said. Rapidash flexed her legs and jumped high into the air. Flygon, use earthquake. Drew called out to his dragon type. Flygon flipped in the air and slammed his tail onto the field, sending seismic shockwaves across the field. And if you're wondering why Flygon used Iron Tail before and not Earthquake, it's because Earthquake would have drawn more attention than the force from Iron Tail. Cubchoo used Blizzard on the ground. Sion shouted so she could be heard over the rumbling of earthquake. The small ice type jumped in front of Mytiana and released a freezing wind from her mouth, covering the ground in a thick layer of ice and slowing the advance from earthquake until it stopped completely. Cubchoo and Mytiana had taken a small amount of damage from the ground type attack, but Sion's quick thinking had saved them from starting the battle at a disadvantage, and her idea had also taken out a portion of Drew and Celia's points away. Rapidash, use overheat on the ice please. Celia said. Rapidash shook her fiery mane and reared back her head, neighing loudly before sending a powerful blast of fire to the ground. The thick layer of ice was starting to melt. The fire washed over the field like a tidal wave, hitting both Pokémon, damaging them heavily. Seeing that Cubchoo was in more pain than he was, Mytiana quickly picked her up in his mouth and placed her on his back before running around the field dodging the flames. The cuteness displayed caused Drew and Celia's points to fall slightly, though Sion and Donna lost a few more points from the dazzling look of overheat rolling across the field like a wave and from the damage that Cubchoo and Mytiana had taken. Flygon, Dragon Combo. Drew shouted to his Pokémon. Flygon formed a Dragon Pulse in front of his open mouth before sending it into the air with a Dragon Claw attack. Dragon Pulse had absorbed the energy from Dragon Claw and grown slightly in size and power as it rose higher into the air, with Flygon following behind it quickly. Flygon overtook the Dragon Pulse and readied a Dragon Tail attack. Once it was fully charged and the Dragon Pulse was in range, Flygon flipped in the air and hit the Dragon Pulse with Dragon Tail, once again adding to its size and power. As Flygon had spun in a full circle, he used Dragon Breath, which became part of the falling Dragon Pulse, making it look like a meteorite, measuring at least 2 feet in diameter, with blue fire for a tail as it fell towards Cubchoo and Mytiana while they were dodging the flames from Rapidash's overheat. Sion and Donna noticed the falling attack, but it was falling too fast for Mytiana and Cubchoo to dodge it completely. They called out desperately for their Pokémon to evade it. Mytiana threw Cubchoo from his back and headbutted her out of the way before trying to escape himself. The Dragon-type combo attack crashed into the ground, melting the ice under and in its immediate surroundings and sending fissures through the rest of the ice. Mytiana was caught in the explosion of the attack and tossed across the field by the shockwave given off by the explosion. The dark type landed heavily on the ground and lay still for a few seconds before struggling to get to his feet. Cubchoo ran over to Mytiana trying to help him stand up. Cubchoo, Cub, said the ice type, asking if Mytiana was alright. Cubchoo glowed red as she flexed her arms. She lifted Mytiana up and placed him gently on his feet. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a display of true friendship. Mytiana pushed Cubchoo out of the way of Flygon's attack, and now Cubchoo has used strength to help Mytiana to his feet. Julia said from the side of the stage. Donna held her Pokeball in her hand and looked at Sion. If you want to, I don't mind, as long as Mytiana's okay. Sion said. Donna was about to return Mytiana when he turned and shook his head. Are you sure? Donna asked. Mytiana nodded. Alright if you're sure. Mytiana nodded again and looked back to his opponent's growling as he shifted his weight to try and lessen the pain in his rear left leg. Donna put her Pokeball away and made her next move. Mytiana, use rest, she said, knowing she was taking a risk and asking a lot of both Sion and Cubchoo while Mytiana recovered. Mytiana lay on the ground and curled up as he started to glow blue. Cubchoo, use Blizzard. Full power, Sion shouted, determined to give Mytiana enough time to recover from Flygon's attack. A frozen gale blew across the field, forcing Rapidash and Flygon backwards. The two Pokémon were shocked by the look that was now on Cubchoo's face. Before this point of the battle she wore the usual cute expression seen on all of her kind, but now she wore a face of unparalleled rage. She was baring her small fangs and giving off an aura of intense anger. Now surf. Cubchoo glowed blue and summoned an enormous wave in front of her, sending it towards Flygon and Rapidash. Flygon, use Iron Tail to split the wave, Drew said. Flygon's tail glowed as it took on a metallic sheen as he flew towards the wave and sliced it down the middle, breaking the water-type attack, but he was unprepared for the blizzard attack that followed behind it. Flygon was sent backwards under the onslaught of the ice-type attack. landing heavily on the ground next to Rapidash, who was using Flamethrower to lessen the power of Blizzard. "Rapidash, please use Flare Blitz," Celia said to the Fire Horse Pokémon. Rapidash neighed loudly and coated herself in flames as she charged through the blizzard. She started off slowly but soon gathered speed, running across the field, slamming into Cubchoo, sending the ice type to the side of the field, stopping the blizzard and leaving the sleeping Mytiana undefended. Red energy crackled over Rapidash's body as she received recoil damage from using Flare Blitz. Celia didn't like calling for moves like that, but sometimes they were necessary. "Flygon, Hyper Beam on Mytiana," Drew shouted, seeing an opportunity. He nudged Celia, telling her to do the same. "Rapidash, use Ember please," Celia said half-heartedly, purposely choosing a low-powered attack as she didn't want to hurt Mytiana, especially after how he had pushed Cubchoo out of the way of Drew's attack before going for safety. Drew glared at Celia and grabbed her arm. "We'll talk about this later," he growled, squeezing her arm, causing her to whimper in pain and fear to show in her eyes. Like Celia, Flygon and Rapidash were reluctant to attack Mytiana as he might be seriously injured given the state he was already in. Rapidash was thankful that Celia had chosen a weak move to use and spat out a small cluster of flames which were half the power they normally would have been. Flygon on the other hand wasn't happy that Drew had picked such a powerful move, and although he didn't want to use it he had to. Drew was his trainer and he couldn't disobey him. Flygon did however lessen the power of Hyper Beam, hoping it would be enough not to do any permanent damage to Mytiana. The attacks crossed the field quickly. Cubchoo jumped in front of Mytiana's sleeping form, covered in scratches and slight burns, as held her arms out from her sides, and Cubchoo is standing in a star shape, fully prepared to take the attacks for her partner. "Cubchoo, use Ice Beam," Sion shouted, hoping it would be enough, but Cubchoo ignored what Sion had said, simply standing there as the attacks got closer and closer until there was an explosion and dust was blown into the air. "No!" Sion cried out in panic, nearly running onto the field, only being held back by Donna. The audience and the judges gasped at how Cubchoo had let the attacks hit. Everyone was curious to see what was now hidden by the dust. "You might as well call the match," Drew said to Julia. "There's no way that Cubchoo could still be standing after that attack." "We'll wait until the dust clears," Julia replied, glaring at Drew, not liking his lack of regard towards the condition Cubchoo could be in. "If that's all, then Flygon, blow away the dust." Flygon flapped his wings and quickly caused the dust to disperse. Everyone was shocked at what they saw. Cubchoo was still standing in front of Mytiana but unharmed, as they were safely encased in a glowing green dome. Cubchoo had learned Protect to save herself and Mytiana from Hyper Beam and Ember. The small ice type dropped her arms and let the green dome fade away, breathing slightly. "Avalanche!" Sion shouted, waking Mytiana in the process. She knew that Cubchoo was tired, but she couldn't let Drew and Celia have a minute to breath. Mytiana had been seriously hurt. Saving Cubchoo, and Sion was determined to repay that debt. Cubchoo shouted her name and summoned a pile of snow over Flygon and Rapidash before letting it drop onto them, trapping them under the weight of the snow. Their heads were visible above the snow. "Rapidash, melt the snow with Flamethrower," Celia said. "You too, Flygon," Drew added. Both of their Pokémon opened their mouths and released the fire-type attack, so they could escape from their snow prison. "Mytiana, Hyper Beam," Donna said. Mytiana nodded and started to form a call of energy in his mouth, but when it got to the size of an apple it stopped growing and the glow of the energy was starting to fade. Mytiana mustn't have enough energy to use Hyper Beam at full power, Donna thought. "Fire it now," she said, and Mytiana let the energy go in one blast. The Hyper Beam didn't look very stable as sparks of energy flew off the sides like embers from a bonfire. The sparks had an unintended result. They gave Hyper Beam a unique effect which diminished Drew and Celia's points slightly. Stealing a quick glance at the scoreboard, Donna saw that hers and Sion's points were just about level with Drew and Celia's. She looked at the field, then to Sion, and finally back to the field. Hyper Beam had hit Flygon and Rapidash and done some damage, but they still had a lot of energy left, whilst Mytiana was struggling to stand and Cubchoo was starting to breath heavily. Cub-Chew had used a lot of her energy making Protect strong enough to withstand Hyper Beam and Ember, even though the attacks weren't at full strength and she had taken damage from Rapidash's overheat earlier in the battle along with Flare Blitz. A silent conversation passed between them along with a mutual understanding. They both turned to Julia and the judges with a sadness on their faces. They didn't want to do this but they felt that they had to. "We forfeit," Sion said. A heavy silence that fell over the contest hall as she spoke. Maitayana and Cub-Chew turned to face their trainers in shock. "We don't want Cub-Chew and Maitayana to get a serious injury," Donna added as she and Sion turned to their Pokémon. "We know that you'd keep battling but a ribbon isn't worth either of you being hurt anymore," Sion said softly as she walked up to Cub-Chew, taking the ice type into her arms, giving her a hug as Donna knelt in front of Maitayana and putting her arms around his neck while stroking his fur. They looked at Drew and Celia, who were still stunned at their decision. "Congratulations," Donna said, looking at Celia as she stood up, keeping her hand on Maitayana's head, patting him gently. "It was a great battle." Sion nodded in agreement. Both of them avoided looking at Drew before turning and walking off the battlefield. Well, I'm sure no one saw that coming. In a display of love for their Pokémon, Sion and Donna have forfeited the match, which means that Drew and Celia will be meeting Ash and May in the final. Congratulations and good luck to our winners. The only thing left now is to hear from our judges. I would like to express my admiration for Sion and Donna's actions. They are correct in saying that the love between Pokémon and trainer is worth more than any ribbon. I was quite impressed by Flygon's Dragon combo attack. It was a very thought-out and creative move, Mr. Contesta said. The bond between Maitayana and Cub-Chew was appealing to see, and the way Rapidash's overheat moves like the waves was stunning. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to check on Maitayana's condition as he looked quite seriously hurt, Nurse Joy said as she stood up, sending an almost unnoticeable disapproving glare at Drew. This was an amazing battle and I would never have thought to use Blizzard to stop Earthquake. That was a slide of genius. I thought that calling an attack against Maitayana was a little excessive after he took the brunt of the Dragon combo though, the mayor said. A murmur of agreement rolled through the audience. Electros, agreed the Elefish Pokémon. Drew and Celia recalled their Pokémon and bowed to the judges as they made their way off the field. There will be a half-hour break to let our coordinators and their Pokémon rest before we begin the final, Julia said. Some of the audience members rose from their seats to go for refreshments, use the hall's facilities, or just to stretch their legs. Adam stayed in his seat with Umbreon on his lap and Piku sat on his head under his hood, knowing that he probably wouldn't be able to get to the coordinator's room, while Pikachu and Glacian ran to find Ash and May. Pikachu and Glacian found their trainers in the room where they could have their Pokémon healed between matches, talking with Sion and Donna. Ash and May had gone straight there once they had seen how the battle ended. The four of them waited anxiously for Nurse Joy to return with information about Maitayana's condition. Pikachu and Glacian walked up to Donna. Pikachu jumped onto her shoulder and rubbed his cheek against hers while Glacian rubbed against Donna's leg, trying to comfort her. Donna smiled slightly at their attempts to make her feel better. "Thank you," she said to them. Ash and May were happy to see what their Pokémon were doing for their friend. "Maitayana will be fine," May said supportively. "Nurse Joy is in there right now, she'll take care of everything." "It's my fault," Sion said apologetically. "If I'd seen that attack sooner then this wouldn't have happened." "It's not your fault, Sion," Donna replied. "It's because of you and Cub-Chew that Maitayana isn't more seriously hurt. Both of you protected him while he recovered his energy. We both agreed to forfeit the match for the sake of our Pokémon. It wasn't your fault." Sion nodded and they waited in silence for a few minutes when Nurse Joy walked up to them. "Nurse Joy, is Maitayana going to be okay?" Donna asked, worried laced into her words. Nurse Joy smiled at her. "Maitayana's very weak right now and needs his rest, but he'll be fine. Just to be sure, don't do any training past simple exercises for a few weeks, until he back to his full strength," Nurse Joy replied reassuringly. Donna smiled and gave Nurse Joy a hug. the pink-haired nurse smiled and patted Donna on the back. Once Donna released Nurse Joy from the hug, she took a step back, slightly embarrassed by the way she acted. "Thank you, Nurse Joy. Can I go and see him?" "Not just yet, he's still sleeping, we had to sedate him because of the pain." "I might have to report that boy for using excessive force during a battle. There was no reason for him to call a hyper beam on my Tiana while he was asleep." "Drew say how badly hurt my Tiana was." "What about Celia?" Ash asked. "She called an attack as well." Even though he's only talked to her for a little while, Ash didn't feel right pointing out what she had done. Celia did the smart thing in that battle, she chose a low-power attack. She saw how hurt my Tiana was and didn't want to hurt him unnecessarily, so she picked Ember knowing that it wouldn't hurt my Tiana any more than was needed to knock him out. Nurse Joy said. A look of annoyance crossed her face before her professional expression settled into place on her features. Turning round, Ash, May, Donna, Sion, Pikachu and Glacian saw that Drew and Celia had entered the room. A silence fell across the room, where you could almost hear everyone blinking. Celia stepped forward slowly with her head bowed. She stopped in front of Nurse Joy, still looking at the floor, and held out a Pokeball with both hands. "Nurse Joy," she said quietly, "could you take a look at Rapidash for me please?" Nurse Joy put a finger under Celia's chin, lifting her head up so she could look her in the eyes. She gave Celia a kind smile. "Of course I will." Nurse Joy answered, taking the ball for the blonde girl. "Rapidash will be as good as new before you know it." "Here," Drew said, walking forward. "Can you look at Flygon too?" he asked, holding the Pokeball out. Nurse Joy gave him an obviously fake smile. Even though she didn't like him, she wouldn't let his Pokémon suffer for it. She took the Pokeball and turned to the recovery machine. While her back was turned, Drew gave her a once-over with a seedy smirk on his face. Once Nurse Joy was out of sight, Drew turned and left the room, leaving Celia on her own. Celia looked at the floor again and walked over to Donna and Sion, stopping a few paces in front of them. "I'm sorry about what happened, I didn't want to, but..." Celia trailed off and rubbed her arm. She didn't need to finish her sentence, they all knew that it was Drew's fault. May noticed that where Celia was rubbing her arm was red and that she's tried to cover it with makeup. "What happened to your arm?" May asked. Nothing, I just walked into something." Celia replied quietly, glancing over her shoulder. "Is my Tiana going to be alright?" she asked, trying to change the subject. "He just needs to take it easy for a while and get some rest," Donna said. "Are you okay? You should ask Nurse Joy to take a look at your arm, if it hurts." No, I'm fine really," Celia protested, starting to back away as Nurse Joy came back to the room. "Your Pokémon are back to full strength," she said, handing Celia Rapidash's Pokeball. "I'll keep hold of Flygon till his trainer comes back." Contempt was heavy in her voice as she mentioned Drew. Her mood changed to concern when she saw Celia rubbing her arm. "Here, let me take a look at your arm." Nurse Joy didn't wait for Celia's answer as she gently took hold of it and examined it. She took a small package from her pocket and pulled out an antiseptic cloth, carefully cleaning away the makeup, revealing a red mark that was starting to bruise. "How did this happen?" Nurse Joy asked. Celia nervously looked at the ground. "I slipped earlier and hit my arm on the door handle," she said quietly. Nurse Joy lifted Celia's head up so she could look her in the eyes. "This isn't the type of mark you'd get from hitting a door handle," the pink-haired nurse said. "This looks more like a handprint." Hearing that Donna remembered something she'd seen during the battle, everyone's attention was drawn to her as she spoke. "Hey, didn't Drew grab you when you asked Rapidash to use Ember?" she said. Nurse Joy looked back at Celia, who was once more looking at the ground. "Is that true?" Nurse Joy asked. Celia looked up and tears could be seen in the corners of her eyes. "He didn't mean it, he was just too focused on the battle to realize what he was doing," Celia said quickly but quietly. May turned to walk out the room, but Sion stopped her. "May, you don't want to do that," she said, holding May's arm as she tried to get out of the room. "Yes, I really do," May replied angrily, trying to wrestle her arm from Sion's grasp. If you go to him now and do what you're thinking, you'll be disqualified from the contest. If you really want to get back at him, then hit him where it will really hurt. Beat him in the contest where everyone will see it. May stopped struggling and after a couple of minutes calmed down. You're right. She said, Ash, you know that combo we thought of yesterday. Let's use it. May, are you sure? You said it might be too strong for a contest. Ash asked. I'm sure. Will the finalists please report to the battlefield? The final will be starting in 5 minutes. Julia said over the speakers. Pikachu and Glacian ran back to Adam while Sion and Donna went to the coordinator's room to get changed and watch the final. Nurse Joy handed Celia Flygon's Pokeball and made her way to the battlefield. Celia followed behind her, leaving Ash and May alone in the room. May, I don't think we should use that combo, we'd be attacking Rapidash as well. Ash said, he didn't want to hurt Celia any more than she already was. I know Ash, I feel the same, but how do we get around it? May asked. Ash shrugged and flicked open his Pokédex, scrolling through Garchomp's moves looking for some inspiration. A smile started to come onto his face. May saw this and looked at his Pokédex. What is it, Ash, do you have an idea? Yeah, I think I do. Well, what is it? Ash didn't answer her, he just pointed to one of Garchomp's moves. May started to smile as well when she worked out what his plan was. Ash closed his Pokédex and started to walk to the battlefield. May quickly caught up to him and linked her arm with his as they exited the tunnel and went to the trainer's box. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final of the Drummond Town contest. We have our finalists. Julia pointed to Drew and Celia at one end of the field, then at Ash and May on the other side. We have our judges, she pointed to the judges, and we have you, our wonderful audience. All we need now are the Pokémon. So coordinators, release your Pokémon. Garchomp and Altaria appeared in front of Ash and May with Flygon and Rapidash in front of Drew and Celia. Let the final begin. Flygon, Dragon Breath on Garchomp. Drew shouted. Flygon pulled his head back before snapping it forward, letting a stream of blue fire out towards Garchomp. Counter it with your own, Garchomp. Ash said calmly. Garchomp roared and fired a blast of green flames from his mouth. The two attacks clashed in the middle of the field. Flygon's was slowly pushing Garchomp's attack backwards, but Ash just stood there smiling, not seeming bothered by what was happening. Even Garchomp didn't seem to notice that his attack was being forced back towards him. Rapidash, use Flamethrower on Altaria please. Celia said quietly. She didn't want to take part in this battle with Drew, but she also wanted to earn her first ribbon of the new season. She reluctantly decided to keep battling with him and resolved to never work with him again. Rapidash took aim at Altaria and released her attack, sending the blast of flames at the humming Pokémon. Altaria, dodge with Aerial Ace. May said. Altaria flew forward, diving under the flamethrower before disappearing and reappearing behind Rapidash, striking her in the back and returning to float in front of May once more. After a minute, Ash spoke again. Garchomp, stop. Garchomp ceased his attack and Flygon's came barreling towards him, now a mixture of both attacks having merged with some of the energy from Garchomp's attack. Now, eat it. Ash shouted. Garchomp opened his mouth wide and let Flygon's attack in as he swallowed it. Drew's face went pale and Celia covered her mouth in shock. The audience and judges were in a stunned silence. Once the last of the attack had flowed into Garchomp's mouth, he closed it and let out an ear-splitting roar. The energy of the attack flowed through his veins as his eyes filled with draconic power. Dual Chop. Garchomp lived up to his name of being called the Mach Pokémon as he charged at Flygon at incredible speed, the fins on his arms glowing with power. Flygon didn't have time to react as the first strike came crashing into his ribs. He barely dodged the second one as it scraped past his chest. The Mystic Pokémon was using all his speed and experience to dodge Garchomp's onslaught of attacks. Drew was calling out counter-attacks, but Flygon couldn't get enough of a break between attacks to defend himself. Garchomp had taken some damage from swallowing Flygon's attack, but the damage was lessened because part of Garchomp's own Dragon Breath was in the attack. Rapidash, please use Fury attack. Celia said. Rapidash lowered her head and started to stab at Altaria with her horn. Some of the attacks found their mark while others missed due to Altaria's graceful dodges. Heat wave please. Rapidash lifted her head, opened her mouth and created a ball of orange flames before blowing out a wind of flames which ripples in the air. Due to the close proximity of the two Pokémon and the wide area of effect the heat wave possesses, Altaria was unable to evade the fire-type attack, taking it head-on. The humming Pokémon was forced backwards by the attack, taking a slight burn. Altaria use refresh. May said. Altaria glowed green for a few seconds and once the glow had faded her burn was completely healed. Now, use bulldoze. Altaria looped in the air before diving to the ground, skimming across the field as a gold energy covered her and the ground in front of her started to build up as she rushed towards Rapidash. Add an aerial ace for more speed. May shouted. The gold energy around Altaria turned lighter as the white energy of aerial ace mixed with it. The humming Pokémon picked up a lot more speed and shot across the field, crashing into Rapidash with a wall of earth just ahead of her. Rapidash fell to the ground and some of the earth that knocked her over gathered on her legs, not enough to stop her from getting up, only to slow her down a little. Rapidash, please stand up. Celia said anxiously. May started to feel guilty when she heard the worry in Celia's voice. Rapidash kicked the earth from her legs and rose from the ground, ready to continue with the battle. Rapidash, please use Sunny Day. A ball of energy formed on the tip of Rapidash's horn as it glowed white. The ball of energy flew from her horn to the ceiling, growing bigger as it flew higher. Now please use Solar Beam. Rapidash's horn shone with a pale yellow light seconds before a beam of the same energy shot across the field towards Altaria. Altaria, dodge it with Dragon Dance. A shimmering haze of red and black energy cloaked Altaria as she pirouetted in the air, spinning to the side, evading the powerful grass-type move. Now Ash? May asked quietly. Ash looked over the battlefield. It was still early, but looking at how Flygon and Rapidash was so focused on their opponents, it was time to pull a little trick. Now. He replied, Garchomp. He said loud enough for the menacing dragon type to hear. Altaria. May called to the humming Pokémon. SWCH. They both shouted. Garchomp and Altaria nodded. They dove to the sides. Altaria barrel rolled over Garchomp, still using Dragon Dance, while Garchomp skidded across the ground under Altaria. Righting themselves, Garchomp went back on the attack, his forearm fins glowing with power once more as he slashed them at Rapidash, causing the fire type to dodge skittishly. Altaria finished her Dragon Dance and faced Flygon, who was reluctant to attack due to his feelings towards the graceful Pokémon in front of him. Altaria, sing. May said. Altaria opened her beak and produced a soothing melody. Multicolored musical notes hovered around her as she put Flygon to sleep. Drew was nearly pulling his much-loved hair out as he watched helplessly. Now use Dream Eater. Altaria's eyes flashed red as a shadowy silhouette flew forward and passed through Flygon, draining his energy and waking him from his slumber. Flygon used Dragon Pulse on Garchomp. Drew shouted. Flygon fired a turquoise ball of energy at Garchomp, who was still chasing Rapidash across the field. Altaria, protect. Altaria swooped in front of the attack and formed a shield of green energy, stopping the attack. Drew knew this battle was going badly. He glanced at the scoreboard and saw that Ash and May still had most of their points, but his and Celia's were creeping to the halfway point. Flygon won't attack Altaria, he thought. How can I change this to our favor? SWCH again. Ash and May shouted. Once more Garchomp and Altaria changed sides, facing their original opponents. Garchomp and Flygon glared at each other, a wicked grin on the mock Pokémon's face displaying his razor-sharp teeth, and a burning anger flared in Flygon's eyes. Flygon, Dragon Rush. Drew yelled. The mystic Pokémon shot forward faster than he had been moving before and slammed into Garchomp's stomach while cloaked in light blue energy shaped like a dragon. Garchomp stumbled backwards and was only just recovering when Flygon slammed into him again. Dragon Assault. Flygon launched into a frenzy of attacks, keeping Garchomp off balance and unable to counter-attack. Garchomp, get out of there. Ash shouted. He saw a smug grin on Drew's face along with the movement of his shoulder indicating that Drew was laughing, and for the first time in his life Ash felt real hatred for someone. Garchomp tried his best to get away from the barrage of attacks, but he wasn't given a moment to breath. Flygon would come in close with Dragon Rush, then SWCH and deliver a flurry of Dragon Claws before pulling back and using Dragon Breath as he gained height to start his assault all over again. Altaria, Sky Attack on Flygon. May shouted. She'd seen enough of Flygon and Drew's actions. Rapidash was sleeping peacefully after falling victim to Altaria Sing and unable to come to Flygon's aid. As the contest progressed, Adam noticed that Ash and May were doing little to actually attack Rapidash, only spooking her and trying to keep her out of harm's way. Their main focus was Flygon and Drew. Garchomp's dual chop attack had almost missed completely, and although it looked powerful, May's Bulldoze/Aerial Ace combo should have done more damage. He figured that something had happened during the break that made them want to make sure Drew didn't get the ribbon. Altaria flew across the field as a fire flowed across her body, as she performed the strongest flying type move. She glided towards Flygon with a determined fire in her eyes. During their first battle, Garchomp had protected her from attacks when her wings had been hurt. Now was her chance to repay the favor. Aerial Ace for more speed. May added, seeing that Garchomp was still being hurt and Flygon was getting ready to dodge. White energy was added to the fire, making Altaria look like STRKNG Comet. Without being told, the humming Pokémon started to spin, gaining more speed and power. Flygon was unable to evade the attack in time and thrown backwards by the forceful collision. Garchomp staggered backwards, having been hit by the shockwave of the attack. Land on Garchomp's head and use Roost. The golden healing energy flowed from Altaria onto Garchomp, removing some of the damage done by Flygon. May, I think it's time to end the battle. Can you keep Flygon busy for a minute? Ash asked. May gave a quick nod. Altaria, use Cotton Guard on Flygon. She said. Her dragon and flying type Pokémon left her perch on Garchomp's head and flew at Flygon, who was starting to get up. Altaria circled above Flygon and cotton spores fell from her wings. The spores landed round and on top of Flygon, coating his wings, making it hard to move them. Garchomp, are you okay to finish this now? Ash asked. Garchomp looked over his shoulder and nodded. Alright, use Roar on Rapidash. Garchomp made his way over to Rapidash quickly and cried out with a terrifying bellow. Rapidash's eyes snapped open as she reared up and returned herself to her Pokeball. Rapidash is unable to battle. This is now a battle of Garchomp and Altaria versus Flygon. Julia said from the side of the stage. Ash and May gave Celia a sympathetic look. They hadn't wanted to do it, but it was the only way to use their last move without hurting Rapidash. May, you ready? Ash asked, looking at his partner. I'm ready. May replied, with a nod. Alright then. Garchomp used Draco Meteor, he shouted. A ball of orange energy formed in the mock Pokémon's stomach and slowly made its way up to his mouth. Altaria, fly up high and get ready. May said. Altaria flapped her wings and was soon hovering in the rafters, charging an attack in her open beak. Garchomp/Altaria, they shouted together, Dragon Shower. Garchomp launched his Draco Meteor into the air. A few seconds later, Altaria shot a Dragon Pulse towards the ground. The two attack met in the middle, colliding in mid-air, exploding in a flash of light and creating a fireworks display which held the colors of both attacks and their combined power. Garchomp, go deep. Ash yelled. Garchomp dove into the ground using Dig and went as far down as he could. Altaria, stay above the attack. May said. Altaria nodded and circled above the field. Drew and Flygon couldn't do anything but watch as the attack demolished a large portion of his points and started falling to the field to finish the battle. Flygon, use a weak flamethrower on our wings to get rid of the Cotton Guard. Drew shouted desperately. Flygon turned his head around and released a thin stream of fire from his open mouth, burning away the attack that kept him confined to the ground. The cotton was destroyed quickly and Flygon flapped his wings before zigzagging across the field, dodging the attack until as he weaved his way past one falling meteor, the debris kicked up from another clipped his wings, sending him directly into the path of another. He was hit hard, tumbling across the field head over tail, skidding to a stop as more meteors rained down on him. Ash and May felt guilty for doing his to Flygon, seeing that it was Drew they wanted to get back at. They figured that Flygon would have been able to dodge the brunt of their combined attack, taking only minor damage, while sight of the attack took out Drew's points. The buzzer sounded as the last of Drew and Celia's points vanished, but Ash and May's attack hadn't finished yet. Garchomp/Altaria, Ash and May said to their Pokémon, "Protect." The two dragons understood what their trainers meant. Garchomp burst out of the ground close to Flygon, and Altaria dove into the meteor shower, weaving in and out as she made her way to Flygon. When they were together, they projected a dome of dark green energy that held off the attack. Once the attack had ended, they dropped their shield and Garchomp helped Flygon to his feet. Flygon nodded his thanks and flew slowly back to Drew. Landing heavily in front of Drew, Flygon was struggling to stay upright. Drew patted Flygon's head and returned him so he could rest. Garchomp and Altaria went back to Ash and May. Ash stroked the yellow cross on Garchomp's snout, thanking him for all his hard work, and May wrapped her arms around Altaria's neck, giving her a hug. They then returned their Pokémon to their Pokeballs and walked to the center of the field. They shook hands with Celia and tried to shake Drew's, even though they didn't want to, but he just nodded his head in acknowledgement. That's the end of the final round of the Drummond Town contest, and our winners by points are Ash and May. Julia announced as she walked to the center of the field, careful to avoid the craters created by Dragon Shower. The audience applauded loudly, giving them a standing ovation. Once the audience had calmed down, Julia turned to the judging panel. "Now let's hear from our judges. This was a remarkable battle. Everyone should be proud of their Pokémon. The combination of Draco Meteor and Dragon Pulse was an appealing display of how powerful attacks can be fused together to create a marvelous display," Mr. Contesta said. The way that Garchomp and Altaria went to Flygon's aid after the time ran out was a true example of the bonds that all Pokémon share. Nurse Joy said she was happy that they had gone to help Flygon, as she felt the same as Ash and May. She wasn't fond of Drew, but didn't think that Flygon should have to deal with people's feeling towards his trainer. "I couldn't agree more with the comments from my fellow judges," the mayor said. "I feel privileged to have been able to hold this contest here in Drummond Town, and I look forward to seeing many more." Electros. The electric type shouted after downing the last of his coffee. He shuddered slightly from the caffeine. The mayor chuckled under his breath. "Electros feels the same," he said. "The only thing left to do now is to award our winners with their ribbons." Julia said. The judges rose from their seats and walked to the center of the field. Mr. Contesta carried a small polished wood box that shone in the light. When he stood in front of Ash and May, he opened the box, revealing two small contest ribbons. They each had a small golden oval-shaped shield with orange ribbon tied with white border behind them. Nurse Joy took one of the ribbons and handed it to Ash, as the mayor took the other and gave it to May. "Congratulations to both of you. Through the teamwork and dedication of both yourselves and your Pokémon, you have more than earned these," Mr. Contesta said. The audience applauded as Ash and May bowed and waved, celebrating their victory. Ash saw the disappointment on Celia's face and felt guilty. He'd won the ribbon, but he didn't need it. He wasn't going to enter the grand festival, he'd only entered this contest to help May. May could see that Ash was wrestling with something and decided to ask him about it when they were back in the coordinator's room. After a couple of minutes, Ash and May left the stage to get changed back into their normal clothes. Adam let Pikachu and Glacian run off to be with their trainers and left the contest hall as got himself ready to use his plan to distract the reporters so that Ash and May could avoid any awkward questions. He released his Pokémon and told them it was time to put the plan into action. Once Ash and May were changed, they found Pikachu and Glacian waiting for them. "Hi buddy," Ash said as Pikachu jumped onto his shoulder. "Is it time to go?" Pikachu shook his head. "Pikachu Piku Pika." "Got it." "Glacian, can you tell Adam we need a few more minutes please?" May asked. Glacian looked puzzled but did as her trainer asked, running from the room to find Adam. As the ice type left the room, May asked Ash what was bothering him. He explained that he felt guilty about winning the ribbon and May had come up with a plan to fix that, but they needed Adam to buy them a little more time. A couple of minutes later they heard a commotion outside the room and the rumble of hurried footsteps. May peeked out of the door and saw that the reporters had disappeared. She beckoned Ash to follow her as she left the room. They quickly ran to the main desk and asked for directions. The lady on the desk told them where they needed to go and they ran off calling their thanks back to her. After running down a couple of corridors they found the right room. Ash knocked on the door and a male voice answered. "Come in." May opened the door and entered the room with Ash close behind her. "How can I help you?" the man said. "Mr. Contesta, we have something we need to ask you." Ash started before explaining the situation. Mr. Contesta listened silently and a minute after they finished he nodded. "It's never been done before but there's a first for everything. I'll meet you at the front desk in a minute and we can sort everything out there," he said with a smile. Ash and May thanked him and ran back to the coordinator's room. As they arrived in the entrance hall they saw the person they were looking for just about to leave. "Celia!" May shouted. The blonde girl jumped, startled by May's voice. She was just about to leave the building and didn't expect anyone to be shouting her name. "May!" Celia replied. May ran up to her and took hold of her wrist. "Come on, we've got something to tell you," she said as she pulled Celia, gently, towards the main desk. A couple of minutes later Mr. Contesta arrived and walked behind the desk. "Ash, Celia, can I have your contest passes please?" he said. Ash handed his over while Celia looked confused, handing her pass over slowly. Mr. Contesta took both passes and started to enter their information into the computer. "Why do you need out passes, sir?" she asked. "Didn't they tell you?" Mr. Contesta asked surprised. Celia shook her head. May decided to clear everything up and started to explain their idea. "Ash doesn't usually compete in contests, he only entered this one to help me. He felt guilty for winning the ribbon when he wouldn't be using it, it would only be in his bag gathering dust. He told me and said he didn't know what to do with it. I said he might be able to pass it on to someone else. We've just been to talk to Mr. Contesta and he said that we could, we decided to give the ribbon to you. You worked so hard in this contest and had to put up with Drew, you deserve it." That's what Mr. Contesta is doing now, he's moving the information from Ash's file to yours. Celia was speechless. They'd only known her for a few hours and Ash was willing to give her a contest ribbon that he'd worked hard for. She couldn't believe that someone would be willing to do something like that. She really wanted to take the ribbon but knew that she couldn't. I can't accept it," she said, turning to Ash. "You won the ribbon, you should keep it. I appreciate this, really, but I just can't take it from you." Ash smiled and put a hand on her shoulder. "Like May said, I won't use it, besides you're the coordinator, not me. You deserve it. If May and I hadn't taken part then you would have won," he said, taking the ribbon out of his pocket and offering it to her. "All I need to do now is confirm the transfer of information," Mr. Contesta said. "Are you going to take it?" All eyes were on Celia waiting for her decision. "Think of it this way," May said, "if you take this ribbon then it'll be like me and Ash are supporting you in every contest and grand festival you compete in." May reached into her bag and pulled out her half of the terracotta ribbon. Ash saw what she was doing and brought out his half as well. "That's how Ash and I feel about this ribbon. We entered a contest in Terracotta Town and drew in the final. We split this ribbon and keep it close so that even if we're alone, we still have each other. I know that no matter what Ash will be supporting me." Ash nodded in agreement, "and that drives me to do my best in every contest I enter. I know Ash feels the same about me during his battles. You're a great coordinator, Celia, much better than I was when I was starting out. Take the ribbon and show the world what you can do. No matter what happens I'll always be supporting you." "Me too," Ash added. "Pi Pikachu." "All right," Celia said, taking the ribbon out of Ash's hand slowly. "I'll take it." Mr. Contesta hit one last key on the computer and confirmed the transfer. Celia stared at the ribbon then looked at Ash. "Is there anything I can do to repay you for this?" Ash shook his head. "There's no need, I'm happy to do it," he said. "No, I really want to do something for you. I can't just take this." Celia replied. Ash was quiet until May whispered in his ear. He fought against a fierce blush as he felt her breath on his skin. He didn't know why he felt like that, but he knew one thing: he liked the feeling. Okay, if you really want to do something, then win 4 more ribbons and we'll see you at the grand festival. Ash said as he vocalized May's idea. Celia smiled and gave Ash a quick peck on the cheek. I will, thank you. Celia said happily before turning and walking away. May fought against her anger towards Celia for kissing Ash on the cheek and watched her new friend walk towards the main doors. Celia stopped and looked out of the doors. What's going on out there? She said. Ash and May walked to the window and looked out to see what Celia was talking about. Mr. Contesta looked at his watch and went back to his room. He needed to leave soon to get to the next contest. Out of the window, Ash, May and Celia could see a large group of people, including the reporters that Ash and May wanted to avoid, lined up watching Adam and his Luxray battling someone. Adam had pulled his hood down and now had Piku sitting on Umbreon's back. Glacian stayed by Adam's side watching the battle. The man Adam was battling had spiky red hair, a red cape, and had a Dragonite dodging attacks in front of him. It was Lance, champion of Johto. Ash chuckled as May and Celia stared out of the window. Adam was calling out attacks while Lance stood impassively as his Dragonite continued to evade the attacks flying towards him. Occasionally an attack would hit but only do minor damage. That's Adam giving us a way out of here without the reporters bothering us. Ash said, smiling. May turned to him. How does Adam know Lance? She asked. Ash laughed again as he kept looking out of the window. He doesn't. That's not Lance. Come on, we need to get out of here before the reporters remember we're here. He said, taking May's hand and pulling her out of the building towards the Pokémon Center. Once they were past the reporters and the Pokémon Center was in sight, Ash sent Pikachu back to let Adam know that his plan had worked. They were out of the building and he could stop distracting them. Adam didn't like the attention from the crowd of people or the reporters shouting questions while taking pictures, but he was doing this to help his friends. That's all he needed to know, so he endured everyone and focused on keeping them distracted by making his battle tactics more showy than he'd normally the ones he usually used. After a few minutes he saw Ash and May exit the hall out of the corner of his eye, and a little later than that Pikachu came next to him. They're back at the Pokémon Center, aren't they? He said. Pika. Alright then, time to end the charade. Luxray, stand down. He said as he flicked his hood back up. Luxray relaxed his stance and jogged back to Adam's side. Hey, what's going on? A reporter asked. Finish the battle. Lance and Dragonite walked over to Adam. This was never a battle. It was a distraction. Adam replied, as he recalled Umbreon and Luxray and Piku ran up his body and onto his favorite place on top of Adam's head. Before anyone could say anything, Adam patted Lance on the shoulder and the champion glowed white before shrinking and changing his shape. Once the glow faded, where Lance once stood there was now a ditto. Thanks, buddy. Adam said as he recalled the small pink Pokémon and climbed onto Dragonite's back with Glacian and Pikachu jumping on behind him. Dragonite, let's go. The dragon type nodded as he flapped his wings and took to the skies. The crowd looked at each other in confusion before the reporters remembered why they had come to Drummond Town in the first place. They spun on their heels and ran into the contest hall to see if Ash and May were still inside. Dragonite landed behind the Pokémon Center and Adam thanked him for his help. He entered the Pokémon Center finding Ash and May waiting for him. They'd changed their teams around so they had strong Pokémon with them for the journey ahead of them. The shortcut Adam knew was going to take them on would pass through the territory of some powerful Pokémon that didn't see humans very often. Is Dragonite okay after the battle? May asked. Adam chuckled. He's fine. Luxray's attacks were all flash and no bang. He replied. Adam then explained how he was battling Lance to May as he entered the Pokémon Center to change his team around. He then found out which Pokémon Ash and May were bringing with them. Ash was bringing Pikachu and Lucario, obviously, along with Infernape, Donphan, Crocodile and Sandshrew. He planned on using Sandshrew in his upcoming gym battle along with Rhyhorn, who was being trained by his other Pokémon back at Professor Oak's ranch. He was going to call on Rhyhorn before getting to Vermilion so he could get to know the Spikes Pokémon. Torterra was teaching the ground and rock type how to time his attack so he could battle his faster opponents, while others were helping him learn some new moves and increase his attack and defense power. May had Glacian and Blaziken with her and had asked Professor Oak to send her Wartortle, Venusaur and Delcatty. She'd decided to keep Altaria with her to act as a scout if they needed one. She was going to ask for Spoink but decided against it as she wouldn't be strong enough for the places they were going to travel through. Adam had bought the supplies they'd need while Ash and May had been training for the contest. All he needed to do was change his team a little and then they could go. He went to the computer and contacted Dinah, sending his Ditto back and asking for a Pokémon he'd captured a few years previously in Kalos. Adam's team consisted of Umbreon, Luna, Luxray, Piku. Adam did want to send the baby Pokémon to Dinah but the electric type wouldn't leave his side, Dragonite and a skilled water type. With the exchange complete, Adam, Ash and May said a quick farewell to Donna and Sue before they left, and Adam gave Donna a small bottle of yellow liquid. When she asked what it was, Adam told her it was an old family recipe for Pokémon. It would help my Tyana heal, but only to give the dark type a couple of drops with each meal until he was back to full strength. Any more after that would make him hyperactive for a few days and leave him unable to do anything other than sleep and eat for about a week. Ash, May and Adam had just made their way to the edge of town when they heard the sound of engines. Realizing that it could be the reporters looking for them, they ran into the trees as they started on their way to Vermilion City. While they traveled through the forests on their way to Vermilion City, Adam advised them to keep a few Pokémon out at night to keep watch. Adam himself would stay up every few nights to keep watch as well, though he'd let Ash and May think he was sleeping so they wouldn't worry. Stopping briefly in small villages along the way every so often to restock on some supplies, Ash would occasionally change his team. He asked Adam if they could visit a few places while they were traveling. Adam said it would take them a little longer to get to Vermilion, but only by a day or so. The first place they visited was the hidden village where Ash had met Bulbasaur. There was a tearful reunion between Melanie and the now fully evolved Venusaur. They spent a day there as Ash told Melanie about his adventures with Bulbasaur. How one day he decided that it was time for him to evolve into an Ivysaur because he couldn't grow any stronger as a Bulbasaur, then how he evolved again into Venusaur while training in Eterna Forest. A few days later, after a close encounter with an angry pride of Persians, the group arrived at the next stop on Ash's list. The raven-haired trainer hesitated before calling on his next Pokémon as this probably wasn't a place he would want to see again. They were standing in the Pokémon Center where Ash, Brock and Misty had brought an abandoned Pokémon during a violent rainstorm. This was the place where Ash and Charmander had met and become friends. Ash released Charizard from his ball and dodged the customary flamethrower greeting. Charizard recognized where he was as anger was etched into his features. The nurse Joy who had helped heal him was stood outside to see how much the small fire type had grown. Ash placed a hand on Charizard's neck and sent a pulse of calming aura into the fire type. Charizard's anger subsided just enough for him to get control of himself. Ash then told Nurse Joy how Charmander had evolved, the differences they'd had and the problems they caused, how he'd earned Charizard's respect in every battle they'd had together, including the battle against Noland and Articuno. The final place Ash wanted to visit was where he'd met Squirtle. He released the water type who had now evolved all the way to a Blastoise. Officer Jenny was passing when the group entered the area and stopped to tell them about a group of Squirtle who used to terrorize the area, but stopped when Blastoise pulled an arm into his shell, and when it came back out he was holding a pair of sunglasses that were pointed at the upper corners. The shellfish Pokémon put them on and smiled at Officer Jenny. Ash then told Officer Jenny what had happened since she had last seen him. Squirtle had evolved into Wartortle while fighting a fire with the Squirtle squad and they needed more power. Ash had collected Wartortle soon after that because the water type wanted to return to battling and he trained a replacement to take command of the Squirtle squad. A year later he evolved again while battling against another trainer's Kingdra because his will to win was strong enough to help him reach the next level of evolution. At this point they had been traveling for just over a week and a half and they were walking through a dark section of forest even though it was a bright and sunny day. Luna was walking in front with Adam close behind her. Piku still on his head, Adam's hoodie back in his bag, Luxray and Umbreon walked at his sides. Ash and May followed behind them with Pikachu and Glaceon at their sides. The two trainers were holding hands as the area they passed through made them feel uneasy. Behind them and ending the group were Lucario and Blaziken. Luna and Lucario were scanning the surrounding area with their auras on the lookout for any Pokémon that might attack. Adam, May said quietly, is there any other way to Vermilion City without coming this way? I don't like it, something feels wrong. Adam looked back over his shoulder and smiled apologetically. Sorry May, the only other way round is a couple of days travel back and would take another week. If we want to get to Vermilion in time for that festival we need to keep going this way. He replied. Suddenly Luna stopped, her head snapped to the right as she growled and she dropped into a fighting stance. It was then that they realized that the rest of the Pokémon had positioned themselves in a defensive line in front of their trainers. Adam, Ash and May reached for their other Pokeballs in case they needed them. After their encounter with the Persians they decided to be ready no matter what might be coming towards them. This had happened a couple of times before, each time it wasn't anything major, just a Pokémon wondering who they were, but this time however was different. They continued to watch the trees until a branch fell from above them. Blaziken grabbed it and threw it out of the way before it hit anyone, and as they looked up they saw what had caused the branch to fall. Adam swore violently under his breath. I didn't think they'd be here yet. He said quietly, they usually come through here in a few weeks' time. In the trees above them was a horde of Primeape, glaring back at them. We can't fight them here, we need to run and find an open space. Adam passed Piku to May, get out of here, there should be a clearing ahead. I'll buy you some time to get there, stay in the middle and let all of your Pokémon out. Make sure Ash goes with you, I'll be right behind you. Adam threw 2 Pokeballs into the air as he shouted, run, to Ash and May. Adam's Pokémon charged into the battle, being joined by Dragonite and the Kalos water-type Greninja. May gripped Ash's hand tightly and dragged him in the direction they were traveling in, while cradling the baby electric type. They should leave Ash and May alone, Adam thought hopefully, the way they're looking at me means they're still angry about the last time they saw me. Reaching into his bag Adam brought out a handful of small spheres. They were replicas of a gift from an old adventurer he'd met years ago. The old man had told Adam how to make them and how helpful they could be. They were like the smoke bombs that ninjas used, except instead of smoke the spheres released a blast of extra strength max repel. Adam threw them after Ash and May, hoping it would keep the Primeape from chasing them just in case they did. Primeape dropped from the trees descending on Adam and his Pokémon. Adam saw that a group of the Primeape had taken off after Ash and May, passing over the cloud of max repel before it had a chance to rise into the tree branches. He cursed again but focused on the Primeape that now surrounded him and his Pokémon. Alright then, he said, his mouth a thin line on his face changed into a small smirk, come and have a go, if you think you're hard enough. The Primeape charged in and Adam started calling out attacks. Soon the forest was filled with the sounds of battle. May kept dragging Ash when she saw a break in the trees, pouring on more speed until they ran out of the forest and into the clearing. May released Ash's hand as she reached for her Pokeballs. The sounds of Adam's battle reached them as they turned to look at the trees they'd just exited. May, we need to go back and help Adam. Ash said, starting to make his way back into the forest. May grabbed his arm and spun him round, staring him dead in the eyes. Adam said that we couldn't fight them there, and he was right. They live in the forest and they'd be used to battling in that environment. In this open space our Pokémon can move about properly. We need to let all our Pokémon out in case the Primeape come after us. Now do it, she said forcefully. Ash shrank back slightly at the tone of her voice and quickly released his Pokémon. May did the same with hers and started to tell them what was happening when she heard Ash cry out. Turning back she saw a Primeape standing over Ash, who was face down on the ground. Primeape's arms were glowing white while they were crossed over his chest. Ash's Pokémon had only just come out of their ball and were adjusting to their surroundings. Blaziken, overheat! May shouted angrily. Without wasting a second her faithful fire type glowed red as she opened her beak and released a torrent of white-hot flames at Primeape, sending the fighting type hurtling backwards. When the flames stopped, Primeape was knocked out and covered in soot. still smoking from the attack. Mei stepped forward so she was between Ash and the Primeape. "You've just made a big mistake." She growled as more Primeape came into the clearing. They saw their fallen comrade and then looked at Mei. Their anger was evident in their eyes just like it was in Mei's. She glanced over her shoulder to Ash's Pokémon. He'd released everyone except for Sandshrew and Rhyhorn, so standing alongside her Pokémon were Pikachu, Lucario, Donphan and Crocodile. Pikachu walked forward and stood in front of Mei, electricity sparking from his cheeks, followed by Lucario, who cracked his knuckles, then Donphan and Crocodile, her own Pokémon followed suit. She knew what that meant. Ash's Pokémon were willing to listen to her during this battle. A flicker of doubt shot through her. "Can I do this?" she thought, her inner voice shaking slightly. Mei shook her head. "I have to do this, I'm going to beat them all," she thought in a more confident voice. For a minute no one moved. Mei and the Pokémon in front of her stared at the Primeape across the clearing as the fighting type stared back. One of the Primeape got tired of waiting and charged forward screaming loudly. She was followed by the rest of the group. Panic started to grip Mei's heart. She looked down at Ash and remembered all the time he'd encouraged her, trusted in her, believed in her, and she felt that panic fade away as it was replaced by a burning fire of confidence. She was going to defeat these Primeape and show Ash that she could take care of herself and make him proud to have her as a friend. "Pikachu, Glacian Ice Bolt." Mei cried out in anger as the battle started. "If they want to get to Ash they'll have to go through me," Mei thought as a Primeape managed to get past the Pokémon and now charged towards her. Chapter 17. Festival Fallout. The combination of Pikachu's Thunderbolt and Glacian's Ice Beam created a wall of ice which sparkled with the electricity that was held inside. The Primeape that was leading the charge towards Mei charged her arm for a brick break attack. She slammed her fist into the icy defenses, breaking a chunk out of it, and was thrown backwards by the electricity that escaped through the hole. Mei smiled. Her idea was working just like she imagined it. Mei had thought about using Ice Bolt in a battle for defense which would work by creating a wall, but she couldn't help wondering what would happen if the wall was cracked. She'd imagined the electricity shocking the opponent but didn't know if it would actually work. Now she knew it would. The other Primeape slowed their charge, hesitant to attack after seeing what happened to their comrade. Mei wasn't going to give them a chance to think of a plan, so she started calling out attacks. A quick look at the Pokémon around her told her that she didn't have much of an advantage. There were 20 Primeape while there were only 10 Pokémon assembled in front of Mei. She didn't count Sandshrew, Rhyhorn and Adam's Piku, who was clinging to her in fright. They weren't at a level where they could add anything to the fight. They just weren't strong enough yet, and the other Pokémon wouldn't have been able to focus properly, wondering if they were alright. Type-wise there wasn't much of an advantage either. The only Pokémon between her and Ash that had type advantage was Altaria, although some of the Pokémon might have attacks that had the advantage against the dragon type. Glacian, use Ice Shard over the wall. Venusaur, Petal Dance. Blaziken, Solar Beam. Wartortle, Water Pulse. Delcatty, Blizzard. Altaria, Dragon Breath. Mei shouted quickly. Her Pokémon acted quickly, sending their attacks into the air so they would fall on the other side of the wall and onto the Primeape. Delcatty's Blizzard was giving the other attacks more power by increasing their speed. Mei turned to Ash's Pokémon. "I don't know your attack, but if you have anything that's effective against fighting types then please use it. Try and keep your distance, I don't want any of you to get hurt," she said. Pikachu started to cause a bit of mayhem by constantly tripping Primeape up with Grass Knot. Lucario would locate them with his aura, then send them flying with Psychic. Crocodile was firing Stone Edge after Stone Edge into the sky, letting the sharp rocks crash down on the fighting types. He could have used Aerial Ace for type advantage but did as Mei asked and used a different attack to keep his distance. Donphan was working alongside Glacian, sending more ice shards over the wall. The Primeape were taking a beating but they were still willing to fight. Charging their power into their fists they attacked the wall with various punching moves. Brick Break, Rock Smash, Cross Chop, Karate Chop, Ice Punch, Fire Punch. No matter which move they used, the electricity sent them flying back except for one Primeape who was using Thunder Punch. He wasn't affected by the electricity. in fact the electricity was increasing his attack power. Soon the other Primeape noticed what was happening and those that could such to Thunder Punch while the others blocked the incoming attacks. A few minutes later the wall fell, sending sparks of electricity everywhere and the Primeape charged again. This wasn't a Pokémon battle, this was a brawl. May didn't need to or have time to call out attacks to the Pokémon, they all just reacted out of instinct and experience as the Primeape closed in on them. Pikachu looked like a bolt of lightning as he jumped from one Primeape to the next while using Volt Tackle. He would occasionally switch to using Iron Tail or Grass Knot to help the other Pokémon if they needed it. Crocodile was using a combination of Dig and Aerial Ace to attack the Pig-Monkey Pokémon with hit and run tactics due to his type disadvantage. Blaziken was using a variation of Flare Combat to battle the Primeape. She was still using Blaze Kick and Fire Punch, but instead of adding Flare Blitz for more power, she was using Flame Charge, which did increase the power, only not as much, but also gave the added bonus of increasing her speed and avoided the recoil damage. Venusaur sent small blasts of Sweet Scent or Sleep Powder into the faces of attacking Primeapes before blasting them away with Vine WHP or Petal Dance. Delcatty kept suching between moves. She'd use Double Slap 1 minute then Iron Tail, and every so often she would use Assist, sending a random attack into whichever fighting type was in front of her. Wartortle had taken a leaf out of Pikachu's attack plan and was ricocheting back and forth using Rapid Spin to slam into Primeapes like an out-of-control pinball. Lucario was throwing Primeape around with Psychic, blasting them with small Aura Spheres, blocking and countering attacks with Bone Rush and delivering powerful blows with Close Combat. Donphan had launched into a blistering rollout attack, plowing through any Primeape that stood in his way. Glacian blasted the ground with Ice Beam, making it hard for the Primeape to move about and hitting them with hidden power as they tried to get to their feet. Finally Altaria seemed to be doing the best as she was using Sing to putting any Primeape that came close enough to sleep and then attacked with a super effective Dream Eater. Already she had knocked one of the Primeape out. Even though they were doing well, the Primeape had the advantage of numbers and more seemed to be coming from the trees. The Pokémon were taking damage nearly as much as the Primeape, be it from recoil or attacks. May knew that if she didn't think of something fast then they would lose. Her mind raced as she tried to come up with any sort of plan to help them. She was so focused on her task that she didn't notice that one of the Primeape had gotten past the Pokémon and was now leaping at her. May stood frozen as the Primeape came closer and closer, his fist crackling with electricity as he summoned up a Thunder Punch. Just before he got within striking distance he jerked backwards. May's eyes rose slightly and she was the cloud-like wings of Altaria. The humming Pokémon had grabbed hold of Primeape and carried him away, saving her trainer from the incoming attack. May watched as her faithful dragon type flew off carrying the furious fighting type who started to attack Altaria with Thunder Punch. May was shocked by the amount of fury in Primeape's eyes and she once again surveyed the Pokémon fighting in front of her, quickly making a note of their types, and she smiled. She had a plan that would work if she could get the time to prepare it. Altaria dropped Primeape on top of his brethren and started to circle back when a focus blast shot into the air and hit her wing. Crying in pain, Altaria dropped towards the Primeape, unable to stop herself. There was a blur of blue and black that shot towards the stricken dragon type. It was Lucario using extreme speed. He appeared next to May breathing slightly and lay Altaria on the ground, sending a heal pulse into her wings. May put her hand on Lucario's shoulder, stopping him from rejoining the battle. "Can you talk to the other Pokémon using your aura, just them, not the Primeape?" "I can," he replied, sending a Primeape flying with an Aura Sphere, stopping Delcatty from taking a cross chop to the back. "I have an idea and I need you to pass the idea on," she said. May told Lucario her plan. He then sent the information to the other Pokémon. They all fell back into a line before May as they prepared to put May's plan into action. Donphan, Glacian, Delcatty, and Altaria moved forward using attack after attack to hold the Primeape back while the others began to charge attacks. Donphan kept using Earthquake over and over again to keep the Primeape from getting too close. Glacian and Delcatty were balancing on his back using Ice Shard and Blizzard respectively, while Altaria was in the air again, circling above the battle, sending Dragon Pulse after Dragon Pulse down onto the fighting types. Earthquake kept the Primeape off balance while they were pelted by the other attacks, once more sped up by Delcatty's Blizzard. "We are ready, Mstrs May," Lucario said. May was going to tell him not call her MSTRS but decided that now probably wasn't the best time to do it. Get out of the way, she shouted to Donphan, Delcatty, Glacian and Altaria. The 4 Pokémon each sent one last full power attack at the Primeape before moving back to the side of the other Pokémon. May took a deep breath to calm her nerves. If this attack didn't work, then there was nothing else she could do. Nature's Fury, she yelled. Blaziken let an overheat fly from her beak, a column of pure white flames on a direct collision course with the rampaging fighting types. Venusaur used a solar beam which melded with Blaziken's attack, thanks to Lucario helping them understand how to make powerful attacks blend together without causing an explosion when they touched. Wartortle sent a hydro pump into the attack, which was soon followed by Lucario's Aura Sphere and Pikachu's Thunder. Completing the combination was Crocodile's Stone Edge, which spun around Nature's Fury, each stone absorbing a portion of the attack's energy. That should have been the last attack, but Donphan added his Hyper Beam, Delcatty used Swift, Glacian released an Ice Beam and Altaria poured her energy into a Dragon Pulse. These attacks added even more power and speed to the attack as it sped towards the Primeape. This augmented version of Nature's Fury looked different to the one that Ash used against Team Rocket, which flickered between white and the different colors of each other attack. This one was a solid, almost blinding white surrounded in golden stars and stones which shone in the different colors of each attack. If only this was a contest, May thought, knowing that with an attack that looked as appealing as this she could win any contest or grand festival. Seeing the attack coming, the Primeape ran in all directions, forgetting their anger in favor of saving themselves, as they tried to escape it. Apart from one who stood still, staring down the incoming attack. Nature's Fury struck with the power of 5 Hyper Beams, sending a shockwave that knocked out all the Primeape along with Delcatty, Crocodile, Donphan and Altaria. It also knocked everyone else off their feet and sent Ash's unconscious body rolling along the ground. An enormous cloud of dust, smoke and debris filled the clearing, and an explosion that sent flying Pokémon scattering into the air. May coughed as she tried to get a breath of clean air. She untied her bandana and was about to cover her mouth when she caught a glimpse of Ash. She ran over to him, quickly checking for any injuries, and felt relief wash over her when she found none. She decided that Ash would need her bandana more and quickly tied it around his face like a mask. She heard a grunt behind her and turned, thinking it was one of the Pokémon. Her eyes widened when she saw the Primeape, who stared down Nature's Fury charging out of a cracked green dome of energy. He'd used Protect to try and stop the attack, but only with partial success. He'd taken heavy damage but still managed to block a large portion of the attack. Primeape charged at May, his fist crossed over his chest and glowing with power. May knew she couldn't get out of the way in time, and even if she could, that would put Ash in the way of the attack. Instead, May placed Piku on Ash's chest and spread her arms wide to act as a shield for Ash and Piku. She closed her eyes, waiting for the attack to hiss. She felt a breeze on either side of her face, followed quickly by the clash of metal and the thud of something hitting the ground. May slowly opened her eyes and saw Glacian and Pikachu standing over the knocked-out Primeape, their tails still glowing slightly from their recent attacks. They had used Iron Tail to stop Primeape hurting May. The other Pokémon gathered round May, Ash and Piku, to protect them in case the Primeape woke up and attacked again. May returned Crocodile, Donphan, Delcatty and Altaria to the Pokeballs, thanking them for their hard work. A minute later the dust cleared completely and May could see Adam running into the clearing with Luna, Luxray and Dragonite behind him. They were all battered and bruised but nothing too serious. He ran over to May, Ash and the Pokémon dodging around the knocked-out Primeape. Piku jumped into his arms when he was close enough. Adam saw Ash lying on the ground and knelt by his side, checking for a pulse and whether he was breathing. May, what happened? Adam asked. May quickly explained what happened after she and Ash had ran for the clearing. Adam listened quietly as he returned Dragonite and continued to check Ash's condition. When May finished, Adam told her to return her Pokémon as well and to follow him. Adam lifted Ash, carrying him over his shoulder, and started to leave the clearing after putting a small pile of berries close to the Primeape. They walked in silence, Pikachu sitting on May's shoulder. Luxray walked alongside Adam while Lucario and Luna were in front and behind the small group, keeping their aura senses open. Adam, where's Umbreon and the other Pokémon you had with you? May asked, breaking the silence. They're in their Pokeballs. Umbreon and Greninja are dark types, and although they're strong, they were still at a type disadvantage and outnumbered. When we stop, I'll heal them along with Luna, Luxray, your Pokémon, and Ash's. Adam replied. Where are we going? There's a cave not too far from here. We can stay there until Ash wakes up and we're ready to move again. Adam shifted Ash's weight a little. Remind me to tell Ash not to eat as much, he's heavy. May giggled. It made her relax a little. With the battle against the Primeape and worrying about Ash, May's mind and body had been tensed, and now that the adrenaline was wearing off, she was feeling tired. About 10 minutes later they arrived at the cave and went inside. May pulled a blanket from Ash's bag and Adam lay the raven-haired trainer on it. May, stay here and try to get Ash to drink something. Luna, Lucario, I need you to use Heal Pulse on him, just one each for now. I know you're all tired, but I need both of you along with Luxray and Pikachu to keep watch till I get back. I'm going to get some firewood and a few berries to help everyone recover. Adam said. They all nodded and watched as Adam left the cave. He returned about an hour later with an armful of firewood and some berries. He placed them on the ground before starting to build a fire. A small spark from Pikachu was enough to get the fire started, and Adam started to boil some water as he crushed up some berries in a bowl he took from his bag. May took her bandana from Ash's face, dipping part of it into the water, using it to clean the dust and debris from Ash's face. Adam added a little of the water to the crushed berries, making a paste. Putting the bowl down, he carefully turned Ash over with May's help. Adam examined the back of Ash's head and then his neck, looking for any injuries. He could see the top of a red mark at the base of Ash's neck. Once again, with May's help, Adam lifted Ash into a sitting position and asked May to help take Ash's jacket and t-shirt off. May blushed heavily but did as Adam asked. When Ash's t-shirt was taken off, they lay him back on his stomach. A large red mark could be seen across the top of Ash's back. Adam applied the paste to the mark, covering it with a thick layer. We need to leave that on for a while. It should stop the swelling, Adam said. May, why don't you let the Pokémon out and then get some rest? But I'm not tired. I feel like I could stay awake for days. May replied, releasing the Pokémon. That's your adrenaline, it'll wear off soon. After everything that's just happened, you'll need the rest. What about you? May asked, aren't you tired? I am, but I'll be alright. Clean yourself up and get some sleep while I heal the Pokémon. You don't want Ash to see you like that, do you? What do you mean, like that? May asked, blushing slightly and feeling offended as she glanced at Ash to see if he heard anything. If you've got a mirror, look in it. May put a hand into her bag and brought out a compact mirror. She opened the lid and looked in the small round mirror and saw what Adam meant. There were bits of dirt and debris in her hair, her usually sapphire blue eyes were bloodshot and her face was smeared with dust, smoke and a few tears. Oh, I see what you mean. May said quietly and slightly embarrassed. Adam saw the look on May's face and felt guilty. Sorry May, I was only playing around. I didn't mean to upset you. Do you want to know a secret? Adam asked. May nodded silently. Ash wouldn't care what you looked like, that doesn't matter to him. He cares about what makes you May, your attitude, how much you love your Pokémon and your kindness to everyone. Adam could see the shocked look on May's face and chuckled a little. I told you I can read people. He hasn't said it or realized it, but if you know what to look for you can see it on his face. The only way it could be clearer is if he had a flashing neon sign above his head saying, I like May Maple. Give him some time and he'll work it out. He just needs the right set of circumstances to make it all fit into place. Now get some rest. Ash won't be waking up until tomorrow at least. He needs time to heal. May nodded, and after using some of the water to wash the grime from her face she lay down on the blanket next to Ash, quickly falling asleep as the tiredness in her body took over. Adam's lips formed a small smile as he took a blanket from his bag and put it over Ash and May, making sure it didn't touch the paste on Ash's back. He yawned as his adrenaline started to wear off and turned to the Pokémon, releasing Umbreon and Greninja at the same time. Alright then, he said, taking his medical supplies from his bag. Who's first? By the time Adam had finished healing the Pokémon it was late afternoon, so he decided to start making some food. As the smell of berries and skis filled the air, May stirred in her sleep. She opened her eyes slowly and found herself looking directly at Ash's face, his eyes still closed and breathing gently. A smile played across her lips as she moved her head forward and placed a small kiss on Ash's forehead before sitting up, not noticing the smile that appeared on Ash's face. May stretched and looked around the cave. She could see all the Pokémon were still out of their Pokeballs. A few of the Pokémon had bandages on while others seemed to be wearing ice packs. Adam was sat by the fire cooking and looked over to May smiling as he stifled another yawn. "Don't worry, I won't say anything," he said, looking back to the pot that was hanging over the fire. "What do you mean? Won't say anything about what?" May asked. "About the little kiss you just gave Ash." Adam replied with a grin. May started to feel flustered and decided to change the subject. How long have I been asleep?" "A couple of hours. I've not long finished with the Pokémon and thought that it was time to get something to eat. I was about to wake you but you beat me to it." "It smells nice," May said as she moved closer to the fire. "What is it?" "Just soup, nothing special. I'm not the best cook but I know enough to get by. A few more minutes and it'll be ready." "I'll need your help to feed Ash." "Why?" "I'll need to hold Ash upright but you'll have to feed him. I can't do both by myself." "Oh, okay," May said quietly, feeling a little nervous about having to feed Ash, but he needed her help and she was willing to do it. After all, he'd do it for her. Once the soup was ready, Adam and May ate it while making light conversation. When they finished, Adam lifted Ash up and put him in a sitting position as May blew on the soup to cool it down before carefully feeding it to him. Once May had emptied the bowl, Adam lay Ash back on his chest and started to feed the Pokémon. May helped by taking the bowls of Pokémon food to where the Pokémon were sleeping and gently waking them. She saw Adam stifle a yawn as he poured out another bowl of food. "Adam, why don't you get some rest and I'll finish that?" she said, walking towards him. "It's fine, May, I'm alright. When everyone's feeling better I'll get some rest." Adam replied. He felt something drop onto his shoulder and turned round, seeing Luna stood there. "Lulu Cario Carlu Lurio," she said. Adam sighed. "Okay, you win," he said, handing the bag of food to Luna. "I'll get some rest but I've got watch tonight, okay?" Luna nodded and carried on pouring the food into bowls. Adam walked over to the wall of the cave and sat down leaning against it. "What did Luna say to you? And what did you mean by watch tonight?" May asked. "That I won't be in any state to do anything tomorrow if I don't get some rest now. This is still a dangerous place to be, even though the primate probably won't bother us until they're back at full strength. We still need to be on guard till we're closer to a town or city. I'm going to stay up tonight just in case something happens. Probably be quiet, but it's better to be safe than sorry." Adam yawned again and closed his eyes, his head dropping forward so his chin rested on his chest. He was asleep straight away, and wish I could do that, but couldn't settle down as he kept fidgeting in his sleep. Piku walked over and climbed into Adam's arms. Curling up, he was followed by Luxray and Umbreon, who pushed their bowls close to Adam and sat either side of him. May smiled and carried on helping Luna, giving the food out, finishing a few minutes later. Luna looked over at Adam and smiled before walking to the mouth of the cave and standing guard. May didn't know what to do with herself now and sat down on the blanket next to Ash. She looked around the cave and could see the worry in the eyes of Ash's Pokémon. "Ash is going to be fine, you'll see, he just needs to rest for a while, that's all," she told them. She then saw the blanket that had been covering her. She picked it up and walked over to where Adam was resting, covering him with the blanket. He kept shifting restlessly as if having a nightmare, but settled down a little when the blanket covered him. May returned to her former position next to Ash and started to slide his hair and whisper words of encouragement to him. She started to hum. It was the same lullaby that she sang to Max and Jirachi. The Pokémon started to smile and visibly relaxed at the song. Ash smiled in his sleep and Adam's restlessness faded completely. May did wonder why Adam had been acting restless as he slept, but ignored the feeling and kept humming. A couple of hours later, Adam woke up and stretched out. Looking around the cave, he saw that some of the Pokémon were talking to each other quietly. Greninja and Dragonite had joined Luna at the mouth of the cave while the rest were sleeping. May was still sat next to Ash humming. She kept repeating the song and didn't seem to mind as she continued to slide Ash's hair. Not wanting to embarrass her again, Adam closed his eyes and acted as if he was waking up again, groaning so that he didn't catch May by surprise. May stopped humming and stroking Ash's hair as she turned to Adam and smiled. "Are you feeling any better?" May asked. "A little, yeah," Adam said, standing up and stretching, careful not to drop Piku, who was still sleeping. "You okay?" he asked. May nodded. "I'm fine. I think Ash is starting to feel better too. He was trying to turn over before, but Lucario helped me keep him still." Adam was a little shocked that Ash could be getting better already. He knelt down and using a damp cloth he cleaned away the paste on Ash's back and saw that the redness had faded quite a lot. Adam gently prodded the remaining redness and only got a couple of quiet groans from Ash in return. "Ash told me once that he healed fast, but I didn't expect this sort of speed." Adam reached into his bag. "May, help me get him up right." Adam pulled some bandages out of his bag along with some surgical tape as May carefully turned Ash onto his back and lifted him into a sitting position with Lucario's help. Adam then wrapped the bandages around Ash's chest, securing them with some tape. After that, May pulled a clean t-shirt from Ash's bag and helped dress Ash before they lay him back down on the blanket. As Ash slept, Adam and May talked, swapping stories. Adam asked May to tell him about her journey as a coordinator, people she'd met and Pokémon she caught. In return, May asked Adam to tell her about his adventures and what Cynthia was like. The questions about Cynthia made Adam nervous and slightly evasive, but May got the information she wanted in the end. As it started getting late, Adam made some more food and with May's help they fed Ash again. After that they talked a little more before May started to yawn. "May, get some rest. After everything that's happened today you probably need the sleep. At the rate Ash is healing he should wake up tomorrow and we might be able to start traveling again, or possibly the day after that." May was about to protest, but she could feel sleep creeping up on her. She simply nodded and lay down on the blanket next to Ash, quickly falling to sleep with a smile on her lips as she put an arm across Ash's chest, not knowing that Ash smiled at the contact as well. Adam chuckled under his breath, shaking his head as he covered them both with the blanket before walking to the mouth of the cave, taking his bag with him. Adam settled himself down and pulled a pad and pencil from his bag. He couldn't draw well, but he did like to just sketch anything that came into his mind. He spent the night keeping watch for anything that might cause them trouble and trying to draw Glacian and Pikachu, who had curled up together by their trainers. Adam looked over to Ash and Pikachu, sighing and shaking his head. How could those two be so dense? Adam thought. Ash, Pikachu, you two need to open your eyes and realize what you're missing, even though it's right in front of you. I've talked to both of you about this sort of thing, but you still haven't worked it out. For once, would you listen to your hearts about more than Pokémon battles and training? May and Glacian are in pain because you are too stupid to notice the signs they're giving you. If you don't work it out soon, then they're going to move on, but they'll never get over the heartbreak. Adam turned to look out of the cave. Heartbreak is a fate worse than death, if you manage to live through it. Still, you have a chance to live full future and change your past. I only wish I could have that same chance, to change my past. He finished sadly. Luna put a paw on Adam's shoulder, as she stood behind him. Lucario, Carlu Rio, she asked. No, I'm not going to tell them what tomorrow is. It'll only make them worry. Adam said with a sigh. Lucario? I'll be alright. I've got you, Umbreon and Luxray with me. It'll be the same as every other year, one day at a time, right? Luna nodded and leaned against the wall of the cave, closing her eyes to get some rest, knowing that although tomorrow would be hard for him, Adam would be okay. The next morning May woke up to the smell of porridge. She groaned and stretched as she sat upright. Morning, Adam said, looking up from the pot he was stirring. May could see that something was bothering Adam, but decided that if he wanted to talk about it he'd do it when he was ready. Good morning, May replied. Were you okay last night? Yeah, a couple of Persian came close to us, but Luna and Luxray scared them off. Other than that, nothing happened. That's not what I meant. May said. Adam sighed. I know what you meant. I was okay, I watched the stars and tried to draw but it didn't turn out that well so I got rid of it. Can I see the picture? Sorry, I used it as kindling for the fire. I was really bad, you wouldn't have wanted to see it. May was slightly put out by what Adam said but decided that it was his drawing so it was his decision about what he did with it. Well, next time you draw something can see it, she asked giving Adam her puppy dog eyes. Adam just stared into May's shimmering eyes before looking away and laughing. May was confused and started to get angry that Adam was laughing at her. What's so funny? She demanded angrily. Sorry, Adam said apologetically, it's just that I can see what Ash meant when he talked about you. Ash talked about me. May said quietly. Yeah, he told me about your infamous puppy dog eyes and how you can get him to do anything by using them. I'm sorry to tell you this, May, but I'm immune to puppy dog eyes, they've never had any effect on me. Adam stopped to add a couple of crushed berries to the porridge, but if I draw anything I think is good enough I will show you. He smiled. May returned the smile and was about to start pouring food of the Pokémon when a groan was heard. Turning round she saw that Ash was starting to sit up. Welcome back to the world of the living. Adam said, walking over and helping Ash sit upright. Ash was slightly lightheaded. He shut his eyes to try and shut out the dizziness. He felt something slam into him, knocking him back to the ground. Opening his eyes he saw blue fabric wrapped around silky brown hair and felt a pair of arms around his arms and chest. Ash, you're okay. May cried happily. Ash returned the hug although not forcefully. May, don't you think we should let Ash sit up? Adam asked. May let go of Ash and blushed as she sat back on her legs. Adam offered a hand to Ash and pulled him into a sitting position. Adam then checked Ash's back to see how he was healing. There was some minor swelling still present but other than that Ash's back didn't show any sign of injury. Adam asked Luna and Lucario to use Heal Pulse to clear the last of the swelling away. He then told Ash that he'd feel stiff for a couple of days while his muscles adjust. Once Ash's injuries had been dealt with, they ate breakfast and fed the Pokémon before collecting their things and making their way to Vermilion City once more, although at a slower pace than before so that Ash didn't push himself too far. As they walked, May and Adam filled Ash in on what had happened since he'd been injured. Hearing that May had used his combination, Ash was amazed and congratulated her on using it. They continued on their way to Vermilion City and didn't have any problems with the wild Pokémon. Ash thought it might be because of May using Nature's Fury and Adam agreed with him. A few days later they reached the outskirts of Vermilion City and Adam spied a poster about the region's festival on the side of a building. After he'd read it he paled slightly and stopped. May and Ash noticed, turning back to look at him. Hey, you two go on ahead. Adam said, I don't think I'll be able to go into there. I was okay with Drummond Town because it wasn't that big, but this is too much for me. Are you sure? You were looking forward to this as much as we were? Ash said. May noticed that Adam's eyes kept flicking to the side and then she spotted the poster as well and saw what made Adam change his mind. Come on Adam, please come with us. Ash is still a little off balance and I can't help him by myself. She said pleadingly. Adam sighed. His own loyalty to his friends outweighed his fear of what he'd seen on the poster. Fine, come on, let's get Ash to the Pokémon Center. Nurse Joy can take a look at him to make sure he's alright. Adam grabbed one of Ash's arms and put it around his neck. He took one last look at the poster before they started making their way to the Pokémon Center. On the poster it showed some of the attractions of the region's festival. There were displays for Pokémon coordinating, Pokémon from every region to show the differences between them and special guests such as Elite Four members, gym leaders, and the guest of honor was the champion of Sinnoh, Cynthia Sharona. Just before they entered the center of Vermilion City, Adam stopped, pulled his hoodie out of his bag and put it on, raising the hood and taking Ash's arm again as they continued to the Pokémon Center. May noticed that Adam kept looking around and acting twitchy. She knew that she'd put him in an awkward position but she felt it was for the best. They got to the Pokémon Center a few minutes later and handed their Pokémon over to Nurse Joy, asking if she could check Ash's injuries as well. The Pokémon Center's Chansey took their Pokeballs while Nurse Joy had Ash go into a side room so she could examine him. Adam and May waited in silence, and a few minutes later Ash came back with Nurse Joy giving him a clean bill of health but telling him to take it easy for the next few days in case he pulls his muscles before they settle properly. A little while later Chansey returned with their Pokémon. Ash and May had convinced Adam to stay in the city during their wait, even though he kept making nervous excuses trying to get out of the city. They asked Nurse Joy about getting a room, but because of the region's festival there weren't any rooms left in the Pokémon Center, and when they tried to book a hotel room they found that they were all full as well. They were resigned to the fact that they would need to make camp somewhere. Before leaving the Pokémon Center, Ash and May called their parents to tell them they'd made it to Vermilion City and were going to explore the region's festival. Adam called Dinah, sending Greninja and Dragonite back and requesting Abomasnow and Arcanine. They left the Pokémon Center and started to explore the stalls and sites of the festival. Pikachu sat on Ash's shoulder while Glacian walked at May's side. Adam had left Luna in her Pokeball to rest and released Luxray, who walked next to him. Adam stayed a couple of steps behind Ash and May, giving them space to be with each other, even though they weren't together yet. They'd been walking round for about an hour when May and Ash stopped at a stall with souvenirs from Kalos. Adam was still a few paces behind them and was about to stop at the stall when he saw a familiar head of long blonde hair walking towards him with two older people alongside her. He stopped and looked around frantically. He spotted an alley and was about to dive down it when Luxray bounded forward towards the familiar person before Adam could stop him. "Ray, Ray." He purred as he rubbed against the person's leg once he was close enough. The blonde woman knelt down and stroked the electric type's dark blue fur. "Well, aren't you a friendly Pokémon?" The woman said. "Wait a minute, I know you, don't I?" Luxray nodded and ran back towards Adam, taking the leg of his jeans in his mouth and dragging Adam towards the woman. "Hey, Luxray. What are you doing? Stop it." Adam said, receiving a look from Luxray that told him to stop trying to hide. Luxray's tail knocked one of the Pokeballs from Adam's belt, releasing Luna, who quickly assessed the situation and pulled Adam's hood down. The woman was watching this and smiled when she saw Adam's face, running up to him and embracing him. "Adam, it's great to see you. It's been about a year since we last saw each other. How are you?" The woman asked happily, laughter in the undertone of her voice. "It's great to see you too, Cynthia." Adam said, returning the hug. "I'm okay, what about you?" "I'm great seeing you again," Cynthia replied, breaking the hug and punching Adam playfully. "You need to stay in touch more. How are we meant to be friends if you don't call me? Every time I try and call you there's no signal." "Sorry, I've been doing a lot of training lately and you know the type of place I go to. I lose track of time. I tried to call you when I saw you competing in the Johto League. Yeah, sorry about that, I turned my phone off. I wanted to focus on my battles and go over my strategies to make sure they were up to scratch." "So you're saying I'm a distraction?" Cynthia said, her voice slowly turning icy. "No, you know what my mind can be like. If I want to focus on something then I need to block everything else out." Adam said apologetically, but Cynthia had turned her back on him, her arms crossed over her chest. "Is there anything I can do to make it up to you?" Adam regretted those words as soon as he'd spoken them, as Cynthia turned round with a victorious smirk on her lips. "Come on, we're spending the day together, you're buying me souvenirs for each region and telling me everything that's happened since we last met up." Cynthia said, linking arms with Adam. "My parents are here with me, come and say hello to them." She didn't give Adam the chance to answer as she dragged him back to where the people he'd seen behind her were standing. Luxray and Luna exchanged a smile and followed behind them. "Mother, father, you remember Adam, don't you?" she said. Cynthia's mother was called Anthea. She had short blonde hair that curled inward slightly at the ends, sky blue eyes and the same pale complexion as Cynthia. She wore a pale blue suit dress with matching bag and shoes. Cynthia's father's name was Harold. He was a stern-looking man. His black hair was starting to gray and he wore a dark gray three-piece suit with a pocket watch in the pocket of his waistcoat and the chain reaching into the other. It was easy to see that Cynthia had inherited her father's eyes. They were the same stormy gray as the Sinnoh champions. "Sir, ma'am, it's nice to meet you again," Adam said to the pair respectfully. Cynthia's mother smiled in return while her father barely acknowledged his greeting, only nodding slightly. Cynthia's parents weren't fans of Pokémon trainers or battles. They thought of Pokémon more as pets than friends. Her mother had a Bellossom and her father had a Growlithe. Cynthia's parents didn't like the fact that Cynthia had become a trainer, and although they were proud that she had become the champion of Sinnoh, they would have preferred it if she had become a lady of society like her mother. Harold's eyes bore into Adam with disapproval, but Adam just stared right back, not flinching. Cynthia started to feel a little nervous about the way Adam and her father looked at each other. She knew that her parents didn't like Adam much. Her mother found him polite and she was happy that Cynthia had someone to call her best friend, but she would have preferred it to be someone else, someone from society. Her father didn't approve of her friendship with Adam at all. He usually had bad things to say about Adam's family, which did cause tension between her and her father. Nothing had been said lately, so they were on good terms. "We never approved of your friendship with our daughter," Harold said, disdain evident in his voice. "You're not from the right sort of family." "Father," Cynthia said, shocked at what her father had said. "Harold." Anthea started just as shocked as her daughter. Even though she didn't fully approve of Adam and Cynthia's friendship, there was no need to vocalize it like that. Adam just unlinked arms with Cynthia and turned to walk away after nodding to Anthea as a way of saying goodbye, not trusting himself to speak as his emotions ran riot inside him. Luxray and Luna followed Adam, but all three of them stopped just a few feet away when Cynthia's father spoke again. "Cynthia would have become champion earlier if not for you," he said. Adam looked over his shoulder, glaring at the older man. "She returned from her journey and her schedule was pushed back by a few months because your parents died." Cynthia and her mother covered their mouths, shocked at what had just been said. Luxray didn't take kindly to what had been said and spun around, advancing on the man, snarling with electricity crackling across his now raised hackles. "Luxray, stand down," Adam said. Reluctantly, Luxray slowly walked back to Adam's side, still snarling at Harold. The older man met Adam's eyes and flinched under the cold glare. "He's not worth the effort. Come on, let's go." Adam walked off with Luxray and Luna alongside him as he moved at a fast pace, wanting to get away from all the people and to somewhere he could be by himself. Cynthia watched helplessly as Adam vanished into the crowds, feeling a mixture of sadness and rage crashing about inside her heart. "Typical ruffian," Harold muttered under his breath before a hand swung across his field of vision and crashed against his cheek. The crack could be heard over the sounds of the festival. The hand that had hit Harold was Cynthia's. She then spun on her heels and stalked away from her family. "Cynthia, where do you think you're going?" demanded her father as he held his cheek. "You're the festival's guest of honor, people need to see you." Cynthia turned to look at her father, a man who at this moment in time she was incredibly ashamed of. Her eyes flared with anger instead of the usual cool intelligence that shone from them. "I'm going to comfort my friend, he's the only person who needs to see me after what you've just done," Cynthia said, venom laced in her voice. "Go home now, don't try and contact me." "I'll contact you when I'm ready." Cynthia turned away and started walking when she called back over her shoulder, "If I think you deserve it. You know what today is and you still said that. I don't think I can think any less of you now." Adam threw his hood back up and pushed his way through the crowd, not caring about the people he bumped into, only wanting to get away from the mass of bodies. "Hey Adam," May said, "look at what Ash just bought for me." She held out a small crystal figurine of Manaphy. As Adam walked towards them, but has kept his head down and just went past them. He ignored their calls after him as he kept moving. Luna looked apologetically at both of them as she passed, but didn't attempt to stop Adam or stop herself as she followed Adam. Cynthia came up to them a minute later. "Hey Cynthia, it's been a while. Garchomp's gotten a lot stronger thanks to your advice," Ash said as she passed. "Ash, it's nice to see you again, but I can't stop right now. I'm trying to catch up to a friend of mine who needs me right now," she replied as she started walking away. "Do you mean Adam?" May asked. Cynthia stopped and turned to look at May. "You know Adam," she replied. "Yes, he's our friend too. What's happened? Follow me and I'll explain. Cynthia said. As they followed Adam, Cynthia started to explain what had occurred. May felt a little guilty because she'd been the one to drag him into the city even though she knew he didn't want to. My father said something very insensitive to Adam even though he knew what today was. Cynthia said. What did he say? And what's today? May asked. Cynthia looked at May in slight shock but then knew why she'd asked. I can't tell you, I'm sorry, but Adam doesn't talk about today with anyone. What happened isn't for me to tell you, you'll have to ask Adam. May nodded and thought about what might have been said and what today could possibly be. Adam had walked to the beach and went a secluded section he'd found years before, and he sat on a mound of rocks, warm from the day's heat, just staring out to sea, hoping that the sound of the waves would help him calm down. Luxray and Luna stood a few feet away looking at each other with worry. The last time they'd seen Adam this upset was when his parents had died. Tears trickled down Adam's cheeks as the pain hit him. He wasn't sure what had stopped him from attacking Cynthia's father but knew it was the right thing to do. If he had, then he'd just have lowered himself to the same level. Luna and Luxray stayed in place a few feet away from Adam, knowing that there wasn't anything they could do for Adam yet. He needed time to process what had happened. Eventually Cynthia, Ash and May found Adam sitting on the sand, having moved from the rocks, staring out to sea, his hood still up hiding his face from anyone who might look at him. They'd been searching for him for about an hour. Luna and Luxray were still stood a few feet from Adam, waiting for the time when they could help him. Ash, May, would you mind if I talked to Adam privately? I think that if all of us went over, then that would make him bottle everything up when you really need to talk about what happened. Cynthia asked. Are you sure? May asked, wouldn't it be better for all of us to go over? You know, show him he's not alone. I'm sure, Cynthia replied. Adam's a really private person. From what you've told me, he's opened up to both of you a little, but what happened, especially with it happening today, is something he'll force down for our sakes so we don't feel pity towards him. You two go back to the festival and enjoy yourselves. When Adam's ready, I'll bring him to meet you. Where are you staying? We couldn't get a room anywhere, so we were going to camp out in the forest just outside the city. Ash replied. Well, not anymore, you're staying with me. I've been given a penthouse apartment. I was sharing with my parents, but they should be going home today. I'm staying at the Vermilion Sea Hotel. I'll let the reception know that I've got some new guests staying with me once I've talked to Adam. Cynthia said. Ash and May thanked her and reluctantly turned to leave the beach when May stopped and looked Cynthia dead in the eyes. Cynthia, even though I've only known Adam for a few weeks, I care about him a lot. He's helping me with something very special to me, May said, her eyes flicking to look at Ash briefly, so I'm asking you, please, will you look after Adam? Always. Cynthia replied. A flash of understanding passed between the two women. May nodded and started to walk away when she heard Cynthia speak again. May turned round. I hope that works out for you. They shared a smile and May left the beach linking arms with Ash. What were you and Cynthia talking about, and what's Adam been helping you with? Ash asked as he and May walked back to the festival. It's a girl thing, and as for what Adam's helping me with, you'll just have to wait till it's ready. May replied cryptically as she steered Ash towards the parts of the festival they hadn't been to yet. Cynthia took a deep breath and slowly walked across the sand towards Adam. As she passed Luxray and Luna, she put a hand on Luna's shoulder and caressed Luxray's fur. She kept walking until she was only a couple of steps behind Adam and cleared her throat. I don't care who you are, go away. Adam said shakily, but a burning anger was evident in his voice. He kept looking out to sea to enforce the fact he wanted to be alone. Cynthia took another step, then another. She stopped when Adam spoke again. This is your last chance, leave me alone or you'll regret it. He growled. Cynthia had never heard this amount of rage in Adam's voice before, but knew that if she could talk to him, then he'd be all right. She reached out to put her hand on his shoulder when Adam grabbed her wrist and flipped her over his shoulder. As she landed, Adam spun around, pinning both of her arms above her head, straddling her waist, and he had a fist raised ready to throw a punch. Adam paused when he saw that it was Cynthia beneath him. he stared into her eyes and was surprised that there was no fear in them, only mild surprise and an enormous amount of worry, not for herself but for him. Cynthia strained her eyesight to look under Adam's hood, but it was too dark to see anything. Adam quickly got off of Cynthia and offered her his hand, helping her to her feet. "Cynthia, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you." I'm sorry," Adam said, turning and walking away in shame for how he'd acted. He felt something soft and warm wrap around his wrist. Looking down he saw that it was a hand, Cynthia's hand. "Adam, wait," she said, pulling her hand back towards her, making Adam turn around. He looked at the sand, still feeling the shame for nearly hurting Cynthia. Cynthia let go of his wrist and pushed his hood back so she could look at him properly. As his hood fell back, Adam kept his head down, staring resolutely at the sand. He felt Cynthia put a hand under his chin and slowly lift his face up so she could see it. What Cynthia saw when she stared at Adam's face nearly broke her heart. His cheeks were tear-stained, his eye bloodshot, and he looked as pale as death, as if he'd lost the energy to live. She pulled him into a hug which Adam barely returned, weakly putting his arms around her back. After a minute she released Adam from the hug. "My father was wrong to say what he did. I'm sorry about the way he acted. Can you forgive me?" Cynthia asked. "No, I can't forgive you," Adam said softly, sitting on the sand staring out to sea again. "You've done nothing wrong, so there's nothing to forgive. It's your father that should be apologizing, it's not your place to do it for him. I'm not expecting him to apologize either." Cynthia sat down close to Adam. They each sat with their hands by their sides so they were nearly touching. "Adam, I know I can't really understand what you're feeling right now, but I want to help." Cynthia started, but she stopped when Adam interrupted. Adam chuckled softly, but there was no humor behind it. "How someone like you could be related to him I'll never know. You're at different ends of the spectrum. Your father is only concerned about himself, about how he's seen and how his family is seen, not how they feel. You, on the other hand, you care about everyone you meet as if they're family. You don't really care about how people see you, and that's why everyone sees you at your best. I told my parents to go home after what happened. When I was chasing after you, I meet Ash and May. I told them that all three of you are staying with me now. Make up with your parents." Adam said, "I don't want to cause a rift between you and them. You still have your parent, but you never know for how long, so spend as much time with them as possible, because once they've gone, that all you'll have left are memories, and they just aren't enough." They sat in silence for a while, just staring out to sea before Adam spoke again, keeping his gaze fixed on the horizon. "He was right, you know. If you hadn't come back, then you would have become champion quicker." Cynthia looked at Adam and had to resist the urge to slap him. "To help my best friend, I'd give up my title in an instant. If you don't know that about me, then you don't know anything at all," Cynthia said angrily, crossing her arms over her chest. "Cyn, I'm sorry," Adam said, using her old nickname. "I know you do that, but if you did, then I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. You worked so hard to get where you are now, I wouldn't want you to give it up for anyone." Cynthia said, using Adam's nickname, the anger gone from her voice. "If I didn't go back to be with you during that time, then I wouldn't be the person I am today. Seeing you broken like that hurt me. I wanted to do something to cheer you up, so I worked even harder than I had before to become champion." Adam smiled a little. "When every life meets another life," he started, "something will be born." Cynthia finished smiling. She uncrossed her arms and put her hand on top of Adam's. They sat in silence for a little longer, looking at each other, until Adam asked a question. He started, his voice shaking again, "Do you know what today is?" Cynthia nodded slowly. Adam took a shaky breath before he spoke again. "It's the anniversary of when I found out that my mom and dad had died." Adam started to cry all over again, releasing all the emotion he'd been holding in. Cynthia moved closer to Adam so she was right next to him and pulled him into another hug, rocking him back and forth, telling him he wasn't alone and that everything would be all right. She places a soft kiss on the top of his head as he wrapped his arms around her tightly, as if she might fade away into the sea breeze should he let go. Luxray and Luna finally moved forwards. Luna sat behind Adam putting her paws on his shoulders while Luxray knocked a ball from Adam's belt releasing Piku and Umbreon. Adam had left Piku in his ball to rest after the journey they'd had getting to Vermilion City. Luxray curled up next to Adam, Umbreon curled up in front of his legs and Piku hugged Adam's stomach. They all sat there in silence, the only sounds that could be heard were the waves and Adam's choked sobs of pain, loss and memories that just weren't enough. As Ash and May explored the Unova part of the region's festival, Ash heard a familiar voice. Ah, the fragrant aroma of Unova mixing with the colorful smells of every other region. Doesn't it just bring a warmth to your soul? The voice said. Ash stopped and looked around searching for the source of the voice. No, it couldn't be. Ash said under his breath. May looked at Ash in confusion. Ash, what the matter? She asked. I thought I heard someone. Ash started but paused when he heard the voice again. I can't wait to evaluate the bonds between trainer and Pokémon, to see the extent of their friendship and trust towards each other. Ash smiled, he recognized that voice and there was only one person he knew that would talk like that. He started to walk towards the voice. After a minute of having to squeeze through the crowds of people he stopped in front of a stall. The sign above it read, Pokémon Connoisseur, how compatible are you and your Pokémon? Standing inside the stall was a man with green hair who was wearing a crisp white shirt, a green bow tie, a black waistcoat and black trousers. Sillin. Ash said happily as he walked towards the man. Sillin looked at Ash and smiled. Ash, it's great to see you again. What are you doing here? He asked. I'm here for a gym battle and for the festival. Why are you here? The Society of Pokémon Connoisseurs was asked to send a representative for the festival and my name was the one they pulled from the hat. I was allowed to bring a guest with me, actually she should be back soon. She just went to get some refreshments. Does that mean that? Ash started but he was interrupted by another familiar voice. You're such a kid to have to ask that. Ash turned around to see a familiar girl with a mass of purple hair and the same outfit she wore the last time he'd seen her. Hi Iris. Ash said. Iris was slightly put out that Ash didn't react the way he used to when she called him a kid. She walked over to Sillin and put the drinks she was holding on the counter of the stall before turning back to look at Ash. Well, you don't look much like a kid anymore, she said smiling as she reached out and gave Ash a hug. May was starting to feel left out when Sillin spoke to her. I remember you, he said, you were at the party when Ash returned home from Unova. You'll have to forgive me but I can't remember your name. I do however remember that you are a Pokémon coordinator. That's right, May said nodding, my name is May Maple. May held out her hand which Sillin took shaking it. It's nice to meet you again, I'm Sillin Dent and this is Iris Yuki. He gestured to Iris who had released Ash from the hug and was now stroking Pikachu's fur. May noticed that something was moving inside Iris' hair, she was about to mention it when a small greenish-gray Pokémon appeared. Axu. The Pokémon said. Axu took one look at Ash and Pikachu before diving back into Iris' hair. Iris, what's the matter with Axu? He just hid in your hair after looking at me and Pikachu. Ash said. Oh, that's not Axu. Iris replied pulling a Pokeball from her sleeve, she threw it high into the air, this is Axu. The ball opened and in a flash of light a large Pokémon appeared with dark yellowish-green scales and two scythe-like blades on the sides on his face edged in red while the remainder was black. Haxorus. The Pokémon roared, he looked down at Ash and Pikachu. Axu. Ash said softly. Haxorus nodded and Pikachu jumped from Ash's shoulder onto the arm of the dragon type climbing onto his shoulder before making a careful jump onto one of the blades on the side of Haxorus' face. The two Pokémon started talking, about what had happened since they'd last met. Axu evolved into Fraxure about 2 years ago and then evolved again last year into Haxorus. He's finally reached his dream, Iris explained. What about the Axu in your hair? Ash asked. That's Haxorus' daughter. They all stood there talking for a while about what they were doing and what they planned to do next. Iris and Scylla told Ash and May that they were a couple now, having started dating a few months ago. Ash and May quietly told them about the favor and how it had gotten a little out of control. They carried on talking, and just when Ash and May were going to move on to a different section of the festival, they were both tackled to the ground by a blur. Pikachu had jumped from Ash's shoulder just in time to avoid being crushed by Ash, but a second blur struck him, pinning him to the ground. When Ash came back to his senses, he looked to see what had hit him. All he could see was a white beanie hat and some navy blue hair. Looking over at Pikachu made the last piece of the puzzle fall into place. Pikachu was pinned to the ground by a rabbit-like Pokémon with brown and cream-colored fur. It was a Lopunny. Ash started to laugh, making May look at him quizzically as she recovered from her shock. "Hi Dawn," Ash said, "it's been a while, hasn't it?" "Ash, May, I can't believe it's you," Dawn said in her usual bubbly tone. She stood up and smiled at them. She was wearing the same sort of outfit as she did when traveling with Ash, except now she had a slightly longer skirt. "Why didn't you two tell me?" "Tell you what?" May asked as she stood up, brushing the dirt off herself. "That you're a couple now," Dawn answered, pulling a magazine from her bag. On the front cover was a picture of May kissing Ash's cheek. It was the magazine that Mrs. Ketchum had shown them the day after their date in Cerulean City. May grabbed the magazine out of Dawn's hands, hiding it from sight. "Dawn, it's not what you think." May started, but quickly decided to talk to Dawn privately in case she said something in front of Ash she shouldn't. May grabbed Dawn's arm and dragged her to one side. She quickly explained about the favor and what had happened since she'd met Ash in Viridian City. When they went back to the stall, they saw that Lopunny and Glacian were growling at each other with a terrified Pikachu caught in the middle. Lopunny/Glacian return. Dawn and May said together, placing their Pokémon back inside their Pokeballs. After placing their Pokeballs back in their bags, May noticed that two other people had appeared. One she recognized as a rival on the coordinator's circuit. She had short spiky orange hair and dark red eyes. She wore jeans, a white long-sleeve shirt and a sleeveless blue jacket. The other woman had light brown hair brushed backwards except for one part which hung above her face. She wore a top. The top part was dark brown while the bottom part was red and looked like a corset, a white collar and white rolled-up cuffs. She also wore gray jeans and brown boots. A small yellow Pokémon was sat on a bag which was fastened to her belt. The woman seemed to know Iris and Scylla as well as Ash from the way she was talking to them. "Zoe," Dawn shouted, "over here." Zoe walked over and greeted May with a friendly hug. "May, I haven't seen you since the Johto Grand Festival a few years ago. How have you been?" Zoe asked. "I've been great. I'm traveling with Ash right now so I can compete in the Kanto Grand Festival," May answered. "Good luck," Zoe said sincerely. "I gathered you were traveling with Ash because Dawn recognized both of you in that magazine." She grinned. May face-bombed and then explained to Zoe what was really going on, but Dawn kept interrupting and telling Zoe what May really wanted to happen, stopping just short of graphic details. "Dawn, when did you get so rude?" May asked in shock, her face slowly turning a bright red, at the usually modest Sinnoh native. "It's been happening a little at a time for the past few years," Zoe said, putting an arm around Dawn's shoulders. Realization dawned on May seeing that gesture. She put a hand over her mouth. "Does anyone else know?" she asked. Both Zoe and Dawn shook their heads. "Only our parents," Zoe said. "And now you," Dawn added. "Well, I'm happy for you and I won't tell anyone. I promise," May said. "Thank you," Zoe and Dawn replied. "And I chose this shipping for Dawn because I don't really like any of the others. Pearl shipping I'm alright with, but this is an advanced shipping story as you know, so that leaves Dawn and Zoe." The three girls talked a little longer before returning to the others. As May walked over, the woman talking to Ash turned and smiled at her. She extended her hand towards May. "May Maple, nice to meet you. My name's Alexa, I'm a journalist from Kalos. I came to report on this festival, but when I saw the article about you and Ash, well, I wouldn't let a story like that go." A world scoop of the Princess of Hoen's mystery man, any chance of an interview? It's nice to meet you too, but there isn't a story. This whole thing has gotten a little out of hand. Ash is just helping me with a guy who won't take no for an answer, and now everything's just gone too far. May could feel herself starting to break down. She hugged herself and tried to hold back her tears as she looked at the ground. A hand rested on her shoulder as another touched her chin, lifting her face back up. Alexa stood in front of her with a sympathetic look on her face. I might be able to help you with that. I can put a message out to every other journalist, magazine, paper and internet blogger saying that you've given me an exclusive on who your mystery man is. They shouldn't bother you or your family anymore. I won't print anything and I won't ask any questions. I'll do this to help you. I can see that all of this has taken a toll on you. Let me do this. Let me take the burden from your shoulders. Let me help you. She said honestly. But you'll need a story, won't you? May sniffed, wiping away tears that had started to form. Alexa gave her a warm, friendly smile. Let me worry about that. Thank you. May whispered as she gave Alexa a hug. The older woman smiled and returned the hug. Alexa broke the hug and phoned her office back in Kalos, telling them to put an announcement out to all other news outlets to say that she'd gotten the story and they couldn't bother May or her friends and family anymore. Come on, let's get something to drink. My treat, we'll get the drinks and come back here to talk. Alexa said. She and May then went to get the drinks while Ash, Sylvan, Iris, Dawn and Zoe stayed at the stall talking. Ash and May found out that Zoe and Dawn were there as guests of Candace, the Snow Point City gym leader, and they were staying in an apartment with her during the festival. About an hour after May and Alexa came, Ash asked about the gym battles. The gym battles are part of the festival, they're held in public. There's one taking place right now, we can go and see it if you want. Alexa said. Yeah, let's go. Ash said excitedly, running off in a random direction. Ash, Iris shouted, stop acting like a little kid. You're going the wrong way. Ash stopped and ran back to the stall. Oh, right. He said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head, which way is it? Come on, Alexa laughed, it's this way. Sylvan and Iris stayed behind at the stall while Ash, May, Alexa, Zoe and Dawn walked through the festival on their way to where the Vermilion City gym battles were being held. As they drew close they could hear the sounds of a Pokémon battle. Ash surged ahead and stood on a bench so he could see over the crowd gathered around the arena. On the scoreboard Ash could see that Lieutenant Surge and the challenger, Dark Williams, were both down to their last Pokémon. Surge had lost his Electivire and Ampharos. He now had his Raichu on the field while Dark's Jolteon and Magmortar had been defeated and he was left with his Ninetales to finish the battle. The two Pokémon were exchanging blows and both looked tired. Raichu had a number of slight burns while Ninetales' fur had sparks crackling across her fur, remainders of Raichu's previous attacks. Raichu, thunder! Surge shouted. Raichu collected his electricity, making it crackle across his orange fur. An enormous blast of power flew from Raichu, slamming into Ninetales' side, knocking the fire type off her feet. Ninetales! Dark called in worry. The cream-colored fox slowly rose to her feet and snarled at Raichu. Are you okay? Dark asked. Ninetales briefly looked back at her trainer and nodded. All right then, let's finish this battle. Flame charge. Ninetales' red eyes flared as she ran across the field, flames surrounding her body. Raichu Mega Punch. Surge said smugly, but he was shocked when Ninetales just sidestepped the attack and crashed into the mouse Pokémon's side. Now channel the energy from Flame Charge into Iron Tail and end this battle. Dark shouted over the cheers of the crowd. Ninetales' tails glowed like shining metal and changed into a reddish-orange color as the power of Flame Charge flowed into them. She spun on the spot and flicked her tails with as much force as she could muster. All 9 of her tails lashed at Raichu, who was only just starting to stand after the Flame Charge. The electric type didn't stand a chance of dodging or countering the attack. He was thrown into the wall surrounding the battlefield, sending a cloud of dust into the air. There was silence as everyone waited to see if Raichu would be able to battle. the dust settled and the referee lifted his flag that represented Dark's side of the field. Raichu is unable to battle. The winner of the Vermilion City Gym battle is Dark Williams and Ninetales. The crowd applauded as Dark walked onto the field and stroked Ninetales' fur, thanking her for all of her effort during the battle. Surge went to Raichu and congratulated him on fighting so hard, returning the tired electric type to his Pokeball. Surge then walked over to Dark, as he returned Ninetales, and held out his hand. "Not bad, kid, I haven't had a battle like that in a while. Any chance of a rematch sometime?" the gym leader asked. "Sure, but right now I'm training for the Indigo League. Next time I'm in the area I'll swing by and beat you again." Dark replied, smirking, putting his hand in Surge's. "You're not bad, for a little punk," Surge said with a laugh, shaking hands with Dark. "Here's the Thunder Badge, kid. You earned it." Surge broke the handshake and took a badge from his pocket, offering it to Dark. Dark shook his hand to ease the pain of the crushing grip that Surge possessed and took the badge, placing it in his badge case. Dark then walked off the field to the cheers of the crowd. Ash smiled. He was going to be next. Ash jumped from the bench and ran towards the arena's entrance. May and the others had joined him shortly after he stood on the bench. "Ash, wait for us," May shouted after him as she followed. She caught up to him at the entrance of the arena. Ash was stood at a desk talking to the man behind it. She saw Ash nod and the man write something down. Ash turned and walked back to May. "There's no space for me to have a gym battle today. The man at the desk has put me down for tomorrow afternoon to have my battle," Ash said. Together they walked back to meet Alexa, Dawn, and Zoe. He explained what was happening to them and then they explored the festival a little more. They continued to walk around having fun and reminiscing about old times and adventures long finished. Eventually they ended up back at the stall where Iris and Cyllin were sat. Ash and May told the others about Adam and how he helped them get to Vermilion City in time for the festival. Everyone wanted to meet Adam, especially Alexa once she heard Adam's full name. When Adam won the Silver Conference he didn't go to the press conference after the battle and she wanted to interview him. She pulled a tablet from the bag on her belt and played a clip of the Johto League's final. The clip showed the battle between a Luxray and a Machamp. Ash recognized the clip. It turned out that the battle Ash had been watching in Rhoda after his Aura graduation was Adam battling in the final round of the league. They stayed out until the festival started to close for the night. The group said their goodbyes to each other and agreed to meet up again tomorrow for Ash's battle. Ash and May made their way to the hotel, the one Cynthia had invited them to stay in with her. They entered the foyer of the Vermilion Sea and saw Cynthia stood at the desk with Adam, their arms linked. Luna, Luxray, and Umbreon were stood around Adam and Piku surprisingly was sat on Cynthia's head. Ash and May walked up to them. "Hi Adam." "Hi Cynthia," May said with a smile. Cynthia and Adam turned around hearing her voice. May could see that Adam's eyes were red and slightly puffy. She could tell he'd been crying. "Hello May, Ash. Did you enjoy yourselves today?" Cynthia asked. Adam just nodded in greeting. "Yeah, we did. We met a few of our friends who are here as well. We're meeting them again tomorrow for my gym battle," Ash said. "Do you mind if I come to see your gym battle?" Cynthia asked. "That'd be great," Ash replied. May looked at Adam and put a hand on his arm. "Adam, are you all right?" she asked. Adam nodded silently. "What happened?" I don't want to talk about it," he said, his voice hoarse from his sore throat after crying so much. He unlinked his arm from Cynthia's and started to walk away. "I'm going to get some sleep. Good night." Cynthia caught up to him and put a hand on his arm to stop him. She took Piku from her head and placed him in Adam's arms. "Good night Adam," Cynthia said, placing a soft kiss on Adam's cheek. "I'm sorry about what happened." May watched and thought she saw a light blush on Cynthia's face when she kissed Adam, but it may have been a trick of the light. "It's not your fault, I told you that already." "Thank you Siwin," Adam replied, returning the gesture and placing a quick chaste kiss on Cynthia's cheek before walking to the elevators. Cynthia walked back to Ash and May lightly holding her cheek and a pale blush across her face. She put a hand on each of their shoulders. "Would you mind walking with me for a minute?" she asked. Ash and May nodded, allowing the Sinnoh champion to steer them out of the hotel to the battlefields they provided. "Could you two do me a favor? Would you keep an eye on Adam for me, if I'm not around? I'm worried about him. What he heard earlier was something he should never have heard, especially on today of all days. He's the best friend I've ever had and I don't want him to hide himself again. I couldn't bear it. It hurts me when Adam gets hurt. Seeing him like that broke my heart into 1,000 pieces." Cynthia smiled weakly, but the first time he smiled after everything that happened, it healed me, and I knew then that even though it would take a while he'd be alright. "I think I understand what you're talking about, but what do you mean by, hide himself again?" May asked, having seen Cynthia blush, and from what she had just said May knew that Cynthia returned the feeling that Adam had for her. "I can't really say, but what's the one thing Adam doesn't like talking about?" "His parents." May whispered after thinking for a minute. Ash nodded in agreement. "So he told you? I wasn't sure if he had and I didn't want to say anything if he hadn't." "When his parents died Adam just shut himself down. He didn't show any emotion. Happy, sad, angry, depression, nothing. When I went home from my journey to see him it took me about 2 or 3 weeks to get Adam to start opening up. I'm afraid that if he closes down again," Cynthia stopped and wiped a tear from her eye, "he won't be able to open up again." "We will," May said, "I promise, but can you answer a question for me?" "Okay, what's the question?" "You said that whatever Adam heard today was something that shouldn't have been said, especially today. Is today the day his parents died?" Cynthia bowed her head and didn't speak, as she fought an internal conflict about whether to answer the question or not. "It's not the day they died," she said finally, "it's the day he found out, the day he arrived in Petalburg and Officer Jenny told him." May and Ash were silent as they processed the new information. "You can't tell Adam though. This is something that he hasn't told anyone, he never talks about it." "I only know because I was the only person he talked to when he came home. I just don't want him to be angry with me, and he would be. You can say he won't, but I know him better than you do. I know that if he found out I told anyone, even you two, he'd stop talking to me and everyone else, he'd leave and never come back. He'd stay in the wild for the rest of his life and never trust people again. I don't want that to happen. I. Tears trickled down Cynthia's appealing face. May pulled the champion into a comforting hug. Cynthia wrapped her arms round May and cried into her shoulder. After a couple of minutes Cynthia took her arms away from May and stopped the hug. She wiped the last of the tears from her eyes. "Sorry," she sniffed, "this isn't how a champion is supposed to act." "No, but it's how someone acts when they're worried about one of their friends," Ash said. Cynthia smiled. "Thank you," she said, "I'm going to get some sleep. I'll see you in the morning." Cynthia left for the apartment as Ash and May standing on the battlefields. "I think we should give Cynthia and Adam alone for a little while. They've both had a hard day and they probably need time to work out what to do next," May said. "Yeah, I guess you're right," Ash replied. "May, would you help me train for my gym battle?" "Sure, Ash." Ash and May spent the next couple of hours helping Sandshrew and Rhyhorn prepare for their first gym battle. Sandshrew was working on his strength and defense while Rhyhorn trained to increase his speed. Once they had finished their exercises Ash and May returned their Pokémon and went into the hotel. They took the elevator to the penthouse. The elevator doors opened showing Ash and May a short corridor with a single door at the end. They walked up to the door and used the key card to open it. Entering the penthouse Ash and May saw a large widescreen TV on the wall with a full entertainment system underneath it. In front of a matching 4-piece suite, there was a full kitchen behind a counter, 4 bedrooms all en suite and a balcony that had an appealing view of the beach and ocean. On each side of the main room there were 2 doors, 2 were open and 2 were closed. Ash and May assumed that the 2 closed doors were the rooms Adam and Cynthia were sleeping in. they said good night to each other and then went to the open doors, entering the rooms and closing the doors behind them. The next morning Ash and May woke to the smell of breakfast. Once they washed and changed they left their rooms and found Cynthia in the kitchen cooking bacon and eggs. They all said good morning to each other as Ash and May each pulled up a stool at the counter and sat down. Cynthia served the food out and went to the door of Adam's room. She knocked on it lightly. After a minute she heard a reply and entered the room. A few minutes after that she came back out and sat at the counter. Adam said he'll be out later. Yesterday is still bothering him, he needs a little more time. Cynthia said sadly, picking at her breakfast. Don't worry, Adam will be fine. Ash said. Cynthia smiled at his attempt to cheer her up. You're probably right. Cynthia replied, half-heartedly eating her breakfast. Once the three of them had finished their breakfast they went to the hotel's battlefields. Ash was training with Sandshrew and Rhyhorn again to make sure they were ready for the gym battle. After about an hour Dawn, Zoe, and Alexa came to the fields and helped Ash as well. A little while later Cynthia went back to the room to check on Adam, leaving the others to their training. Where's Adam? Dawn asked a couple of minutes later. He's still in his room. He had a bad day yesterday and needs so time alone. May replied. Why? What happened? I can't say, it's something very personal that he doesn't talking about or people knowing about it. Ah, come on, I won't tell anyone, I swear. Dawn, no. I won't tell you, I don't even know what happened, not properly. The only people who know everything that happened yesterday are Cynthia and Adam. I understand what happened but not what actually did happen. Please stop asking me. Adam said he'd be here for Ash's gym battle and I believe him. You'll meet him then. Dawn tried to get more information out of May but the brunette's lips were sealed. Dawn then turned her questions on Ash but soon realized that talking to the Pallet Town trainer while he was training was like talking to a magic 8-ball, not that helpful. She finally gave in and helped Sandshrew learn one of Ash's tactics from when he was in Sinnoh. Adam stood on the outskirts of Vermilion City looking back at the city. He was on his way to Diglett's cave. He was going to do some training in Viridian Forest and that was the quickest route there. Once he'd heard Cynthia, Ash and May leave the room he waited half an hour before packing his things and leaving the hotel, slipping past the battlefields and weaving his way through the festival crowds. He'd left a note to say he needed to be alone for a while, thanking Ash, May and Cynthia for being such good friends. He was sorry for leaving without saying goodbye and wishing Ash good luck in his gym battle. Piku sat on Adam's head and wondered why his trainer was leaving the nice people behind but didn't say anything. He just patted Adam's head as a way of telling him he wasn't alone. Goodbye Siwayan. Adam said softly before turning and walking through the trees towards the entrance of Diglett's cave. A monstrous roar stopped him in his tracks. 3 of his Pokeballs burst open releasing Luna, Luxray and Umbreon. All 3 Pokémon were ready and willing to fight. They all looked around to see where the roar had come from and nearly lost their balance when a Garchomp landed in front of them. It's alright, he said to his Pokémon, slowly approaching the dragon type. Hi Garchomp, it's been a while hasn't it? Do you remember me? Adam reached out carefully and stroked the yellow cross on Garchomp's nose. She growled softly as she leaned into Adam's hand. Just what do you think you're doing? You're just going to leave a note and disappear, no goodbyes, no explanations, nothing. An angry yet melodious voice asked, the volume of the voice rose with each word. If you want to leave you'll have to get past me. Cynthia stepped out from behind Garchomp, her arms crossed over her chest as she glared at Adam. You left something in your room. A book was thrown towards him, as it hitting the floor and skidded along until it hit Adam's feet. The book opened and fell on a page titled, Glorious Cyn. Adam looked away from Cynthia and the book. Did you read it? He asked. No, I assumed it was private. It is your journal. Cynthia replied. I left it for a reason. Adam knelt down, picking up the book. He kept it open on the same page, holding it out for Cynthia to take. Cynthia took the book, keeping a suspicious eye on Adam. Garchomp makes sure he doesn't leave. The mock Pokémon nodded and stared at Adam. Adam pulled a small pellet from his pocket and looked at Cynthia. Sorry, but I've got to try. He threw the pellet on the ground. The pellet broke and released a cloud of black smoke, but Garchomp cleared it with one sweep of her arm fins. Adam stopped moving as the smoke cleared and Garchomp picked him up by his collar. Luna, Luxray, Umbreon, don't attack. I need to face the consequences. The three Pokémon backed away from Garchomp and waited to see what happened next. Cynthia directed her attention to the journal and started to read aloud what Adam had written down. Cynthia, please don't. Adam began, but it was too late. Once Cynthia started something, she wouldn't stop till it was finished. Glorious Cyn. You are light. You are one I cannot fight. I am but a broken shell, trapped in my immortal hell. I owe you much more than can be said. By your care I'm back from the dead. But too long I have held you back. Your life should be further up track. For you to gain what has been lost. I will pay that heavy cost. I leave you now and won't return. No matter the strength with which my spirit will yearn. To save your soul and give you peace. Without me you'll find release. To be together but still apart is a burden on my heart. I take my leave and depart this day, keeping 3 words I can never say. Adam hung his head as silence rang out amongst the trees. Garchomp set him down on his feet and moved to Cynthia's side. What does this mean? Cynthia asked, her voice shaking heavily. Cyn, you're the smartest person I know. Do I really have to say it? Ash replied, not meeting her eye. Cynthia smiled brightly as tears fell from her gorgeous gray eyes. You're not leaving, not after this. She said, her voice thick with emotions. Adam still avoided looking at her, so he didn't notice her smile. Cyn, I'm going now and that it. Adam took a few steps away when Garchomp moved in front of him. Cyn, don't make me fight you. Please, I don't want to do this, I just want what's best for you, and that's not me. Adam took a deep breath. Luna, ice punch. He roared, acting from instinct. Luna surged towards Garchomp with icy energy swirling around her fist. She punched Garchomp directly on the yellow cross of her nose. The dragon type staggered backwards. Again. Garchomp, flamethrower. Cynthia countered. A few hours later the forest had a new clearing and Adam was sat on the roof of the Pokémon Center looking over the festival. He had Nurse Joy's permission to be there. He sat thinking about the events that had just passed. It had taken Luna, Abomasnow, Umbreon and Arcanine to knock out Garchomp. The next Pokémon Cynthia used was Milotic, who easily defeated the exhausted fire type and fought to a draw against Luxray. Piku tried to join the battle, but Adam held him back, telling him it wouldn't be fair for him to battle Cynthia since he'd beat her easily. After the battle, Cynthia had called on her Braviary to take them back to Vermilion City. She rode on the valiant Pokémon's back while she told the flying type to carry Adam in his talons, to make sure he didn't try and leave again. Adam heard footsteps as someone walked up behind him and sat on the roof beside him. He turned his head and saw the appealing face of the Sinnoh champion. Her long blonde hair was blowing slightly in the sea breeze and the sunlight cast a golden glow over her face. Ash's gym battle starts soon and you haven't enjoyed this festival yet. Come on, we're going to have some fun. She said, this is an amazing view, isn't it? I've got a better one. Adam whispered to himself. Did you say something? Cynthia asked. No. Cynthia stood up and held a hand out towards Adam. Come on, you're buying me ice cream. She giggled. Adam took Cynthia's hand and got up. She leaned in and kissed him gently on the cheek. Adam suppressed a smile, but then he felt her hand under his chin, turning his face towards her. What are you? The rest of Adam's question and thoughts were cut off when Cynthia kissed him fully on the lips. She fueled it with all her feelings for him, her happiness at seeing him, her sadness for what he'd had to experience, and her love for him that made her who she was. Ash was taken aback by the power of the kiss as the emotions behind it came across. Feeling truly happy for the first time in years, Adam returned the kiss, not holding anything back as he unleashed years and years of suppressed emotions. He poured his heart and soul into the kiss, wrapping an arm around Cynthia's slim waist and tangling his hand in her long and silky hair. When they eventually broke the kiss, they were both gasping for air. Cynthia smiled wickedly as she rested her forehead on Adam's. "Still think you're not the best for me?" she asked teasingly. "Don't know," Adam replied, "I think I need to check again." He pulled her into another kiss just as powerful as the last. Cynthia melted into Adam's arms, putting her own around his neck to stabilize herself as his held her waist while he dipped her slightly. She grinned during the kiss as she thought, why didn't we do this sooner? 20 minutes later they left the rooftop. Adam was chuckling a little as Cynthia tried to straighten her hair. When they made it to the ground floor of the Pokémon Center, Cynthia had managed to get her hair into a presentable appearance. They walked to the main doors when Nurse Joy shouted after Adam. "Mr. Williams, your Pokémon are back to full heal." Adam walked over to the counter and took his Pokémon back. "Thank you, Nurse Joy, for this and for letting me on the roof," he said. "That's not a problem, you did look like you could use some time alone." "Well, he's not alone anymore," Cynthia said, "he's got me and some new friends now." Adam and Cynthia left the Pokémon Center holding hands. Once they were outside he released Luna, Luxray, Umbreon and Piku. "You guys are my family now and I have something to tell you," Adam said, but before he could say anything else Cynthia placed a quick kiss on his lips. "You were taking too long," she said, "now let's go and get ice cream." Cynthia dragged Adam in the direction of the food section of the festival. The Pokémon were stood in shock for a minute before Piku climbed onto Luxray's back and then Luxray, Umbreon and Luna ran after Adam and Cynthia. The four Pokémon were smiling. They knew now that their trainer, their brother was happy and they couldn't be happier for him and Cynthia. Ash and May were stood close to the arena waiting for everyone else to arrive. The first to meet them was Alexa. Dawn and Zoe appeared a few minutes later and then Iris and Sylvan came over to them. They had closed the stall for the afternoon to come and watch Ash's gym battle. They stayed there talking while they waited for Adam and Cynthia to turn up. Cynthia started talking to Dawn and the others while Adam spoke quietly to Ash and May. "Hi, I'm sorry about yesterday. I needed to be on my own for a while, I didn't mean to worry you," he said apologetically. "It's okay, Adam, we understand. Sometimes people just need to get away from everything and deal with life," May replied. Ash nodded in agreement. He noticed something and asked a question out loud. "Hey Adam, why are you holding Cynthia's hand?" May had noticed but wasn't going to mention it until they were alone. Silence fell over the group when they heard Ash's question. One by one they looked at Cynthia, then Adam and finally down their arms to where their hands were joined and fingers intertwined. Dawn squealed and Zoe had to hold her back, putting a hand over her mouth as well to silence her and not draw any more attention to the embarrassed new couple. Iris and Sylvan were in a mild state of shock while Alexa smiled and pulled a camera out of her bag and switched it on. "Any chance of getting an interview?" Alexa asked. "Only if Adam agrees as well," Cynthia said. "We did want to keep this quiet for a little while but it's out there now I guess." She looked at Adam. "I don't know," Adam said. He looked at Cynthia. "I worried about what people will think about you, if they hear you're with someone like me. I mean you're appealing, smart, an amazing trainer, everyone loves you. You're perfect, I don't understand what it is you see in me. I'm a mess, a nobody, you deserve someone better than me." A sad smile played across Cynthia's lips as she placed one of her soft hands on Adam's cheek. "I don't care what people think, I just want to be with you. I couldn't be with anyone better, you're not a mess or a nobody. You're my best friend, a great man who I'm proud to know and not to mention an amazing kisser." She kissed Adam's lips gently but only for a second. "Any chance I can quote what you both just said?" Alexa said. "Sure, why not?" Adam answered, "You can interview us after Ash's battle but I won't answer anything about my family." "Deal?" "Only if I can interview you about your league win, you managed to get away without doing the press conference afterwards. Alright, if you insist. Adam and Alexa shook hands. Alexa turned and smiled at May. See May, I told you to leave it to me. What do you mean? By writing a story about Cynthia and Adam, it would take the focus away from you and Ash. Alexa explained. Cynthia looked between May and Ash in confusion until Adam whispered in her ear about their situation. The time came for Ash to go to the battlefield. Everyone else went into the arena and sat down while Ash walked onto the battlefield, meeting Lieutenant Surge in the middle. Dawn grabbed May's arm and dragged her away, saying they'd be back in a few minutes. I'm Lieutenant Surge, leader of the Vermilion City Gym. Who are you? We've met before, Surge. My name is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. You should remember my friend Pikachu. Pikachu sat on Ash's shoulder smirking. Surge thought for a second, then laughed. Looks like the baby's all grown up. I'm a little surprised you still haven't evolved that baby Pokémon. Just so you know, Pikachu's battled against legendary Pokémon, and won. That was before I spent 3 years just training. Pikachu made some sparks arc from his cheeks. Whatever. 3-on-3 good with you? Sure. Ash and Surge shook hands and went to opposite ends of the battlefield. The referee stood aside and raised his arms. This is an official gym battle between the Vermilion City Gym leader Lieutenant Surge and the challenger Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. This will be a 3-on-3 battle. Trainers, are you ready? Yeah, I'm ready to teach the baby and his baby Pikachu a lesson. Surge shouted. Surge, last time you said that about Pikachu, he came back and beat you. Ash replied. Now you're going to see it again. Trainers, select your first Pokémon. Surge pulled a Pokeball from his pocket as Ash took one from his belt. Begin the battle. Ash and Surge threw their ball into the air and released their Pokémon in a burst of light. Chapter 18. Rumble for Thunder. 2 flashes lit up the arena as Ash and Surge sent out their first Pokémon. A Manectric appeared on Surge's side of the field, barking loudly. On Ash's side of the field, in an additional flash of light due to his shiny nature, was Sandshrew. He sat quietly just staring at Manectric, prepared to battle to the best of his abilities. Ash could feel the roar of the crowd filling him with energy and confidence. He'd forgotten how much he loved that feeling, the rush of adrenaline that came from battling in front of a crowd. Yes, he'd battled in front of a crowd during the contest in Pewter City, but this was different. This was a crowd solely focused on the battle, not the beauty of the Pokémon and their attacks. He let the feeling flow through him, let it sink into his bones and add fuel to the fire of his soul. This was one of the times when he felt truly alive. Right before a battle started, the anticipation and impatience that came ahead of the first attack. There were other times he felt like this, usually before opening a present or when he picked up the Pokeball of a Pokémon he just caught, but lately something else had this effect on his. It was when he held May's hand. Ash had been wondering why something so simple and innocent could have such an effect, but so far didn't have an answer for his question. Using a ground type, Not going to help you here. Surge said. I believe in Sandshrew just like I did in Pikachu last time we battled. You remember how that ended? Ash retorted. Yeah, I remember. That's why I'm winning this battle. Ash was about to respond when he noticed that Surge was staring at something behind him. Go, Ash, go, called out a familiar voice. Ash turned around, saw Dawn standing up wearing her cheerleading uniform, and Piplup was waving his fans around. Ash was very surprised to see that someone else was stood up with Dawn, though she looked self-conscious. May was dressed similarly to Dawn, but instead of a pink uniform she wore a red one. The uniform was slightly different to when Ash last saw it. The neckline was slightly lower now and the top showed the girls' toned stomachs. Both girls looked appealing, but all of Ash's attention was focused on May. Even though she didn't want the attention, to Ash she still seemed to outshine any exaggerated movements that Dawn did with just a simple wave. Hey, babe. Yeah, you in the red. Surge shouted, flexing his muscles. After I've won this battle, how about we get something to eat? May flushed a bright red and sat down quickly. Adam gave her his jacket seeing that she wanted to cover herself up. Ash turned back to glare at Surge. He was angry that Surge had embarrassed May like that. "What's wrong, babe? I won't hurt ya, I just want to play." Surge continued. Ash saw red. "Surge," he shouted, causing the gym leader to flinch at the sudden change in Ash's attitude. "Leave her alone." Ash's voice dropped to a growl. "What's the matter with you? You know this girl, care to introduce us?" Surge grinned. "That's my girlfriend." Ash said. The conviction in his voice surprised everyone, even himself, though that thought wasn't at the front of his mind at the moment. Aura started to faintly flicker across Ash's shoulders, but no one except May and Adam noticed it. Everyone else was looking at Surge to see what he'd do next. "Hey, take it easy. I didn't know, all right. Calm down and we'll have the battle," Surge said, holding his hands up in a surrendering gesture. Ash nodded, not trusting himself to speak, and closed his eyes, taking control of his emotions and letting his aura fade away. He knew that if he let his emotions control him, then he'd lose the battle before it started, and there was no way he was going to let that happen. Ash mentally went through some meditation techniques Riley had taught him to still the storm of emotions that raged in his soul. "All right," Ash said after a few minutes, "ready when you are." "Manectric, quick attack," Surge said. The discharge Pokémon ran across the field at high speed toward Sandshrew, aiming for a head-on collision, leaving a trail of white energy behind him. "Sandshrew, dig," Ash called. Sandshrew dove into the ground to dodge the incoming attack. "Won't help." "Manectric, follow him." Manectric ran down the hole after Sandshrew, but Ash just smiled. Sandshrew, sandstorm. A dull rumble could be heard and loose pieces of rock and dirt could be seen shaking on the surface. "Manectric, get out of there," Surge ordered, but it was too late. A pillar of sand erupted out of the hole Sandshrew had dug. Manectric was forced out of the hole and thrown through the air, landing on the field on his side, but quickly got up and shook the sand from his yellow and blue fur. "Heh, nice move. Manectric, bite." Once more Manectric ran across the field, his teeth glowing. The electric type closed the distance between himself and Sandshrew. Sandshrew dove to the side to dodge the attack, but Manectric managed to bite down on the ground type's tail. Manectric swung his head round, lifting Sandshrew off the ground and throwing him through the air. "Now headbutt." Manectric charged headlong into Sandshrew's falling body and knocked the ground type further through the air until he fell to the ground. "Sandshrew, are you alright?" Ash asked. Sandshrew rose to his feet and nodded. "Alright, use Swift." Sandshrew curled into a ball and spun rapidly, sending out a multitude of stars made for yellow energy. "Manectric, discharge," Surge shouted, knowing that Swift was hard to dodge. Manectric sent out arcs of blue electricity as he countered the incoming attack. The electricity struck the stars, causing them to explode in a shower of sparks. "Now bite again." Manectric ran through the sparks on his way toward Sandshrew. The remnants of Swift and Discharge glittered across Manectric's fur. May, Dawn and Zoe quickly scribbled down notes on what had just happened because they could use it during contests. Sandshrew, dodge with rapid spin. Sandshrew curled into a ball and spun across the field, evading Manectric's attempts to attack. "Now stop." Sandshrew stopped moving across the field but stayed curled up. Manectric approached and was about to bite down on the ground type when Ash shouted, "Counter shield." This was something that Ash had thought of during the journey to Vermilion. Counter shield was a powerful and unexpected technique. He'd thought of different ways of teaching it to all his Pokémon, and while he was reviewing the moves that Sandshrew knew, he realized that by combining Rapid Spin and Sandstorm he could create an effective counter shield. Sandshrew started to spin again, quickly gaining speed, but stayed in place, summoning another Sandstorm, but unlike a normal Sandstorm, this one didn't spread across the field, it stayed above Sandshrew looking like a sand tornado. Manectric tried to pull back but wasn't quick enough as the pull from the sand vortex started to drag Manectric inside. The electric type dug his feet into the ground and did everything he could to stop himself, but it was useless. He was lifted into the air and dragged into the vortex. He was flung around the sandy prison unable to escape until after a minute he was thrown out of the counter shield rolling to a stop a few yards away from Surge. "Manectric, get up," Surge said. Once again the electric type stood up and shook the sand from his fur, though there was a lot more than the last time. Sandshrew uncurled and stood ready for Ash's next move. "Manectric, quick attack." Manectric ran towards Sandshrew again. Ash waited until Manectric would be close enough for his counter-attack, but that never happened. "Now flash!" Surge shouted. Manectric stopped a few feet from Sandshrew and let loose a blinding amount of light. Ash put an arm across his face to ward off the light. Sandshrew copied Ash's actions and covered his face with his paws. "Ice Fang!" Ash heard Surge say smugly. "Sandshrew dodge!" Ash shouted desperately but knew that it would be nearly impossible for Sandshrew to evade the super-effective attack while he was blinded. Ash's fears were brought to life when he heard Sandshrew cry out in pain. "Defense curl!" He shouted, wanting to try and minimize the damage Sandshrew was taking. "Now rapid spin." Spot still filled Ash's vision, so he focused on his other senses. He could hear Manectric growling as Sandshrew tried to escape the electric type's jaws. His aura allowed him to sense the approximate location of the Pokémon but nothing too specific. Eventually Sandshrew struggling allowed him to escape from the ice-type attack, though he'd taken a significant amount of damage. Manectric might have been at a disadvantage type-wise, but he was a higher level and used a super-effective attack. He'd taken damage from Sandshrews attacks but not as much as he should have because Ash had yet to use a ground-type attack other than Dig from the start of the battle. "Sandshrew," Ash called, "do you want to continue?" Sandshrew answered by charging towards Manectric on all fours. Ash laughed and let his instincts take over. Magnitude. Sandshrew jumped into the air as brown energy coated his body. As he fell towards the field, Sandshrew flipped and slammed his tail into the ground, sending a small earthquake rumbling around the field. Manectric struggled to stay on his feet but managed to keep upright with a little bit of difficulty. "Now Earth Power." Sandshrew punched the ground with both of his paws as he glowed gold. Cracks ran across the field towards Manectric, who was still dealing with the last few tremors of magnitude and unable to dodge completely. Manectric moved to the side and was only caught by part of the attack, though it still did some damage. Sandshrew was starting to breathe. He'd put a lot of his energy into his attacks, but he was still willing to battle, to prove that Ash's generosity and kindness had not been in vain. "Sandshrew, use rapid spin," Ash said. He knew that Sandshrew was tired and he'd taken a lot of damage from Ice Fang, but the look in the ground-type's eyes said that he was willing to battle to the end, no matter what. Sandshrew spun towards Manectric, intent on winning the collision between them. "Headbutt!" Surge shouted. Manectric barked and charged at Sandshrew's spinning body. Just before they collided, without Ash calling out, Sandshrew dove to the side and swung round to slam into Manectric's side. Sandshrew, Gaia's Rage. Everyone looked confused except for Adam and May. This was a combination that Adam and Ash had thought up together. It involved trapping the opponent with Sand Tomb, then hitting them with Earth Power. Adam had thought of the name to make it hard for the rival trainer to work out what was happening. Being friends with Cynthia, Adam had learned a lot about all the old myths and legends, one of which was about a goddess who was supposedly the celestial guardian of the world, with the planet being her physical body. Manectric was knocked off his feet but still got up easily, watching as Sandshrew's eyes flashed blue and sand rose from the ground, trapping the electric type's legs. Sandshrew then punched the ground again while glowing gold. The ground under Manectric started to rumble and crack. He tried to escape but the sand held him firm. A geyser of golden energy erupted from the ground, blasting Manectric out of the sand and into the air. The discharge Pokémon landed heavily but got up again, though noticeably slower than he had been previously. Rain Dance, then Quick Attack. Surge ordered. Manectric formed a ball of light blue energy in his mouth and sent it into the air before he shot towards Sandshrew, ignoring the pain from his injuries. The ball of energy exploded in the air, causing clouds to form and rain to fall. Manectric was a prideful Pokémon. He'd battled many ground types before, but this differently colored Sandshrew was proving to be the most annoying. He just didn't give up. Ice Fang. Surge called once Manectric was so close Sandshrew wouldn't be able to dodge. Icy blue energy coated Manectric's teeth as he bit down on Sandshrew's arm. Sandshrew, get out of there. Ash called desperately. Sandshrew grimaced against the pain and the feeling of the rain on his normally dry skin. He launched into a flurry of attacks as he tried to escape. The pain from the attack and the fact that he was tired meant that none of the attacks were at full power, but that didn't stop the determined ground type. Fury swipes, slash, swift, poison sting, any attack that Sandshrew could think of that wouldn't hurt himself was thrown at Manectric. Sandshrew was at the point of giving up when he heard someone else shouting encouragement to him. Come on Sandshrew, I believe in you. We all do. Sandshrew glanced to the stands where he saw May, now standing next to a girl with dark blue hair, calling to him. If Mstrs May believes, then I must do this. Sandshrew thought as he redoubled his efforts. This was a trait that a lot of Ash's Pokémon had picked up, calling May Mstrs. Gardevoir had mentioned it while back at Professor Oak's lab, and the other followed suit because to them it just felt right. Do it. Thought Manectric still held on. Sandshrew's attacks were having an effect and even managed to poison the electric type due to Poison Sting's possibility of inflicting the status condition. Manectric, time to finish this battle. Surge shouted. Manectric threw Sandshrew across the field. The electric type was breathing hard due to the amount of attacks Sandshrew had landed during the Ice Fang. Thunder. Surge said, smirking. Manectric started charging the attack. Blue sparks crackled across his fur. Soon his whole body was coated in blue electricity and he launched the attack. Sandshrew, dodge it. Ash shouted, but Sandshrew was too tired to dodge properly, though he did try. The blast of electricity hit Sandshrew hard, slamming him into the ground and hiding him from sight due to the brightness of the attack. Once the light faded, Sandshrew could be seen in a small crater with sparks of electricity on his skin. The water from Rain Dance allowed the usually ineffective electric-type attack to have an effect. Ash returned Sandshrew to his ball, offering him thanks and congratulations on his first gym battle. Ash took another Pokeball from his belt and threw it onto the field. Light shone when the Pokeball opened, releasing Ash's second Pokémon onto the field. Ash could hear the cheers from his friends and let that power him. Rhyhorn bellowed loudly as she stared at Manectric. She could tell that Sandshrew had fought hard and Manectric was on his last legs. Rhyhorn had become fast friends with Sandshrew thanks to them training together and wanted to avenge her friend's defeat. Ready, Rhyhorn? Ash asked. The Spike's Pokémon grunted in response. Alright then, let's get rid of this rain. Sunny day. Rhyhorn sent a ball of golden energy into the air. When it burst, the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed, letting the sunlight shine through. Now earthquake. Rhyhorn reared up and slammed her front legs down. The ground shook again like it did when Sandshrew had used magnitude, but much stronger. Manectric struggled to stay upright, but with the damage from Sandshrew's attacks and the poison running through his body, it was too much and the electric type fell to his knees. Now, Rhyhorn, finish with takedown. Ash said. Rhyhorn bellowed again and charged towards Manectric, leaving a trail of golden energy behind her. She hurtled across the field as fast as her short legs could carry her until she crashed into Manectric, sending the electric type across the ground. Once Manectric stopped sliding through the sand and dust on the field, everyone could see that he was knocked out. Surge called Manectric back to his Pokeball, then threw the next onto the field. Not bad, let's see how you do now. Surge said as his Magneton appeared on the field. Ash studied the Pokémon. Because Magneton hovered above the ground, moves like Earthquake and Magnitude wouldn't have much of an effect. Magneton, Flash Cannon. Surge said. The magnets on Magneton's body pointed forward and a ball of silvery energy formed in front of them. Once there was enough energy stored in the ball, a beam of the same color was fired at Rhyhorn. Counter with Rock Blast. Ash said. Rhyhorn's horn glowed bright orange before silver crescents were fired from it. The silver crescents collided with Flash Cannon, causing an explosion, and a cloud of smoke covered the field. Ash started coughing as the smoke got into his eyes and throat. Rhyhorn used Horn Drill to clear the smoke. Silver energy formed around Rhyhorn's horn and the cone of energy started spinning at high speed. the smoke started to shift as the speed of the energy disturbed it. The smoke started to form a spiral around the horn as the field cleared. Magneton, mirror shot. Ash heard Surge shout as seconds later a light blue orb of energy flew through the smoke and smashed into Rhyhorn's head, forcing the rock and ground type backwards. The smoke that was spinning around Rhyhorn's horn had stopped and was now floating above the field, slowly dispersing. Now Euro Ball. Magneton magnets glowed bright blue as they started spinning, followed by the rest of Magneton's body, making the electric and steel type look like rapidly rotating silver ball. Rhyhorn used Rock Blast. Rhyhorn fired more silver crescents from her glowing orange horn. The silver energy was mostly deflected, but they were enough to slow Magneton down slightly. Now Take Down. Once again Rhyhorn charged into battle, leaving a shimmering golden trail behind her. Rhyhorn and Magneton slammed into each other, struggling to force their opponent back, but with one last show of strength from both Pokémon throwing the other back. Magneton, Flash Cannon. Magneton formed another ball of silver energy and fired a beam at Rhyhorn. Once again Ash acted out of instinct and called out to his Pokémon. Counter Shield. Ash shouted quickly. Rhyhorn bellowed in response and used Stone Edge, but instead of releasing the attack she kept it close, having the two rings of razor-sharp stones circling her body, one ring going clockwise and the other anti-clockwise, making them circle faster than usual. The silver laser that Magneton had fired crashed into the swirling stones. Rhyhorn focused her energy and her concentration on keeping the stones moving. One wrong move, either speeding up or slowing down the stones, would cause Magneton's attack to break through. Eventually Flash Cannon faded out and Rhyhorn could finally slow her attack down. Now fire the Stone Edge. Rhyhorn launched the attack, which now glittered with leftover energy absorbed from Flash Cannon. Once more the coordinators of the group made a note of the attacks and how the combination looked. Stop them with Euro Ball. Surge called. Magneton started spinning again, deflecting a few of the stones, but with the added power from Flash Cannon the rock-type attack managed to push through the spin and knock Magneton down towards the ground. Quick use Take Down. Ash said. Rhyhorn ran in and slammed into Magneton again. When Ash had looked up Rhyhorn's information and saw her rock head ability nullified recoil damage, he intended to take full advantage of it. He also saw that Rhyhorn possessed some useful egg moves such as his next attack, which was part of the reason he taught her Sunny Day, with help from Maze Blaziken. Ash made a mental note so that if he ever found his dad he'd thank him for the Pokémon after punching him in the face for leaving. Now Fire Fawn. This was part of the reason that Ash chose Rhyhorn for this gym battle. He could have chosen Donphan or Garchomp, but he wanted to bond with his new Pokémon and see what they could really do, so he thought what better way to do that than in a battle. Flames burned brightly in Rhyhorn's mouth as she bit down on Magneton's body. The magnet Pokémon screeched in pain, spinning his magnet, sending a sonic boom into Rhyhorn's face. Rhyhorn was able to withstand the attack for a minute before having to pull back. Magneton slowly started to float off the ground while he continued to launch sonic booms at Rhyhorn, wearing the Spikes Pokémon down. Rhyhorn, use Stone Edge again. Ash said. Rhyhorn summoned the two rings of stones again, though due to her being tired there were fewer stones than before. The stones flew at Magneton ready to deal more damage. The steel and electric type didn't show any visible signs of being tired, but was moving slower than he was at the start of the battle and wasn't floating as high either. Try attack. Surge called out to his Pokémon. Magneton formed a ball of energy between each pair of magnets. One ball was icy blue, another was a burning red, and the last one was yellow and released sparks. A line of white energy connected each ball of energy to the others, forming a triangle. Magneton released the attack, sending a wave of fire and a bolt of electricity at the incoming Stone Edge. These two parts of Tri-Attack were enough to stop Stone Edge as the final Ice-type part of the attack sped through the debris and hit Rhyhorn in the face. Rhyhorn's mouth had been frozen shut. The Spikes Pokémon started to panic and charge around the field randomly. Rhyhorn, calm down. Ash pleaded. Use Fire Fong to melt the ice. Ash put some of his aura into his words, hoping it would be enough to get through to the flustered Pokémon. Rhyhorn slowed her charging and small flames flickered around the exposed parts of her mouth. That's it, now put more power into it. The flames slowly grew in size until they were big enough for the audience to see. When Rhyhorn felt the ice weaken, she forced her jaws open, breaking the ice and roaring to express her freedom. Magneton, mirror shot. Magneton focused his power into an orb of light blue energy and sent it hurtling towards Rhyhorn. This time, instead of leaving the attack as a ball of energy, it was sent as a beam. Rhyhorn was breathing heavily and looked to be on her last legs, but she wasn't going to give up easily. Ash could feel the longing to win coming from Rhyhorn through his aura, even though she was nearly at her limit. That, however, was Ash's specialty, inspiring his Pokémon to go above and beyond their limits, to hit the wall then tear it down. He wanted to let Rhyhorn rest but knew this is what she wanted to do. Rhyhorn, counter with Rock Blast, then use Bulldoze. Rhyhorn fired more crescents of silver energy, taking power and speed from Mirror Shot before charging in glowing gold with the energy of Bulldoze. Rhyhorn plowed into the incoming attack, slowly making her way through it. Magneton poured more power into the attack, which caused him to drop lower to the ground. Rhyhorn started to struggle against the attack but forged on, moving forward step by agonizingly slow step. After a minute, Mirror Shot flickered and died as Magneton's power faded. Rhyhorn had also stopped the golden energy of Bulldoze gone. Both Pokémon glared at the other, neither wanting to give in. Magneton finished this with Magnet Bomb. Surge said, using the last of his energy. Magneton's steel body sparked with blue electricity, his magnets flashed light blue and multiple orbs of the same blue energy appeared flying towards Rhyhorn. Rhyhorn, I know you're tired and I'm really proud of you, but please try and use Stone Edge. Ash said sincerely. Rhyhorn closed her eyes and attempted to use Stone Edge, but she was out of energy and the steel-type attack slammed into her, knocking her out. Ash smiled sadly. He returned Rhyhorn, praising her first battle and for all of her hard work. Not bad, Ash, Surge called. How long have you had those two? Sandshrew joined me about a month ago. Rhyhorn was a couple of days later. They've been training with my other Pokémon until a few days ago when I got them from Professor Oak to do some special training. Ash replied. Surge was surprised. He'd only had those Pokémon for a few weeks and they had nearly beaten his Pokémon. This kid's changed a lot since we last met. I'll have to up my game if I want to win this. Surge thought. Meanwhile, in the stands of the arena, May had forgotten all of her nervousness and embarrassment as she was now jumping around and cheering as much as Dawn was. Adam and Cynthia sat holding hands. Umbreon was curled up on Adam's lap and Piku was sitting on Cynthia's head, his new favorite place to stay. Alexa was recording the battle while Zoe was watching it and making light conversation with Iris and Sylvan. Zoe, Adam said, tapping her on the shoulder, can I ask you a question? Sure, what is it? Zoe replied, turning to look at Adam. Does Dawn do this often? Adam pointed at the cheerleading outfit. Zoe chuckled. When she traveled with Ash in Sinnoh, she always wore the uniform to cheer him on in his gym battle. She's done it a couple of times when I've been in contest finals as well. Last night she said that she needed to keep up the tradition, though she's made adjustments to the outfit since the last time she cheered Ash on. She made May's outfit last night as well. Dawn's really skilled when it comes to making clothes. Right, Adam paused, thinking about how to phrase in next question. Zoe watched Adam, seeing that he was going to ask something else. She took a bottle of water from her bag and raised it to her lips, taking a drink. I've got another question, but it might be a little personal. Do you mind? Zoe shook her head, taking another drink from her bottle. How long have you and Dawn been together? Zoe's eyes went wide and she had to put a hand over her mouth to stop herself spitting the water out. She managed to swallow the water and glanced at Iris and Sylvan to see if they'd heard, but they were busy talking to each other. She turned back to look at Adam and Cynthia, who was also looking at Adam. Cynthia was confused by both Adam's question and Zoe's reaction, though she had a suspicion of what they meant. Well, we've been traveling together for a few years. It was after Dawn came back from Unova that we started. Zoe answered nervously. Dawn was oblivious to the conversation as she launched into another cheer routine with May following along. Zoe, I don't want to make you talk about something like this if you don't want to, but I'm good at reading people and I can tell that there's more to you and Dawn than you're saying. The way you two act around each other and the way you've been looking at Dawn tells me that you're closer than friends. I know you probably don't want to talk about it to someone you've just met, you don't have to answer the question. I'm sorry if I've made you uncomfortable, I was just curious. Adam said honestly. Zoe just stared at Adam, taking in his words. After a minute she answered him. We've been together for about 2 years now. I'm not sure why I'm telling you this, but May and Ash trust you, so I guess I can too. Even though I don't know them as well as Dawn or the others, they're always good judges of character. Please don't tell anyone about me and Dawn, we're not ready to tell people yet. There's only our parents and May that know. I promise I won't tell anyone. Adam said. Neither will I. Cynthia added. So how did you meet? Zoe asked, looking between Adam and Cynthia, wanting to change the subject in case anyone overheard her. Childhood friends. If you want to hear the rest of the story, then Alexa's going to interview us after Ash's battle, so that should answer any questions you have. Cynthia said. Zoe nodded, and then they all turned to watch the battle for the Thunder Badge. Pikachu, it's your turn now. Ash said, looking at the electric type. Pikachu nodded and jumped off Ash's shoulder, landing on the field facing the tired Magneton. Magneton, Magnet Bomb. Surge shouted. Pikachu, Agility, then Iron Tail. Ash said at the same time. Pikachu was the first to react. He shot away in a blur of motion, and then next thing anyone heard or saw it, the clang of metal and Magneton sent crashing into the wall behind Surge, knocked out and embedded in the wall. Surge just stared at Pikachu, who had returned to his previous position ready for the next battle. A cheer went up from the crowds at Pikachu's quick and powerful victory. Dawn and May could just about be heard over the crowd. Ash glanced back to see them and smiled. May and Dawn returned the smile, although May added a wink. Ash turned back to the field as he felt his face heating up. Pikachu looked to the crowd as well and paled when he saw Glacian and Lopunny watching him closely. He refocused his attention on Surge as the gym leader returned his Magneton and lifted his final Pokeball. Looks like it's going to be a battle of the mice again. Surge said, throwing the ball and releasing his Raichu. Raichu fired a thunderbolt into the air to try and intimidate his opponent. When he saw it was Pikachu, the larger electric type smirked. Pokémon language translator activated. I've been looking forward to fighting you again, Tiny. You're going to be seeing stars when I'm through with you. Raichu said. Not before you look at the clouds, Tubby, bring it on. I'm going to win this, again. Pikachu retorted with a smirk. They glared at each other, growling lowly as sparks arcing from their cheeks. Pokémon language translator deactivated. Pikachu, use. Ash started before he was interrupted. Pi Pikachu Pikachu Chu Pikachu. Pikachu said. You want to battle Raichu on your own? Ash asked. Pika. Pikachu answered firmly. Ash laughed to himself and pushed the peak of his hat up slightly. Alright then, this one's all yours. Good luck, buddy. Pai Chu Kachu. Translation, I don't need luck. Ash laughed again and crossed his arms. Okay then, it's up to you now. Pikachu grinned and launched himself into a quick attack. Raichu, Mega Punch. Surge said. Raichu's fist glowed white as he swung it at Pikachu. The smaller mouse smirked as he jumped and dove into the ground by using Dig, evading the incoming attack. Pikachu resurfaced seconds later behind Raichu, who was unable to turn around because his momentum carried him forward. Pikachu jumped out of the ground and spun around, sending an iron tail into the back of Raichu's head, causing the larger mouse to slam into the ground face first. Pikachu, Pika. Pikachu said as he landed his attack. The end of his sentence drowned out by the clang of Iron Tail rang out. Translation, Yippee-ki-yay, mother, and, I'm not going to finish the quote. I'm sure you can fill in the rest. I couldn't resist this, I just think it's really funny. Ash facepalmed, hanging and shaking his head, knowing what Pikachu had just said. I knew I shouldn't have let Pikachu watch Die Hard. Ash muttered under his breath. As Raichu started to recover, he tried to grab Pikachu with his tail, but the smaller mouse used agility to dodge. Raichu tried again and again to wrap Pikachu in his tail but missed every time. Raichu, thunder the entire field! Surge shouted. Raichu quickly built up his power and blasted the field with thunder. Pikachu tried to dodge by using Dig but was caught in the blast. He was thrown into the air and landed hard. He started to get up when he felt something grab his waist. He was held tightly by Raichu's tail. Now slam! Raichu lifted Pikachu from the ground as high as he could before slamming the smaller Pokémon back down repeatedly. Ash desperately wanted to call out a move to Pikachu, but he knew how important this battle was to his partner, so he stayed silent, hoping Pikachu would be able to work out what he had to do. As Pikachu neared the ground again, he dipped his tail down first, making contact with the field. His eyes flashed green and grass sprouted from the ground, wrapping around his tail securely just before he hit the ground. As Raichu started to lift Pikachu again, he felt the resistance and put more strength into moving Pikachu. The smaller mouse focused on keeping his tail rigid. There was a tug of war between the two Pokémon until Pikachu slipped out of Raichu's tail and landed on the ground, while Raichu staggered slightly, trying to regain his balance due to the sudden shift in weight. Pikachu quickly used Iron Tail to shred the grass which held his tail in place and used Dig again to get away from Raichu. Raichu, Mega punched the ground. Bring him back to the surface. Raichu started slamming his fists into the ground, causing the field to shake and rumble slightly. I wasn't enough to do serious damage to the field, but enough to make an underground Pokémon panic, especially after the field had been shaken by magnitude and earthquake already. Pikachu ran out of the hole and spun around, charging at Raichu in a quick attack, leaving a trail of white energy in his wake and his body glowing in a slightly gold light. The speed Pikachu moved made it seem that the small yellow Pokémon flickered in and out of existence. Pikachu was seconds from hitting Raichu when Surge shouted out. Raichu, grab him with your tail and use Hyper Beam. It was too late for Pikachu to dodge, and he was wrapped once again in the larger Pokémon's tail. He could only struggle helplessly as Raichu charged a ball of orange energy in front of his mouth. Once it was ready, Raichu launched the devastating attack. Pikachu was engulfed in the bright and powerful light. May, Dawn, Zoe, Iris and Syllan cried out in panic, though there was a small voice at the back of minds asking why Ash looked so calm in the face of what had occurred. When the light faded, Pikachu was nowhere to be seen and a crater had been punched into the earth. Raichu and Surge looked around the field trying to work out where Pikachu had gone. There wasn't a hole in the ground near Raichu to indicate that Pikachu had used Dig to escape. Their confusion was soon increased when Pikachu charged out of the hole he had dug earlier. Surge knew that there was no way that Pikachu could have gotten out of Raichu's tail and make it to the safety of the hole. While Raichu was still recharging from using Hyper Beam, Pikachu smashed into his stomach with quick attack before unleashing an onslaught of Iron Tails. After a minute, Pikachu leapt away and waited to see what happened next. Nice job, Pikachu. I see you finally mastered it. Ash said, smiling. What are you talking about? Surge asked. Pikachu's been trying to learn Substitute. Ash replied. Surge's confusion faded as he realized what had happened. Surge also started to feel embarrassment and anger at being outsmarted by a Pikachu. Raichu, body slam. Raichu moved towards Pikachu and once close enough fell forward, aiming to crush Pikachu under his body weight, but Pikachu waited until the last second before using agility to dodge and reappear behind Raichu. He didn't attack though, as he was caught by Raichu's tail once again while the larger mouse crashed into the ground, unable to stop himself. As Raichu righted himself, he brought his tail round so Pikachu was in front of him. Mega Punch. Surge said. Raichu's fist glowed again and struck Pikachu over and over again. Pikachu managed to twist his body slightly to lessen the damage he was taking, but he still took the brunt of the attack. Pikachu focused his energy, ignoring the pain from the continuous mega punches, and powered up an Iron Tail. He then started to hammer at Raichu's tail in an attempt to escape, keeping his attacks concentrated on one single point. slowly Raichu's attacks became less frequent as Pikachu's assault broke his focus and the glow from his fist dimmed. Eventually Raichu couldn't take the attacks anymore and threw Pikachu across the field. He then stroked his tail to try and lessen the pain. Pikachu stood up slowly. He was covered in scratches and bruises from Raichu's brutal assault. Raichu, Focus Blast. A ball of turquoise energy formed between Raichu's paws. Once it was at full power, Raichu threw it at Pikachu. Pikachu fought against the pain he felt and used agility to dodge the fighting-type move and started to circle Raichu, firing small thunderbolts at his head, not doing much damage but doing just enough for Raichu to feel them. Trip him up. Raichu lashed out with his tail again and again until he got lucky, catching Pikachu mid-stride. Pikachu tumbled head over tail a couple of times as Raichu ran up to attack with another body slam. Once Pikachu got his bearings, he used Dig to escape. The dirt he kicked up flew into Raichu's face, temporarily blinding the larger mouse. Raichu stumbled backwards, rubbing his eyes to get the dirt out of them. A minute later Raichu had cleared away the last of the dirt and Pikachu had returned to the surface. As Pikachu started to circle Raichu again, the larger mouse lashed out with his tail once more. I need to stop his tail, but how? Pikachu thought as he ran around and around, still sending the small jolts of electricity at Raichu. As he continued in his plan and dodging Raichu's tail, an idea started to form. Pikachu smirked. He knew what he needed to do, he just had to wait for the right opportunity. A few minutes later Raichu's tail slammed down in front of Pikachu and the yellow mouse put his plan into action. He jumped onto the flat lightning blade of Raichu's tail, keeping it on the ground long enough for the next stage of his plan. Pikachu dipped his own tail so it touched the ground and his eyes flashed green. Shoots of vibrant green grass grew from the field and wrapped tightly around Raichu's tail, keeping it flat to the ground. Raichu, Thunderbolt. Burn away that grass. Surge said cockily. Raichu built up the energy in his body and channeled it down his tail, but as the electricity reached his lower back it arced up and hit him in the head. Everyone looked on in confusion, Ash included, and Surge's jaw dropped seeing his own Pokémon attack himself. No one could work out what was happening. An almost evil smirk appeared on Pikachu's face and a wicked glint could be seen in his eyes as he jumped from Raichu's tail, charging in with a quick attack. Mega Kick. Surge shouted. Raichu's foot glowed white as he swung it, catching Pikachu under the chin and sending the smaller mouse across the field. While Pikachu was recovering from the kick, Raichu tried to free himself from the grass. Pikachu slowly got to his feet, breathing heavily. Raichu was in a similar state, but neither mouse was willing to give in. I think I know what happened with Raichu's Thunderbolt, Cynthia said. Care to share? Adam asked. I think the small bolts that Pikachu used when he was circling Raichu reversed the polarity of the electric field around Raichu's head, causing any electric attack he used to become attracted to his head. You mean the way that magnets of opposite poles are attracted to each other? Syllan asked, overhearing the theory. Exactly, at least that's what I think's happened. Pikachu is a devious little Pokémon if that was intentional, not to mention smarter than any of us might have thought. Cynthia answered. Back on the field Pikachu charged in at Raichu as an electric yellow field of energy started to crackle around him, giving him the appearance of being in black and white. Raichu had finally freed his tail from the grass and readied himself for Pikachu's attack. A Mega Punch powered up and waiting, but Raichu was being cautious now in case Pikachu pulled another trick. As Pikachu got closer and closer it became apparent that the smaller mouse wasn't going to deviate from his course. This was the all or nothing, one way or the other the battle was going to end now. When Pikachu got within striking distance of Raichu, the larger mouse swung his fist round, intent on knocking Pikachu into the arena wall, but the yellow mouse pulled on final trick. Pikachu quickly powered up an Iron Tail, letting the Steel-type move absorb the power from Volt Tackle. He planted his front paws and let his momentum carry his weight around, pushing of the ground at the last second, feeling Raichu's Mega Punch graze his back as at the same time his Volt Tackle-infused Iron Tail collided with Raichu's face. Raichu was knocked sideways by the hit and staggered across the field until he stopped and fell backwards, his eyes replaced by spirals. Raichu is unable to battle, Pikachu wins. Lieutenant Surge is out of usable Pokémon, Ash Ketchum has won the match. The referee shouted, the crowd erupted in cheers. Ash ran onto the field, picking Pikachu up and holding him high. A group of glowing spheres flew up from the crowd and were soon hit by rapid-fire ice beams, causing the glowing spheres from hidden power to explode, releasing a flurry of sparkles. Pikachu looked into the crowd and saw that it was Glacian celebrating his victory. "You did it, Pikachu." Ash laughed, but he soon stopped when he saw the annoyed look on Pikachu's face. "Hi, Pikachu." Translation: You doubted me? Course not, Ash didn't get to finish his sentence because Pikachu lit him up like a Christmas tree. Ow. Ash coughed weakly, letting a puff of black smoke float out of his mouth before collapsing, hitting the ground hard. Pikachu jumped out of Ash's hands, landing safely on Ash's chest once the trainer had fallen down. Pikachu. Translation: Serves you right. Pikachu said as he sat on Ash's chest. May had jumped over the small wall that surrounded the field and was running up to Ash when Pikachu shocked him, making her run faster. "What did you do that for?" May asked, glaring at Pikachu. The mouse just shrugged and jumped off Ash's chest, waiting for him to get up. May took hold of Ash's shoulders and shook him gently, leaning over him slightly. The sudden movement worked as Ash's eyes snapped open and he shot up from the ground, his hands grabbing May's waist, and his face drew level with May's but didn't stop as their lips collided unintentionally. Whoops and whistles came from the crowd as May and Ash stayed where they were in shock at what had happened. After a couple of seconds, May pulled back, suppressing a groan because she didn't want to stop kissing Ash, but she knew she had to. Embarrassment soon flooded into her as she heard the whoops and whistles from the crowd. As soon as she felt Ash's lips on hers, the rest of the world seemed to fade away, leaving just the two of them. Unbeknownst to May, Ash had experienced the same feelings, and even though he wasn't sure why, he didn't want the kiss to end. He felt his lips go dry once May had pulled away, his tongue instinctively glided across them to wet them. "Strawberry," he whispered, tasting traces of May's lip gloss. May quickly stood up and saw the crowds of people staring at her. She covered her face, trying to hide her burning red cheeks, and ran out of the arena. Glacian jumped from the arena wall and took off after her trainer. "May!" Dawn shouted, as she turned away from the field and ran for the exit to help her friend, returning Piplup to his Pokeball as she went. She was followed closely by Zoe and Iris, leaving Sylvan, Alexa, Adam and Cynthia behind. Surge walked up to Ash, having returned Raichu, and held out a hand. Ash took it, accepting the help to get off the ground, though his thoughts were elsewhere. He didn't bother to brush the dust and smoke from his clothes. "You're one lucky kid, Ash," Surge said with a chuckle. "Hope your girl get over the embarrassment. Anyway, you beat me fair and square, though I still can't work out what Pikachu did to Raichu." Surge reached into his pocket, pulling out an orange octagon with yellow triangles stuck to the edges so it looked like a sun. "Here's your Thunder badge, you guys earned it." He passed the badge to Ash, who accepted it with a distant and distracted expression on his face. "Huh?" Ash said as he was pulled out of his thought briefly. He looked at his hand, seeing the badge. "Oh, thanks. That was a great battle." Ash shook hands with Surge half-heartedly, still dazed by what had happened, and left the arena with the crowd cheering again. Pikachu looked after his friend in confusion. Pie doesn't usually act like that after a battle. Something's wrong, Pikachu thought before he running after Ash. As Ash exited the arena, he wanted to go and find May, but was greeted by Adam, Cynthia, Alexa and Sylvan instead. With Umbreon was stood by Adam's leg and Pika was still sat on Cynthia's head. He stopped in front of them and was about to ask where May was when Adam started talking. "Ash, I know you want to go and check on May, but give her some space. Dawn, Iris and Zoe have gone to talk to her. We're meeting them at the beach later. Come on, let's take your Pokémon to Nurse Joy and get them back to full strength. Then we'll go back to the hotel penthouse so you can get yourself cleaned up," he said. Ash looked down at his clothes and saw the state they were in. "Alright," Ash sighed. He really wanted to make sure May was alright. Pikachu jumped onto Ash's shoulder and rubbed their cheeks together to try and cheer Ash up. "Why are we going to the beach?" Dawn and Zoe suggested it as a way to relax and have some fun. Sylvan said. Ash nodded, and the five of them along with their Pokémon went to the Pokémon Center. Adam slowed his pace and indicated for Ash to do the same thing. Once they were level with each other, Adam started to speak. "You okay, Ash?" he asked. "Yeah, why?" Ash replied. "You seem distracted." "It's just what happened in the arena." "You mean with May?" "Yeah, I feel really confused." "Why?" I don't know." Ash growled, holding his head as he started to get frustrated. Hey, calm down. If you can't think straight, then you'll never work it out." Ash took a deep breath, releasing it slowly to try and slow his heart rate. "You're right, I think I'm calm now. Just really, really confused." "Tell me what happened." "Why?" "You saw it, everyone did." "I know, but like we did at Pokémon Tech, walk me through what happened and what you felt." "Well, first I grabbed Sandshrews' Pokeball and—" Adam held up a hand. "I mean from after Pikachu shocked you." "Right, sorry." "Well, I felt hands on my shoulders and they started to shake me, then I sat up quickly like Riley taught me. He said that if you're resting and someone starts to shake you, to grab their waist so they can't get away and you know where your target is, then sit up quickly to assess what's happening." "Okay, what next?" "As I sat up and opened my eyes, I saw May, but I couldn't stop moving and our lips touched." Ash stopped and touched his own lips as he felt them tingle, as if May's lips were still there. "How did they feel?" Ash looked at Adam in confusion. "I'm just trying to help you figure it all out." "They felt nice, soft. They were warm as well, I could taste her lip gloss." "And how did you feel? Did you like it?" "Be honest with me, Ash, it's the only way you'll work out what's going on." "Yeah, I did," Ash said in a small voice. "But I don't think May did, she ran away." "She was embarrassed. You kissed in the middle of an arena full of people." Adam then thought about why Ash was so confused. "Ash, that was your first kiss, wasn't it?" It was a rhetorical question, but Ash nodded anyway. "That's why you feel like this, you don't know how to react to it. If you want my advice, then talk to May about it later, right now she needs time to calm down." "I think that was her first kiss too," Adam continued. "I guess you're right. I just want to talk to her about it, I don't know what to say though." "I know what you mean, think about what you want to say and speak from the heart. The heart never lies, it mightn't make sense sometimes but it always tells the truth. Come on, we need to get your Pokémon to Nurse Joy and then we'll go back to the hotel to get ready for the beach." Ash nodded in agreement and then started to go over the battle with Adam as they traded opinions. They also talked about changes to Sandshrew and Rhyhorn's training. Seeing them in an actual Pokémon battle and not training matches allowed Ash to see where they were strong and where needed some improvement. Dawn, Iris, and Zoe found May sitting in the restroom where she and Dawn had changed into their cheerleader uniforms. She was sat on the floor hugging her legs and resting her forehead against her knees. Glacian sat next to her with a look of worry on her face. Dawn walked forward and crouched next to May, seeing her shoulders shaking as if she was crying. "May, are you okay?" she asked. What happened next confused the three girls as they heard May laugh, quietly at first but soon increasing in volume until it filled the room, bouncing off the walls and echoing loudly. "May!" Zoe shouted, getting the brunette's attention. "Are you all right?" she asked gently. "Me, I'm just fine. Great, even, all I've done is embarrass myself in front of over 100 people and probably freaked Ash out, so now I've ruined any chance I might have had with him." May laughed as tears slowly fell from her shiny sapphire eyes and her laughs turned to choked sobs, tear tracks marking her cheeks. "May, calm down, it's not that bad. It was only a kiss, it's not like you haven't done that before," Iris said. May looked at her before turning away and avoided eye contact with anyone. "Oh," Iris said softly. "You mean that was?" Dawn started stopping when she saw May nod. "I've never really thought about kissing anyone before. I mean, I used to think about kissing my Prince Charming, but he wasn't real. It's only since I've started traveling with Ash again that I've wanted to kiss someone real," May admitted. I wanted it to be special when I got my first kiss. I nearly kissed him in Rhoda. You didn't tell me that, spill it now. Dawn said. Iris and Zoe made themselves comfortable as waited for May to start talking. May sighed and explained about the party after the contest in Rhoda, leaving out the part about Mew, just saying that someone shouted and interrupted the moment. That's how I wanted it to happen, but now every time I think about my first kiss I'll remember it as a mistake. May rested her forehead on her knees again as she felt tears forming again. Dawn pulled her into a hug, not knowing what else to do. First kisses are never what you expect them to be. Iris said. You want the fairy tale experience, candles, romantic music, full moon, but that's all it is, a fairy tale. Something that's just out of reach, and no matter how much you wish it'll never come true. You just need to accept what happens and move past it. Kisses do get better with experience though. Speaking from experience? Dawn asked. Yeah. Iris sighed. It took a while before Scylla and I went on our first date, but finally after asking and asking. Scylla said yes. Zoe interrupted. The girls laughed, even May managed a small chuckle. Anyway, Scylla tried to make the date perfect, but things kept going wrong. The restaurant we went to brought us the wrong food, and in the end Scylla went into the kitchen to make the food himself. Iris paused, giggling. The chef there actually asked for Scylla's recipe. They've called it style de Scylla. After that we went for a walk, but that went bad because there was a meeting of people who loved ice types. She shivered at the memory, wrapping her arms around herself to fight off the imaginary chill. Everything went wrong. Scylla kept apologizing, saying he'd make it up to me. In the end I just grabbed his waistcoat, pulled him towards me and kissed him. The kiss was nice, but because we didn't really know what to do so it was awkward. Afterwards we didn't talk for a couple of days, then Scylla called and asked if I wanted to go out again. We've been together since. That was nearly 4 months ago now. Before you ask, Dawn, yes, the kisses are better now. There were a few seconds of silence before Iris spoke again. Okay Dawn, you started this, now it's your turn. What's your story? Zoe was my first kiss. Dawn said, simply ignoring the look of shock on Iris' face. A couple of years ago we both competed in the same contest in Kanto. I lost to Zoe in the final and I got upset. Zoe said that she'd take me for a meal so we could talk about the contest and help me get stronger. We spent hours talking, right through the meal, and we walked around the town afterwards still talking. We found a little place where we could dance. Zoe managed to get us a glass of wine each. It must have been strong because we got a little drunk. When we got back to the Pokémon Center I said goodnight to Zoe and went to give her a hug, but kissed her instead. I don't really remember that much about the kiss. All I do remember is feeling happy and confused about it. I pulled away quickly and just disappeared into my room, leaving Zoe out in the corridor. The next morning when I opened my door Zoe was there, about to knock on it. I let her into the room and we talked about what happened. Zoe asked me why I kissed her, but I didn't know. Something just made me do it. Then she asked me something I didn't expect. I asked if she liked it. Zoe said, continuing the story. Dawn said she wasn't sure, so I leaned forward and kissed her again. Just a peck on the lips, then I asked her what she thought. Zoe smiled and cupped Dawn's cheek. Dawn put her hand over Zoe's and returned the smile. She said it was nice, but I could see she was confused, so we talked about it for a while. In the end we got together and I've been stuck with her ever since. Hey! Dawn said, playfully punching Zoe's shoulder. Iris and May laughed a little at the display, smiling when Zoe apologized by kissing Dawn lightly on the cheek. Tell them who you pictured being your first kiss. Zoe said, wanting to embarrass Dawn a little. No, I'm not saying that. I never should have told you about it. Alright then, I'll tell them. You might have heard Ash talk about him. His name was... Zoe was stopped from finishing her sentence because Dawn clamped a hand over her mouth. Don't you dare. The two girls started to wrestle a bit as Zoe tried to remove the hand covering her face and Dawn fought to keep it there. Iris and May shared a devious smirk as they moved towards Dawn, grabbing her arms and tickling her sides. Dawn exploded into a fit of giggles, releasing Zoe as she tried to fight off Iris and May. Paul, it was Paul. Zoe finally said, laughing. Iris and May had heard Ash talk about Paul, Iris while they traveled together in Unova and May when she met him during the Wallace Cup. Both Gibbs burst out laughing hearing the name, causing Dawn to go red in the face. I couldn't help it. He had the whole bad boy attitude. Dawn said, trying to defend herself, but that only made the other laugh harder. Well, now you don't need the bad boy, do you? Zoe said as she calmed down. I suppose you're right, Dawn replied as a smile slowly crept across her face, because now I have a bad girl to deal with. Everyone started laughing again and took a few minutes to get control of themselves. What about you, Zoe, how was your first kiss? Iris asked, getting back to the original conversation. I was up late one night talking with Miss Senior and Zoe started. Miss Senior? Candace, the Snowpoint City gym leader, we grew up together. Zoe explained. Anyway, we were up late talking and somehow we started talking about kissing and stuff like that. I was a bit like May and didn't really think that much about kissing, and I'd never really been interested in any of the boys that lived nearby or went to school with us. I didn't think much of it because I was focusing more on learning about being a coordinator, but I noticed that when the other girls talked about how they felt towards boys, I was feeling that towards some girls. While we were talking, I asked whether it was okay to like girls. I told Miss Senior about how I'd been feeling and if something was wrong with me. Miss Senior is a little older than me, so I always went to her for advice. She said there was only one way to know what I was feeling. I was about to ask what she meant when she leant forwards and kissed me. It was only for a couple of seconds. When she moved back, she asked whether that felt wrong. I said no, that it felt nice and right. She then told me about how girls can like girls. After that I knew who I was and who I wanted to be. The girls were silent for a minute before Dawn smiled and asked one last question. There's only one thing left to ask. Dawn turned to look at May, a devilish glint in her eyes and a mischievous smirk on her lips. How was it? Back at Cynthia's hotel room, she sat next to Adam, resting her head on his shoulder while stroking Piku as he slept. He'd moved from her head to her lap once she had sat down. Ash sat in a chair opposite while they all talked. Scylla had gone back to the stall to close it properly, while Alexa had gone back to her hotel to get the equipment she needed for interviewing Cynthia and Adam. They'd been to the Pokémon Center and decided to go back to the hotel to wait for Dawn, May, Iris and Zoe. Ash had released most of his Pokémon to let them relax for a while. Sandshrew and Rhyhorn were napping by the doors to the balcony. Pikachu was sitting on Ash's shoulder and Lucario was meditating in Ash's room. He'd sent Donphan and Crocodile back to Professor Oak, asking for Ponyta and Gyarados. Ponyta was sat on the floor next to Ash, her fiery blue mane crackling quietly, and Gyarados was still in his Pokeball because he wouldn't fit in the room. Ash had brought Gyarados onto his team because when he told Misty that Gyarados gets cranky if he's in his Pokeball for too long, he hadn't been lying. Plus, even though the large water type had been able to move freely in the Cerulean City Gym's pool, he needed to swim in a larger body of water to stretch properly. Adam had let Luxray and Luna out of their Pokeballs. Umbreon and Luxray were now lying next to him listening to the conversation while Luna was mediating in Adam's room. He'd also changed his team slightly, sending Abomasnow and Arcanine back to Dinah while asking for Greninja and Dragonite. Cynthia had kept most of her Pokémon in their ball, only letting her Roserade and Glaceon out. Roserade was on the balcony enjoying the sunlight and Glaceon was curled up asleep next to Umbreon. The conversation between Cynthia, Adam and Ash covered a lot of things from training methods to old adventures. Eventually it turned to what they all planned to do next. I'm going to Saffron City to get my next gym badge. Ash said, last time Sabrina gave me the badge because I helped her, but this time I'm earning it fair and square. I've still got some time before I have to go back to Sinnoh. Cynthia said, I heard there's some ruins in Mount Moon, so I want to look at them, and then if I have time I'm going to the ruins of Ulf. Both Cynthia and Ash looked at Adam waiting to hear his plans, but he didn't say anything. Adam? Cynthia said, nudging him gently in the ribs, what are you going to do? I don't know. Adam sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. I didn't really plan that far ahead. I was going to make my way up to Lavender Town, but I'm not sure now. Let me think about it for a bit and I'll tell you later. Adam wanted to go to Lavender Town to pay his respects at the Pokémon Tower like he always did when he came to Kanto, but now because he'd started a relationship with Cynthia he didn't know what to do. He could still go to Lavender Town and travel with Ash and May as far as Saffron City, along with helping Ash understand his feelings towards May, or he could go with Cynthia and spend time with her while they adjusted to the change in their friendship. He was torn between his loyalty to his friends and his love for Cynthia. "So Ash, which Pokémon are you going to use for your next gym battle?" Cynthia asked. Ash thought about his choices for a minute before answering. "I've gotten a few new Pokémon recently, so I'm going to train them up for the battle, but I'm going to have one of my more experienced Pokémon as well just in case I need him. I think I'll bring Houndour and Grim from my newer Pokémon. Butterfree will be there for backup if they need it," he replied. "Grim? Yeah, he's an Absol. Lucario told me that's what he wanted to be called." "Your Lucario can talk?" Cynthia asked, shocked. Ash facepalmed. He hadn't meant to say that. "Yeah, he can. He talks through his aura, but please don't tell anyone about him. I wanted to keep it a secret because as far as I know he's the only one who can talk," Ash said. "Don't worry, I won't say anything about Lucario. I do have couple of questions though. It's something I've been wondering about for a while. As the champion of Sinnoh, I get reports of any dangerous people in the region. A few of the reports that were given to me had your name on them, not as a dangerous person but trying to stop them. I did some digging and found that you'd appeared in reports from other regions as well." Cynthia paused to let the information sink in. "The report said that you were involved in battle with Hunter J, Team Rocket, Team Galactic, which I already know about, and others from Sinnoh and the other regions. I know you're an ally of the G-Men, though Lance has you down as a consultant in the paperwork." "How'd you know that?" Ash asked, surprised. Adam looked surprised to hear that his friend was connected to the G-Men. "I know because I lead the G-Men in Sinnoh, though I like to keep that quiet. I noticed that you have been able to connect with a lot of legendary Pokémon, so here's one of my questions. I've seen you talking to Pokémon and you seem to fully understand what they're saying. There's only one thing I can think of that can explain that. Ash, do you possess the power to control aura?" Ash sat there staring at Cynthia before sighing. "Yeah, I do," he answered. "I recently graduated as a full aura guardian. I'm a knight of the Queen's court, and if my former teacher isn't around I take his place as the Queen's honored protector." "Cynthia, please don't tell anyone. I don't want to be treated differently. Even though I've changed a lot over the last 3 years, I'm still the same person." "I thought so. I talked to a man called Riley on Iron Island after Team Galactic were seen there. He told me that you and your friends had helped him against Team Galactic. He also said that he felt a power inside of you that could have been aura. So when we met after that I paid attention to how you acted and thought about what I knew about aura. Things started to make sense after that. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I know how to keep secrets. According to the file the G-Men had on you, you've met or had a close encounter with nearly every legendary Pokémon there is. I also know about the Shimudi prophecy." Cynthia stopped to remember the correct wording before speaking again. "Disturb not the harmony of fire, ice or lightning, lest these titans wreak destruction upon the world in which they clash. Though the water's great guardian shall arise to quell the fighting, alone its psalm will fail, and thus the earth shall turn to ash. O chosen one, into thine hands bring together all three. Their treasures combined tame the beast of the sea." "So," Cynthia continued, "how does it feel to be named in an ancient prophecy, O chosen one?" Ash looked at Cynthia before chuckling softly. "I feel like my mom should have named me Bob. That doesn't really work though. Thus the earth shall turn to Bob, just doesn't sound right. Prophecies are meant to be a bit cryptic. Bob doesn't do that." Adam said. "Can you ask the other question now, Cynthia? I don't feel like I was chosen for anything. I was just there when everything else happened and did what I could to help." "Okay, I'll let it go, but did you ever think that you were there when it happened for a reason?" Ash was silent once Cynthia had said that, thinking about what she meant. The champion did have a point. Maybe he had been in all those places because he needed to be. Anyway, my other question is, how did you get involved with the G-Men? Cynthia's question brought Ash out of his thought. I helped Lance a few times when I started out as a trainer, once in Johto and again in Hoenn. A few years ago Lance asked me to join, but I said no, and now we in arrangement so that if he ever needs me to help I'll get there as soon as I can, and if I see anything that might need G-Men attention I call him. Ash then went on to tell her how Lance had recruited him in more detail. The three of them talked for a while longer until they decided to go to the beach. Ash left a note for May telling her where they had gone in case she came back to the room once they'd left. Ash, Adam and Cynthia returned their Pokémon apart from Piku, Luxray, Lucario and, of course, Pikachu. They each picked up a towel and Adam grabbed the bag Cynthia had prepared earlier that morning. They left the room and walked to the beach, stopping every now and again to look at a stall. They passed the stall where Ash had bought May a crystal figurine of Manaphy and Adam bought a pewter figurine for Cynthia because it was a figurine of her signature Pokémon, Garchomp. When they got to the beach they let out all their Pokémon and sat down waiting for May and the other to arrive. Gyarados was swimming freely in the ocean, drawing a few nervous looks at his size and unusual coloring. He didn't care though, he was used to the looks and secretly enjoyed the fear on the faces of people. Once Cynthia saw Gyarados she demanded that Ash tell her how he found the water type. While Ash told his story Adam looked around at the other Pokémon. Umbreon, Pikachu, Glaceon, Cynthia's, Sandshrew and Piku were all playing together. Luna, Lucario and Jackal, Cynthia's Lucario, were engaged in a three-way sparring session and the other Pokémon were resting in the sun, enjoying the warmth. Adam was tempted to go and join the three Lucario in their sparring but decided against it. While he could hold his own against Luna he knew that he wouldn't last more than a minute against three of the fighting types. Half an hour later May, Dawn, Zoe and Iris came to the beach with Syllan and Alexa behind them. Alexa had Helioptile sat on the bag attached to her belt and Goggot walking alongside her while Syllan carried a picnic basket and another bag presumably holding towels and other things. Dawn, Zoe, and Iris had gone back to their hotels and picked up some things they might need for the beach like sun block, towels, sunglasses etc. Then gone with May back to Cynthia's penthouse to get changed from the cheerleading uniforms before going to meet Ash, Adam and Cynthia. On the way to the beach from Cynthia's penthouse they ran into Alexa and Syllan, telling them that the others were already at the beach. Once they had all greeted each other the newcomers released their Pokémon letting them do whatever they wanted. May's Glaceon went other to Pikachu and the other playing Pokémon, joining in their game. Piplup and a few of the other Pokémon followed, while the other Pokémon either lay down to relax or went to join the three Lucario in their sparring match. Just as the newcomers were settling in, Gyarados erupted out of the water a few feet away from them, roaring his arrival. The sight of the large water type caused everyone apart from Adam and Ash to react in fright. Dawn, Zoe, Iris, Cynthia, May and Alexa all screamed while Syllan backed away and the Pokémon dropped into fighting stances, for bristled and growls rumbling in their throats. They all calmed down when Ash walked into the surf and stroked the atrocious Pokémon's blood-red crest, explaining that Gyarados was a part of his team. Dawn soon calmed down and asked if she could borrow Gyarados for a contest because his unique black and red coloring, not to mention his size, would be a big advantage. Gyarados splashed Dawn with some water. It was his way of saying he wasn't interested in contests. Once the Pokémon were settled, Dawn, May, Cynthia and Iris started to take their clothes off, revealing their swimsuits. Dawn wore a pale yellow two-piece, May was wearing the same one she wore at the Cerulean Gym, Cynthia had a basic black two-piece and Iris had a pink one-piece with a red bow on the neckline. Zoe stayed dressed as she was, in her red t-shirt and denim shorts, reclining on a towel and enjoying the heat from the blazing sun as she flicked her ever-present sunglasses down to cover her eyes. Syllan and Ash stripped down to their swimming trunks. Adam and Alexa did the same as Zoe and stayed dressed as they were. The group sat around enjoying themselves, and after a little while Alexa started to interview Cynthia and Adam. The others listened to what was being said. Alexa started by asking how they'd met and when they realized how they felt about each other. Any questions Alexa asked about Adam's family went unanswered other than Cynthia saying that they were proud to have him as a son. The interview lasted about an hour, covering their new relationship, Cynthia's time as champion and Adam's victory in the Johto League. Afterwards they all started doing separate things. May and Zoe were sat close to Cynthia and Adam, wanting to hear about them and how they felt. While this was happening, Dawn tugged on Ash's arm, pulling him a little distance from the group. She'd made this plan with Zoe. While Zoe kept May distracted with listening to the interview, Zoe knew that Dawn was going to talk to Ash about the kiss and give him a nudge in the right direction. "What's wrong, Dawn?" Ash asked once Dawn turned to face him. "Nothing's wrong, I just wanted to talk to you privately," Dawn replied. "What about the kiss you and May had?" Ash started to fidget nervously and took a small step back. "Why'd you want to talk about that?" "Look, May's in the same position you are. She's confused and doesn't know what's going to happen to your friendship now. You need to tell her how you felt and what you want to happen next." "What did you mean happen next?" Dawn facepalmed. She'd hoped that Ash had become less dense with age, but that didn't seem to be the case. "Do you still want to be friends with May?" she asked, deciding to keep Ash focused on the friendship instead of spending Arceus knows how long explaining what both he and May wanted to happen. "Of course I do," Ash said loudly. Dawn put a hand on his shoulder to calm him down as she saw Zoe and May look at them. Dawn smiled and gave a little wave. May waved back, but her eyes were locked on Ash with a little bit of worry in them. Zoe and May turned back to watch the interview. Dawn took a deep breath before she continued. "Then you need to tell her that May's scared that you might hate her now." "I could never hate May. I like her a lot." Ash looked away after admitting the last part, knowing that like wasn't a strong enough word for what he felt but didn't know why. Dawn smiled. Now it was time to put her real plan into action. "I understand that, Ash, I know you care about May." Dawn paused for effect before making her move. "Hey," she said, faking realization, "I just had a great idea. You and May need to look like a real couple, right?" Ash nodded. "Then you need to kiss her like that again." "What?" Ash shouted before Dawn could stop him. She grabbed his arm and pulled him further away from the others. Everyone looked over to where they were standing, wondering what had made Ash shout. Seeing nothing wrong, they returned to what they were doing. May was the last to do so until Zoe nudged her to take her attention away from Dawn and Ash. "Look, real couples kiss like that. They kiss on the cheek too, but when they really want to express their feelings they kiss on the lips. To look like a real couple, you and May need to start kissing on the lips." "Really?" Ash asked. Sweat started dripping from his brow, but not from the heat. Dawn nodded. "Talk to May about it and see what she says. Tell her what I said and I'm sure she'll agree with me." Ash sighed in defeat. He knew if he didn't talk to May then Dawn would. "Okay, I'll talk to her now." Ash turned to walk back to the group, seeing that the interview had ended and May was mid-conversation with Cynthia. He stopped when Dawn grabbed his arm. "Not yet, she's talking to Cynthia. Wait for a few minutes and then talk to her." "Okay," Ash said and walked back to everyone else, stopping when Alexa called him over wanting to interview him about his gym battle. May glanced at Ash, not sure how to act around him now. Cynthia saw this and walked over, sitting down next to the brunette. Zoe had gone over to the Pokémon to stop her Glamour fighting with Iris Amalga over a small red ball Scyllin had brought along. When Dawn had arrived at the beach, she'd approached Cynthia asking for her help. Dawn figured that May would be more willing to take advice from the champion rather than someone younger like herself or Zoe. "May, is everything okay?" the blonde asked. May looked at Cynthia and smiled weakly. "Yeah, it's just." May started before trailing off. "You don't know how to approach Ash after what happened?" Cynthia said, filling in May's silence. May nodded in confirmation. "Adam told me a little about your situation with Ash. Don't be mad at him. He figured that I'd be able to help you more than he could. The kiss is a good thing." This was the truth Adam had explained to Cynthia about Ash and May, asking if she had any ideas then to pass them on to May, but this was more Dawn's idea, and though it was a little embarrassing it would work given time. "How? It was an accident, how can it be a good thing?" "Because now it's happened, you can start to give him more hints about how you really feel." May stared at Cynthia in confusion. "Dawn has been talking to Ash to help him understand what's happened and I know what she's doing. I'd do the same thing." Kissing like you did in the arena made you look like a real couple. Now the first one is out the way, you can convince Ash to kiss you like that again. I don't know you or Ash as well as everyone else does, but I think I can help you. Cynthia, I appreciate the offer, but... No buts. You brought Adam back to me and I can't thank you enough for that. You brought me the person I love. He said that you are the reason he came into Vermilion and I can't thank you enough for that. The last time I actually saw him in person was an accident. It was about 4 years ago in Unova. I was investigating the Dragon Spiral Tower and Adam was training nearby. He helped me with my research for a couple of days before leaving, saying he needed to go somewhere else to train his other Pokémon. I want to repay you by helping the person you love realize what he feels for you. Now I'm sure Dawn's convinced Ash to kiss you on the lips by now, so here's my advice. When you kiss him, slowly make the kisses last longer and make them stronger, only a little at a time. You don't want to go too fast. From what I know of Ash, if you go too fast then he'll panic. You need to make the time between kisses decrease as well, a little at a time. Start with one every couple of days and work from there. Is that what you're doing with Adam? May asked. Cynthia blushed and giggled. No, I dove right in, kissing him properly and putting everything I had into it. I did that because Adam basically told me what he felt and he understood what the emotions he had meant. Ash doesn't, so that's why you need to go slow with him. At least for now. May nodded and saw that Ash was talking to Alexa. Thanks Cynthia, I'm going to talk to Ash now. May stood to leave, then stopped and looked at Cynthia. You said Adam basically told you how he felt. What did you mean by that? He wrote a poem. It didn't say he loved me, but it was there between the lines. Do you think Adam will show me the poem? Probably not, but I sort of memorized it. I can't help it, some things just stick in my head and I never forget them. I don't know why that happens, but I'm glad it does because I'll always have the poem with me. Cynthia patted the sand next to her, indicating for May to sit down. The brunette did so and Cynthia recited the poem from memory. Ah, that's appealing, and I see what you mean about his confession being between the lines. I think you should go and talk to Ash now. Cynthia said, good luck and remember, go slow, a little at a time. May nodded and thanked Cynthia before standing again. She walked towards Ash, trying to think of a way to start the conversation. Ash had just finished his interview with Alexa, and when he saw May coming he stood, leaving Alexa to her notes, telling her that if she needed to she could ask him more questions later. He moved towards May and repeated in his mind what Dawn had told him, hoping to find a way to talk to May without it being awkward. May, can I talk to you for a minute? Ash asked once he was close enough for May to hear him. Sure, May replied, let's go over here so we have some privacy. As they turned to walk a little further down the beach, May saw Zoe clamp a hand over Dawn's mouth, probably to stop her embarrassing them. So, what do you want to talk about? May asked, deciding to let Ash start and see where he'd go with the advice he'd been given. I want to talk about the, what happened after my battle. Ash said, stumbling over his words. May looked away and blushed. She found it cute that Ash was nervous about this, but she was too. Neither of them had been in this kind of situation before and didn't know what to do. You mean the kiss? May said shyly. Ash nodded in agreement. What about it? Well, Dawn said that couples kiss like that, and if I want to help you then I need to kiss you like that again. Ash noticed that May's face went an even deeper shade of red and started to backtrack. I won't though if you don't want me to. It was Dawn's stupid idea. I'm just telling you what she said, it's her fault. Ash stopped talking when May giggled, giving her a quizzical look. Ash, it's not a stupid idea. It's just, it would make us look more like a couple, but I don't want you to feel like you need to do it. If you're embarrassed about it then you don't need to do it. I said I'd help you and that's what I'm going to do. Ash said firmly, it's just I don't know what to do and I don't want to make you run away again like you did before. I ran away before because I was embarrassed. We kissed in front of all those people by accident. I felt scared, it was my first kiss. May ended her sentence quietly, looking down at the sand. Mine too. Ash said. May looked at him with a small smile. she figured it was Ash's first kiss, but hearing him say it made her feel happy knowing that they'd shared their first kiss together even though it was an accident and embarrassing. "So, what do we do now? I supposed we carry on, like before so we look like a couple," May said in response to Ash's question. Do you want me to kiss you again?" May felt her heart flutter wildly at Ash's question. "Only if you think it will help." May replied. Ash took hold of May's hands gently. "I suppose it's like holding hands, if I'm going to do it then I need to keep doing it." Ash leant forward slightly but stopped and pulled back. He scratched the back of his head laughing nervously. "I just realized, I don't know what I'm doing." May laughed and shook her head, making her hair sway from side to side. "Just do what I do," May said, as she leant in raising her head up slightly before stopping when Ash lifted his head up too. "Ash, when I lift my head you need to move yours down otherwise." May stopped talking hoping Ash could fill in the blanks. It took a minute but Ash eventually worked out where he'd gone wrong. "Oh, right, sorry," he said letting his face drop down so it was close to May's. May then lifted herself up onto her toes and gently placed her lips on Ash's. The kiss only lasted a couple of seconds before May pulled away remembering Cynthia's advice, even though she wanted to deepen the kiss. "So, what now?" Ash asked slightly dazed from the brief kiss. "I don't know, it's a appealing day so let's enjoy it," May replied before letting go of Ash's hand and walked over to the Pokémon with a bounce in her step and a slightly sway to her hips. Ash just stood still watching May go, as his lips tingled as if a ghostly version of May's lips were touching his. He shook off the fog in his mind and followed May to where she was standing surrounded by the Pokémon. As he went over Ash thought he saw Dawn and Cynthia high-five while Zoe kept a hand over Dawn's mouth but ignored it thinking he imagined it. The tension between Ash and May had lessened greatly but it was still there, in slight hesitations before talking to each other but after an hour or so it was gone completely and they acted as if the nervousness had never existed in the first place. Everyone in the group was having fun. Ash and May were busy playing with the Pokémon while Dawn and Zoe were chatting about possible contest combinations, Iris and Scylla were swimming and Alexa was looking over her notes from the interviews. Adam and Cynthia meanwhile were having a small argument. Adam was wearing his hoodie and Cynthia was trying to get him to take it off. "Come on Adam, you can't be comfortable wearing that in this heat," Cynthia said as she tried to pull the hoodie over his head, having noticed sweat running down his face. "Cyn, really I'm fine. Stop fussing over it," Adam replied, keeping hold of the bottom of his hoodie as he attempted to stop her from removing his top. Adam was starting to win as his hoodie started to slip out of Cynthia's grasp, slowly inching back down to its original position until he felt someone grab his arms pulling them away for the hoodie and tickle his sides. Unable to do anything other than let go of his hoodie and start laughing, Adam did just that. As he laughed, Cynthia strengthened her hold and yanked the hoodie over his head. The people who had hold of Adam's arms let go briefly so that the hoodie could be pulled free of his body, leaving Adam in a white t-shirt. Cynthia started to laugh in victory, throwing the hoodie over to her bag, until she saw the end of the scar on his collarbone and the ones on his upper arms and her laughter died in her throat. "Adam, what happened to you?" Cynthia asked in a small voice after a couple of gasps were heard from behind him. Adam looked over his shoulder seeing Dawn and Zoe stood behind him each with a hand over their mouths. On Adam's back was a jagged scar that stretched between his shoulder blades, parts reached the base of his neck so that it could be seen over the collar of his t-shirt, the rest could be seen through a bulge in the fabric. "Cyn, you don't want me to answer that question. Believe me, can I have my hoodie back please?" Adam asked quietly, looking at the sand refusing to make any form of contact with Cynthia. "Not till you answer the question," Cynthia said defiantly. Dawn and Zoe decided to give the new couple some time alone though they too wanted to know where the scars had come from. Adam didn't speak for a while until he finally turned to look at Cynthia. His eyes were hard and she could see the pain behind them. It was obvious to the blonde that whatever or whoever had given Adam those scars still haunted him. "Please don't make me relive what happened. All I'm going to say on the matter is that I've found myself in dangerous situations while I've been training. Now can I have my hoodie back?" Cynthia wanted to push for real answers but didn't, as she could see that Adam was on the verge of getting up and leaving. Adam, you've got to stop hiding things. You can't keep bottling everything up, it won't do you any good. Cynthia said, passing the hoodie over. I want to help you, talk to me. She pleaded, I don't like seeing you like this, it hurts me not knowing what you've been through. When you're ready to talk, I'll be here for you. Cynthia's voice started to shake from her emotions. Adam took the hoodie and just stared at it. He sighed, folding it. He placed it on the sand next to the towel he was sitting on. He turned and looked at Cynthia, pulling her into a comforting hug and kissed her forehead. Don't cry, it's just that I don't want to burden you with the things I've seen, the things that have happened to me. I care about you more than I could ever say, and I don't want you carry that kind of knowledge around. He whispered in her ear as he held her. Cynthia pulled back slightly before leaning forward and placing a loving kiss on Adam's lips. I care about you too, that's why I want you to talk to me. She said as she moved her head away, ending the kiss so she could look in Adam's eyes. I will, I promise. Just give me time. Adam released Cynthia from the hug and lay back on his towel. Cynthia smiled and lay next to him, resting her head on his chest. About an hour later, everyone was sat around enjoying the food that Sylvan had brought, and the Pokémon were also eating the food he'd brought for them. There was a moment when they thought that there wouldn't be enough to feed Gyarados, but May had some of her trademark pink surprise and gave them to the water type. Once everyone had eaten, they just lay around enjoying the sun, and the Pokémon did the same. Adam, Ash and Sylvan had left to get everyone ice cream, and May had moved her towel over to Cynthia's as she wanted to get to know the champion a little better. They made idle chat for a few minutes before they both lay back to enjoy the appealing weather. A shadow fell across Cynthia's face a little while later. Opening her eyes, the Sinnoh champion saw that there was a tall red-haired man stood by her side, blocking the light from the sun. The man only wore a pair of dark blue shorts and flip-flops. He was overly muscular. Every inch of his chest was filled with muscle, so much so that it was obscene. Can I help you? She asked in a bored tone, not really wanting to know what the stranger wanted. May opened her eyes and looked to see what was happening. Yeah babe, you and your CC friends can come have some fun with me. The man said, I'm Chad, what's your name? None of your business, we're not interested now, please leave us alone. Ah, come on gorgeous, don't be like that. I'm sure your friends want to come too. No we don't. Came the reply from Iris, Alexa, May, Dawn and Zoe. Hearing this, some of the Pokémon turned to see what was happening. Chad knelt between May and Cynthia, putting a hand on the champion's upper arm, dangerously close to her BRSTS, leaning over to whisper in Cynthia's ear when a voice was heard stopping Chad from doing anything. Hey, can I help you mate? Chad turned to look at the person the voice came from. Standing a few feet away was Adam, holding a box with 4 ice cream cones. Adam passed the cones over to Ash and walked over to Cynthia. I'm just talking to the babe here, she wants to have some fun but she's playing hard to get. Chad replied. Try never to get. Leave me alone. Cynthia said, sitting up and pulling her arm out of Chad's grasp. Chad put hand on Cynthia's shoulder and played with her hair. You keep saying no, but I know you mean yes. The lady said no and she means it, so leave. Adam said, knocking Chad's hand away and pulling him to his feet. Adam stared at Chad, his eyes cold and unflinching, while Chad just smirked, meeting Adam's gaze. What you going to do if I don't leave? Chad asked cockily. Make you. Adam growled. Cynthia stood up and stood at Adam's side, a hand on his shoulder. Alright then, if not Blondie then how about the brown-haired honey? Not likely. May said, moving away and standing by Ash, taking the box of ice creams out of his hands. You've got your answer, now go away. Ash said. That's what you think, Chad snorted before raising his voice, hey guys come here. A couple of seconds later a group of about 4 men came walking over, all similar builds, the only difference between them was hair color. One had dark blue hair, another had green hair, the third had brown hair and the last one had purple hair. What's up bro, and who are the babes? The one with purple hair asked. These girls want to come have fun with us but these two guys are stopping them. Well, we'll need to help the babes then. The 5 men each took a step forward. By this point everyone was standing behind Adam, Ash and Scylla. Adam and Ash shifted their weight so that they could react quickly in case any of the men attacked. Scylla stepped forward to try and calm everyone down but was rewarded with punch to the face from Chad. The connoisseur reeled back holding his nose. Iris quickly grabbed Scylla's shoulder pulling him out of the way, a second punch barely missing him. Ash reacted first speeding forward to deflect an incoming punch and countering with another to Chad's ribs. Chad stumbled back winded while Ash returned to his position next to Adam. I'll show you no one hits the Chad. The group sweat dropped at Chad referring to himself in the third person. Chad and his friends each drew a pokeball from their pocket throwing them high. Chad released an Ursaring while in front of his friends appeared a Machamp, a Tauros, a Pinsir and a Beedrill. The Pokémon were like their trainers and overly muscled even Beedrill which is unusual for the species. Adam turned to Ash and smirked. Should we go easy on them? He asked. Take them down. Came the surprising reply from Cynthia. Adam looked over his shoulder at his girlfriend. For you my lady, anything. Cynthia blushed at his words. Luxray, to me. The electric type sped forward and stood in front of Adam ready for battle. Gyarados, let's go. Ash shouted. Chad and his gang looked confused for a minute before jumping in fright as Gyarados burst out of the water with a monstrous roar. The battle erupted from there. Lucario and Luna managed to pull everyone back away from the carnage and with help from the other Pokémon either deflected or destroyed any stray attacks. Above the noise of the attacks Ash and Adam could be heard calling out attacks and dodges. Ash's calls were easy enough to understand but Adam's were unusual. Luxray, roll 3, counter 10. Adam would call out and seconds later Luxray rolled to his right dodging a hammer arm from Ursaring before attacking with Thunderbolt. The dodges were called quickly but thanks to his training Luxray was responding just as quickly, sometimes quicker as he dodged from experience and instinct rather than instruction. Even though Luxray and Gyarados were outnumbered their opponents were easily outmatched. Gyarados had already taken out Beedrill with Flamethrower and Pinsir wasn't far off fainting either. Luxray had literally run circle around Tauros, leaving the normal type confused and charging at random. After a couple of minutes Adam shouted over to Ash. Should we end this now? Might as well, Ash smiled. Gyarados is getting bored and we only have a couple of hours left before the sun goes down. Adam laughed. That's true. Combo? Adam asked. Ash nodded. Zeus tears. Adam shouted as a wicked grin crossed his face. Both Pokémon responded quickly. Zeus Tears was a combo that Adam had thought of years ago but was never able to use because his water types weren't strong enough to throw Luxray into the air. After getting to know Ash, Adam had told him about the combo knowing that Ash's water types could launch Pikachu into the clouds easily. Gyarados followed attack call out of instinct from his training with Ash. Luxray jumped away from Ursaring while Gyarados swatted Machamp away with his tail. They both then sent a small orb of light blue energy into the sky causing dark rain clouds to appear above their makeshift battlefield and not the rest of the beach. Gyarados then swam closer to the beach as Luxray ran towards him, skillfully dodging Tauros' mad charge. Once he was close enough Luxray jumped onto Gyarados' outstretched tail before the water type launched him into the clouds. Gyarados immediately retreated, putting some distance between himself and the cloud-covered beach. A couple of seconds after he disappeared into the gray sky, Luxray's roar could be heard. The clouds flashed yellow and seconds later rain started to fall slowly at first before becoming torrential. Luxray fell from the clouds and it looked like he would crash into the beach but Garchomp zoomed out and caught him, placing the electric type on the sandy ground next to Adam. When the rain hit the opposing Pokémon they were given quite the shock, literally. Whilst in the clouds Luxray had used discharge electrifying the water so each time a raindrop hit them they got a shock which had a fifth of the power of Luxray's original discharge. The clouds rumbled and lightning flashed striking Ursaring, Tauros and Machamp. Pinsir had been knocked out after being hit by one of Tauros' charges. The three opposing Pokémon fell once the lightning stopped. Chad and his friends looked on in shock as Adam knelt next to Luxray ruffling his fur and Ash asked Rhyhorn to use Sunny Day to clear away the clouds. "That's not possible." Chad whined as he stared at the fallen Pokémon while Luxray and Gyarados had hardly taken any damage or broken a sweat during the battle. "No," he yelled as he charged at Adam, his friends following behind him. Out of the corner of his eye Adam saw Ash shifting into a fighting stance. "I've got this," Adam said standing up. Ash slowly moved out of the stance but stayed ready just in case. Adam walked forward to meet Chad and his fellow muscle-bound idiots so that he was the only one who might get hurt, wanting to protect Cynthia and his new friends. Chad threw a punch, which Adam ducked underneath before sweeping Chad's supporting leg causing him to fall on his face getting a mouthful of sand. Adam then parried punches from two of Chad's friends out to the sides and put a hand on either of their heads slamming them together, knocking the pair out. The last two of Chad's friends charged at Adam at the same time, one from the front and the other from behind. Adam waited till they were within range before sending out a back kick, winding the one with brown hair. A second after his foot made contact with the man's stomach, winding him, Adam's leg snapped forward hitting the one with green hair in the groin. Both men collapsed clutching their affected areas. Adam turned to walk back to the group when a cloud of sand hit his face, getting in his eyes and blinding him. Chad rushed forward to punch Adam in the face, his fist closing on Adam's jaw fast when Ash's voice rang out over the groans of Chad's friends. "Right cross." Adam's left arm came up, his hand cupping Chad's forearm pushing it down and away. Chad attacked again, not wanting to miss a chance. "Left jab." Ash called out again. Adam's right arm came across his body, his fist touching his shoulder before his arm rose up, the back of it making contact with Chad's arm pushing the attack up above Adam's head. Chad was starting to get angry that Adam was able to block his attacks while blinded by sand. Chad kept up his attacks but punch after punch they failed. Ash called out each strike. After a minute Adam's vision was starting to clear but all he could see were vague outlines so he still relied on Ash's warnings. Uppercut. Came Ash's next warning. By this time a crowd of people had gathered around Adam and Chad thinking it was a show. Adam jumped back to dodge the uppercut and tripped over one of Chad's friends. He landed hard hitting his head on a stone hidden under the sand. Chad saw his chance and grabbed another rock holding it above his head. The group all ran forward to try and stop what was about to happen. "This'll teach you to mess with the Chad." Chad yelled as he started to bring the rock down towards Adam. He felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see who it was but was greeted by a punch to the jaw. Chad dropped the rock and staggered backwards before his eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. "Nobody hits my boyfriend," Cynthia growled, shaking her fist. She moved closer to Adam and dropped to her knees, gently lifting his head onto her lap. As she looked at Adam her voice changed from an angry growl to a caring near whisper. "Adam, are you okay?" she asked stroking his hair. The group gathered around, Iris joining them last having given Chad a swift kick in the ribs in retaliation for him punching Scylla. "I'm fine, just need to wash the sand out of my eyes." Adam replied waiting a few seconds for his head to clear before sitting up. "Thanks for the help Ash, would have been in trouble if you hadn't called out the attacks." "No problem Adam, you'd have done the same for me," Ash replied. "Dawn, can I borrow Piplup for a second?" Adam asked. "Sure but why?" Dawn asked as Piplup waddled over to Adam. "I'll show you." Adam answered looking in the direction Dawn's voice came from. "Piplup, I want you to use a low-power water gun and hit me in the face with it." Piplup," replied the small water type, sending out a small stream of water at Adam's face. Adam rubbed at his eyes while the water continued to wash over his face until after a minute he held up his hand signaling for Piplup to stop. Once the water stopped Scylla passed Adam a towel so he could clean the water away, drying his face. Adam slowly opened his eyes blinking. His vision was still blurry but it was better than before and he could see Cynthia staring at him in worry. He stared at his girlfriend and suppressed a smile. He knew that he could help Cynthia calm down and relax easily given the chance and this was too good an opportunity to give up. to compliment the champion he'd been in love with for 15 years. "I'm alright now, but I have to say I don't remember you looking this appealing." Adam reached out for Cynthia and pulled her into a hug, kissing her hair. "You don't need to worry about me, I've spent 15 years wanting to be with you and now nothing will take you away from me." "Nothing," he whispered in her ear, making a shiver run down her spine. Cynthia pulled her head back while staying in Adam's arms and kissed him. It wasn't as powerful as their first kiss, but it carried more of her emotions, letting Adam know she wasn't going to go anywhere. A few people in the crowd hooped, but that didn't faze either Adam or Cynthia as they simply held each other. "What happened here?" a voice said sternly, breaking the kiss. Adam and Cynthia looked to where the voice came from along with the rest of their group. Standing a few feet away in the middle of the groaning or unconscious bodies of Chad and his friends was a woman with teal-colored hair and a blue uniform. "Will someone explain what the hell's been happening on this beach? Who is responsible for this?" the woman demanded, staring at the group while gesturing at Chad and his friends. The woman was known to everyone for looking the same as every other woman in her family, all of whom had the same job title as well. The woman put her hands on her hips. "Well, isn't anybody going to enlighten me?" Officer Jenny had arrived on the beach, and she wasn't happy.